Are you guys ready?
I'm live anyways.
Thanks for your live, right?
Yeah.
On YouTube?
Yes, on your page.
On the YouTube page, Joy Gborie.
Yeah.
So everybody go to the page and share on the different platforms.
That's sweet. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I wait for the to load into me for go.
I'm ready for record.
So are we ready?
Yes.
Wait. 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna go sit down first.
2 minutes before.
Look my phone, me waiting.
The social, Instagram, and do like collaboration post.
The Joy Gborie.
That video is up now, so I want to do it.
What do you want from my phone?
You want Adam?
Yeah.
From my phone?
No,
Me-
just accept. Just say accept.
No, wait. I don't need my phone, baby.
Wait,
I think I download this one.
page.
So.
Give me the last page.
No, I'm live, oh.
The live video.
Yeah,
What
what
page?
is saying, oh.
Why?
The page for you social media.
Wait, whose page? Let me social media.
Yeah, let's from us.
You will just do that.
Okay, guys. Good evening, everybody. Before we start, let us acknowledge God with a few seconds of silence. Amen. And now, let us stand for the national anthem. High we exalt thee, Ram of the free. Great is the love we have for thee. Family united, ever we stand, singing thy praise, O native land. We raise up our heart and our voices on high. The hills and the valleys re-echo our cries. Blessing and peace we ever thine own. Land that we love, our Sierra Leone. One with the faith that wisdom inspires. One with a zeal that never tires. Ever we sing to honor thy name. Ours is thy labor, thine thy fame. We pray that no harm on thy children may fall, that blessing and peace may descend on us all. So may we serve thee ever alone, land that we love, our Sierra Leone. Knowledge and truth our forefathers pledged, mighty the nations whom they led, mighty they made thee, so too may we show forth the good that is ever in thee. We pledged our devotion, our strength, and our might, a cause to defend and to stand for our right. All that we have been, ever thine own, land that we love, our Sierra Leone. Good evening, Sierra Leone, and all we brothers and sisters where they tune in from every corner of the world. Wanna welcome. This is not the kick-off of the Guinness World Record longest interview in marathon. 22 interviews per day, 7 days straight, no sleep, no stop, no relax, no giving up. Over the next 1 week, we're going to dig deep inside topics where they shape we nation: health, education, entertainment, environment, sports, and governance, and many more. We go hear it from the legends, the young stars, the younger minds, the unrising heroes, the one day where they voice them, not they hear or we not loud. We dey push salon go before. This platform na for all man. For tell you story, for ask the hard questions, for celebrate how far we don't come and how far we still dey go. So if you watch, not just watch, be a part of them. Comment, share, tag somebody. This now a collective conversation. Right now, the mic don't come on and we're live. And it not to go off until the next 7 days. So make we start this marathon in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. The first person we get today for we interview is one of Salon's finest bloggers. They make the name. I know when you hear bloggers, now you're very curious to know who it is. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome my viewers over there. Help me welcome IB Blog Online TV CEO, Ibrahim Jarawa. Hi, Ibrahim.
Hello, Mr. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good.
How are you? How do you feel?
I feel good.
Oh, so how do you feel?
I feel good. And you?
How do you feel about this event as first of all we first guest?
Well, my blessing for I be the first person for opening this whole thing, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, IB. So tell me about yourself. Who is IB? How did you get to where you are? How did you come up with this whole blogging? What's the interest behind this? Tell us about yourself.
Yeah. First of all, me own name Ibrahim Jawara, born in Kailam district, Coimbo, proud Sierra Leonean. Also a business someone where plenty people don't know, but most people just think like I've been a blogger or I get other things than what I do because the blogging I don't put me in the limelight. This whole thing starts way back early 2005-6 when we begin promote salon music. By them, no internet, so not being access to internet. We promote salon music to CDs, like then what salon music then we the likes of Cool, Daddy Sarge, when they pull them songs then they give them bond and CD go left and put a left and
the days of handout promotions.
Yes. By them no internet, so we don't start the promotion then they will be offline. As we go, see the world on the modernize everything on the change, and if you want for catch up, you get for keep to the trend.
Okay. So
as the trend they change, instead the trend for transform for catch up to the new media. That's how I start for transform from the old way of doing things to the new way of doing things with the new media, and start for set up me a platform around 2020.
The IB blog platform.
Sure.
Okay.
2020, I set up the platform. By them, I mean, one start with my younger brother, Mamadou Kema.
Okay.
I start them up, begin the promote. As time they go, the brand don't become well known at the country and the pressure begin go up. So as you say, me one not go able do everything because for a day you will get past 2-3 events with them for a year, and if you want then you get for loss another 2-3.
Yeah.
So I decided say I think I need for open the space and begin allow other young people like me we get the same vision and the same thinking for can what a lot say okay work. So I start work out.
I
Few
do
young-
blog online TV.
Yes. So I set up a media platform now and they begin kind inside and begin to transform them for let them work with me on vision, me on idea how I want to see me on blogging platform because at the end of the day, I mean name they not the blogging platform. So for anything we get for go wrong, I get for take full responsibility. So if you want to can work with me, you get for try for work with me on ideology, me on
Right.
vision where they
Right.
look at not to your own way we can. If you can with your own way, I dey try how best I can see I can transform you for lot but we work together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how has your journey as a blogger evolved over time, like from 2019 to now? How would you say your journey don't evolve? Waiting grow, waiting change, like from maybe they say from selling plates, how did you evolve? How did you get to the online TV?
Well, it reached a time they send them the whole shift then CDs and for one of the plates up in the cell like would they use CDs for promote superstars and
Okay.
so it reached a time people then begin lost interest into CDs, begin use stick.
Yeah, MP3s.
Yes. So if you go put them on place if you not get for use them because na stick now they use. So I begin see the transformation on begin take place. I say well, I think if I still want to be consistent and continue for the make the same name what they do, I think I need to follow the trend. So
Okay.
there comes I set up a platform and begin the blogging small. But by that I still continue the entertainment. What I've been to do, count on like new media. So I've been they go with entertainment stuff. But as time they go, I spread me blogging, begin blog on different things, national issues, sport, entertainment, different kind of things. As long as you get for do positivity and they get for do with some tool we will push the green white and blue out there positively at the blog about time. So that's how the whole thing gets started and so now I still feel like say I still not arrive. Every day I feel like say I just start.
Yeah, evolving. People.
Sure,
Yeah.
I feel like I just start. I know they feel like say I don't do anything because the moment you get that kind of perception say you don't arrive, you become lazy and you don't able to push again because if you say you don't reach that level there. So
Yeah.
that's how everything they go.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, one question we always want to ask bloggers, I'm so excited that I get this chance to ask you this question, is how do you decide what topic you want to write about? Like, how do you find your inspiration? The topic that we're not going to blog about, what you write about, how do you find your source? How do you decide the topic then?
But most time we can decide, me personally can decide me topic then sometimes on training issues,
Okay.
but not all kind of training issues.
Okay.
Any training issue we get for those bad words or thing we get for those incitement for create chaos. I'm not can let for involve myself into. But if the training issue makes sense and I feel say it able to inspire other young people then I can let for the part of them and therefore say okay we'll create content out of them. Then I want on two me more they cover live events.
Okay.
Report on stories, for example, breaking news up here, okay, we send them and then they forgo, or they would then go break the news so people then will be able to follow what's in the go on and then consider we know the salon, you then inside at the wall, you follow every blog, you didn't know exactly what's in the go on at the country.
Yeah.
And sometimes, last 90% or 99% of entertainers and nobody know get events, we know we reach out to every blog say I need your full support and
Yeah.
I need coverage of you team for can cover me. So that's how we create we content them and we information that we send out.
Okay. Where you can they make this you content and creations the way you do, Because there's a tussle where they go on online right now about Sierra Leoneans not appreciating Sierra Leoneans. How do you how una as bloggers then can promote talent? Like how una can prioritize for promote talent in over any other topic they una can repost?
Which type of talent you talk about?
So-
Local talent?
So, well, local talents could be obviously Sierra Leonean talents, but yeah, promoting talent, creativity, like the positivity here in Sierra Leone, compared to like say we weigh that and post that and promote them. Unlike the other trending issues, then we can come up with since it's a trend, everybody wants to see them. How do you think bloggers then will help the narrative of Sierra Leoneans, not the Sierra Leoneans in terms of promotions?
Well, for me, basically, my first priority is my country, and I always dey put my country interest above all else. For many people that wouldn't know me, of course, I don't like game business, I don't like football. But for any time when you start to play, you go feel say, of course, I like football. After you don't start, I don't forget about football business. I like how you talk about you, Chelsea, Liverpool, I don't know nothing. But if you get for those Leon Star, I get time for watching. So that's how I'm passionate about salon business. Even if I'm not getting interested, what you get for do about the game white and blue, I always support them. And I think say I can use international drama as well for like promote the local content.
So you
For
content,
example-
you content the mixed international and national content.
Yeah, it mix, but most time I'll get more time on local.
Okay.
The only time where you see me, maybe I pay attention on international stuff. Like for example, this time we talk about Javi, they can we send the one day we out and reach out to me, say they need me support. So I've been there for the day to help me support.
Yeah.
And one way or the other, me not businessman. For any time when you reach out to me, I get for what my own interest. If I see say this way come out to me, money no money, if I think say I get something for tap into or take out, I do the business with you. So when I say plenty bloggers get angry over that situation, I think me and the only blogger, if you know, I think so, we cover the whole event from a C coach, all it was, I cover as a business person, many of the time when they go and say salon, the artists that will anything will not even go international, would just relax here. So when they call me, I don't be even know that lady, to be honest. So I tell the organizer, let them send me the flyer. When they send me the flyer, I go check them out on TikTok. I see say they get huge followers.
Yeah.
I say okay, I think this is something I can able to tap into. So what thing I do, I go green light, say I say I did in for support. So and indeed I come inside, we get the first interview we get. By the time they say 1-2 hours, they don't get over 100,000 followers, and and the lady in Galway, the date we not Bella also been there for we post that interview on the platform we get over 9,000 followers. So in the space of 1 or 2 hours, I've been there about 245,000 followers. I don't clock 46,000. Understand? So I get for tell me man, I say people know they think business wise, understand. For me, when anything say the young guy they can tap into, me say they think opposite. Me say they tap into them. Now I don't tap into some of them followers. Now they don't follow me. And through them followers and I will use them for promote me local content. So if you know me know, but by the time we have it on them Nigeria followers or other country nationalities and followers I don't get I post anything about salon, they must come and see them. So directly I don't promote salon stuff. So by the time you have it left, I don't attract so many Nigerian followers so you don't add to my platform. So for me, that's how I look at things. If I see say it's beneficial to my platform and you get positive impact when you create at the end of the day, I think I'm a duty for that promote and support. Because at the same time, we also want to see we want talent them, go down another man country, let them receive them.
Receive them, welcome.
Everybody will do something, you self will do this right now because you want to let the world know you.
Right.
So if we wish for let the world know we we have to accept other people in back as well. Recently, even take 2 weeks, I come out from Salon now 2 days support of Chinese embassy. I go China for do 2 week study.
Okay.
The Chinese media people tell me so this man has a man. Why Chinese government will take out? They don't waste money, but we understand. So
Good
if
point.
we did feel happy for a good one another man country, or would they wish for that? I think so for wish again the same things or other African people or even North African, you can see what's in best for you do collaboration when they come, love collaborate with them. And I've been so glad they was see how make use the opportunity for connect and that's the only way I think say. But we will stop the one like a global village. Will step anybody say for Uganda or you go tell us in how you for spending money, how you for using money. So the best you can do, you collaborate and see how one will benefit from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point because when you explain the parts of where your followers increased, I think that's another very smart strategy for the social media influence, where we not been think about in that particular way, because giving you example, it seems like say it's more of a positive energy, a positive result that's something like that happen.
The negative way you look at.
Than the other way, and I don't think it's reasonable, but let's leave them to that. Again, people everybody gets entitled to an opinion.
Sure.
So, what's one post where you don't make where you proud of, you still think about, like one post where you make where you just proud of, you always think about, that's your like favorite post?
Well, for any post I do at a good Bobby country, my favorite poster one day. When the post with me count image, well, that's not my favorite.
I was just going through your profile and I saw something, and another question I wanted to ask you. Does everybody that is everybody we involved on social media or in social media need for be a social media content creator for stay relevant, for give content, for make people and post or follow up, since I never call relevance? Do you have to be like a social media content creator? Like me go to TikTok, I can do all this as a presenter, as a journalist and all that, but I don't have like a social media presence. Me personally, I am scared of social media. It's a lot of pressure, and so I can say I don't want to be responding here and there and following up on people's affair. But then it could tell on me results as to me people interaction, because at the end of the day, they tend to feel disconnected from me. They can feel like say maybe I'm not trying to be relevant or continue for good content. So my question is, does that mean that we all need to be a content creator? Like, if I want to stay relevant on the media, do I have to be a content creator? Or let me just say, how would you advise me to stay relevant on social media?
For me, a content creator, you like to say we live na your own content. We wake up in the morning, even a cookies have been your own content that one you create for yourself. So we entire life will live for your content. So one thing for let be relevant. Sometimes you don't get for follow the trend. One thing you get for try for used to, you get for be consistent. When I start my page, I be one follower, then I myself, I follow myself.
Okay.
Understand? Now I almost have 270,000 followers. Understand? What thing cause that consistency? If I've been saying when I start one follower, I expect for reach to that post so you don't reach 1 million, and then they'll happen overnight too. Or because I'm not able to reach what I expect, I say like relax. Like up to now, I'm not even reach 1,000 followers. So you get to be consistent, because when you post it, you don't get to expect say you can't get 10 people who they can like you post one tell. People and they watch you. They want to see if this is posting a consistent. Because if you post now something today, if I post now, you don't see that post today. So then tomorrow, if I still not give up, I still continue for blog. You don't see until tomorrow. the other day you go most can see them. And we can see them, from there you go begin to connect to it. That's all small.
Yeah.
That's if what's the blog on like of your interest, because first you get for example know what's in the audience niche, what's in they look as for, what's in they want. And when you know what's in they want, for let you get them together on a platform, it can be very easy and you dey cater for, you know, say me fans them if you account this for them content who there right now and they see something will happen. I didn't tell you say this if I drop and within how much minutes you don't train in any miss because I already know what in then they look for, what in the followers and want. So that's how we get for be consistent. You know they just do one or two posts you expect results. And consistency. Continue for the invite your followers and continue for the request you information to the people and over time then will get used to you and you will be in that kind limelight we expect.
So I want to dive in deep to the past. You mentioned working with Rayaiku. You were a PRO for the Rayaiku.
Sure.
I would like to know your experience with working with Rayaiku. How was that era of your time? How was that era?
But the experience been great. If I still had elected for be at least one of the best bloggers in the country where people they talk about. I think the whole thing starts from Rayaiku because by them are young and not even 18. They found me 18 and you look at that time Rayaiku they flop stadium back to back, especially they at that age. Big man then later one day trust me for 1.5 years, call me as the part of the executive. Understand? It'll be a blessing and it'll be a learning process and I learn a lot. And most of the things they will learn from Rayaiku by them. I think now transform the elected for able to do something more better for myself what I do so right now. I learn a lot because from Rayaiku them begin push me for roles they don't talk on the radio even when I'm not used to understand. But then believe in me. Begin push me for go talk to fan base then different parts of the country. If you know where you know sorry, but still they push you. So that be a learning process.
Right.
Begin push me for me to big people then understand. Me to different people then the exposure. And by the time then left the country and travel, I will not get used to so many people and most of them are not the new one them on, but most 90% of the old school artists and I don't work with them all and I learn a lot from them. So I've been getting a great experience and if they do so well in the blogging space, the one that will know me like the likes of our Okabaka, plenty of them they know way back. They know say yes this man they don't take on this thing. I learned I put all the experience and they from the echo and what thing I can learn in the new media I done they like to help me what they help for push going for some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Rayaiku. I realized that Rayaiku then if they sing some English and Creole. If they ever right?
And I have the right. And I have the right. The only thing certain songs they wouldn't do, they get for send them as PR, get for listener. So I go know how for promote the song, how to talk about even before they come out, I don't know how to sing able to understand the lyrics, what in the music they talk about. But I don't ever write for them.
So waiting at the as possible we don't promote music. Obviously they listen to for so many more reasons, like listen to the sound, listen to how this will sell at the market, whose kind crowd or whose kind sets of people will enjoy the kind of music. So I don't say you pay attention to all these things. How you will say, what would you say has changed about salon music those days of the days of Rayaiku to this new artist or new school artist things?
Well, just like we Tupac said, things will never be the same. And if things are not going to be the same, we're going for genuine old ways of doing things and transform into the new way. Doing them and the production we've been there have been a top notch by them. Understand? So those days production to now production, if you say you want to try for first the old days production to now production, it will be very difficult for the people and buy into them because most of the new fans are now not be done born, even if they be done born say by them, but they not be done get better sense for listening to music than way back. So when they don't mature, they don't begin get sense. The vibe, the rhythm, the instruments where they meet, by this new style of music they come with. So if you're not old school, you want for still want for continue for be relevant or consistent to this new era. I think you need for try for match up to the new system of music. For example, like you see famous now old school artists, but up till now it's still the put hits because it take the old way of doing things and the new way, join them together and make something different way. People and they by all age, young, old, new, all man they accept the music. So I think say the thing we will need for do now, we just need for producers and need for putting more work for say they will get the beats, the sound way the people and they accept and the artists and back need for putting the work. Try for the list in order for music them not to say they get for sing like other foreigners them, but if they listen you get for listen like me and a blogger understand the feel of myself. And also because me and a blogger my name they out there not they follow other bloggers them, I they follow different kind of bloggers. I they watch how they do their own thing and I use my own ideology. I try for do something different way people and will accept. So now similar thing to the music. The producers and they for try for match up with other producers and watch how they do their things and create their own system and try for fit into the new era.
Okay. Well, viewers out there, if you're just joining us, I am the Joy Gborie, attempting the Guinness World Record for longest interview in marathon. And we first guest here is Ibrahim Jarawa, who is born in Kailan district. He's a prominent businessman, a social media influencer. He has successfully managed various enterprises and served as a public and national relations officer for the renowned music group The Raiku. Currently, he is the CEO of IB Blog Online TV, where he has celebrated his engaging content and vibrant personalities. So, Mr. Ibrahim, as a blogger, do you do blogging as a full-time? Is blogging like what you do full-time? Is that like your career part full-time?
As of now, yeah.
Okay, so how would you say what does your role as a blogger play in your personal and professional life? How does your role as a blogger affect your personal and professional life?
Well, it affects sometimes, but the only thing in life you get for the self-discipline. Now the one thing that they need to forget, anything where you say you want for do, you get for start out with yourself, you get for get that self-discipline. Even at time you get that kind of temptation where one for push you for like you do things where they go out of the way we not fit to the job where you do. You get for suppress and for make sure say you're on track. So it's nothing easy. Sometimes they get some tough time with family, friends, because sometimes they get for need you time, understand? Friends them will call you, until that moment you're busy, they do other things, you know, it will pick up. Some man will go understand and say, this man, so they will talk fast too, now they call and they pick, you know, even understand. So some of the tough time and they will way mank in the face, but you can try most time for suppress them and try for explain the answer. This not to say now proud or not to say I'm not for pick you call but not so and sometimes on the way we can do with me I can deliberately take them out as a color can go.
Go see the
Yes.
Yeah.
So when you can deal with me like you know that I will tell you now you don't see it. Now they use in this way sometimes you could call me and I will pick you call this everything so wow okay. Next time I can understand. Yeah, and as a blogger also I get for try so hard for differentiate me private life and me blogging career because if you're not try for do that one day it get a tendency for affect you private life. So you get for know that kind of difference for say you blog in live and you private life therefore
Mhm.
be separate.
Good, yeah. So, because putting the life together, again, like I mentioned about me being afraid, I think now afraid not the right word I use of social media and stuff, is the balancing of your personal life and the professional life, like as a blogger or as IB Jawad, we just deal with in family and friends. I wouldn't sabi you, and sometimes before I meet you, I will just sabi you as IB. I don't even know, say, you know, the blogger or the face behind the blog. So yeah, I think it's good to have a perfect balance between the two. Like one is professional, the other one. So in that way, they even it not gonna affect your content where you post, right?
Sure.
That way, they not go affect like the people the way you go post about what you go talk about. Basically, not gonna affect the content you post about.
Definitely.
So about saying this, after saying this, what's the most rewarding feedback you'll ever get from a reader or a fan or an audience? The most rewarding feedback you don't get.
Well, the most rewarding are when certain issues and they happen at the country way then they look out for who therefore bring this news for them live. We they go watch all over the media. They never will see anybody we will give them this full coverage for let them see for themselves, and at the end of the time you see I will log appear and give them a correct update from start to finish, and they can so happy to the extent some giving or you say send me your name last any good. Yeah. So there comes even we see of recently we just come on about when I gonna go all man they call you then call we IB blog we always they appear for the news. Understand?
Yeah.
We always they appear for the news. So we go the extra mile for CC we will satisfy with followers, and because now a reason of Bokuna the media for let you get over 200 people that will follow you. You must get something serious so you do when making they follow you.
Yeah.
And so if you want for keep them in another platform or let them continue for engage, you get for go the extra mile or see like they call something for them we will make them happy. Understand? So that's how most of them can get good reward from them and feedback from them when certain things that they happen way then I will see on no side or IB blocking did it for break the news for them. And at the end they wouldn't find out say what you IB block break to them at the correct source. Thank you, so happy.
So how do you promote your blog and increase your audience? How do you do your promotion, your personal blog promotion?
Well, as I tell you, for promote the blog now, you get for sacrifice for create content. You get for sacrifice. Blog, you know, people. Many times people and feel say like blogging one kind of business or any kind of thing. Not until when they can say IB, I want to help me set up my platform. Sometimes we cannot set up everything, and when you start the work now, you begin do some explanation, and then someone will say, I mean, so much explain. I say, okay, well, that's okay. So blogging also small thing. Like for a day, if you want for keep your fans engaged, or you want for make sure say your platform be able promote and for let it reach up there. You get for spend, because if your story goes out there, some story then they will go for. They know they pay you, they spend your money. So they get for the news get for break like Kailan or Kono. But as long as you think say this story then pay you or they not pay you, it gets an impact where they count your platform. You personally they use your resource for get that news and bring that out to your followers, and by that the more the followers and the share, the more they comment. Now so other new followers that will not be the follow you, they come across your content and then they follow you. That's how they continue for promote your page and they get their height where you use yourself one time.
That's good. I don't take notes. I should obviously I needed to know that. Thank you very much. I have one question. So how do you face writer's block? Like having a content, but then you want for caption and you get a writer's block. How do you overcome that? How you overcome writer's block? Like how to communicate with your audience?
Well, first you get to understand your followers them we kind of write up them quick for understand. And when you know that, it is easy for them to communicate with them. Most time when we followers them, I don't know for that blogger, but I know say plenty now. So followers they're not able to read long write up. So if you send me something to pass, like if a business now they do with you, what you say now, so you want to let information go, and not get people like in share what you give me. But if I want to see that your message, the message go and able to reach out to people them to the way they expect them. And therefore twist them to me own way where I think say my followers and this way they can understand this message quick. But it will still be in line of what you want, the objective of you. You think what you want, it will still be within, but we still say I compress the right up, maybe short, but understandable for them, he will read them and understand.
Thank you very much. So I get one very controversial question. The question is supposed to be difficult. If you are to choose between cassava leaf and potato leaf, which do you choose?
Cassava leaf.
Why cassava leaf?
Kaleka.
The mende cassava leaf or the timney cassava leaf?
So how do you make cassava leaf there? How do you make cassava leaf?
So you don't even know the difference between
And cassava leaf is I don't know what to get from my cassava leaf. I will get well cassava leaf.
So the oil cassava leaf and the permanent cassava leaf is like river.
I like the Pamayon.
Let me my own. I think I
No.
like the
Yeah.
I think I like the oil. So this few years now, social media they get a huge turn. People then so focused on what's happen in the media more than how they focus on what's happen in real life. We make most of the time waiting and seeing on media, they don't even do research about them. Most of the time they don't do follow-up research, they don't ask questions and all that. So how do you manage the authenticity of your content, the content that you post, how you can manage the originality of them with the urge for just want to give fans them a content?
Well, as a blogger, any blogger, any journalist, or any media person always want to be the first person for breaking the news. Because if you say like we be the first person for breaking the news, you don't do traffic. But at the same time, you don't get forward for be the first person for breaking the news, we not correct. So for me, for any information I get, we the pass first on social media. One, how are they access them? I get certain pages or certain influencers or certain bloggers that want to say they were I trust them information the same way I trust myself. If I see them there, I turn around and I go see to another platform where I know say this I trust them. From them, I can able make calls, try for cross check and say this information, this way happen, now so it happen, now so it be. From there, I can try for make call because most time we not live coverage. If we see something that don't happen on media, I mean, and if you find out where they work and I see people and talk say, I be blogged then they interview all kind of people, they don't interview the world, they don't interview all kind of understand because we won't forget the facts. Not to what we see in the media. If you come here and I be somebody told me he get for pay me, don't want to pay money. Do this picture and picture this inside top. Post them for me, I would say no, I'm not gonna post them because if you're ready for talk, with the cow can get you talk for yourself.
Yeah.
And even when you talk for yourself, we not just take what you talk for yourself. We will also ask you say give the person a number. You give the person a number after we don't get you. We'll call the person and ask and say, nah, this complaint we don't get for you. In some cases, if the person sound remorse, it sound like say yes, he accepts say yes, we'll see them complaining for a not two, but I get plan for say to that person. Okay, sometimes not so every some information never can get. I know say this is a breaker, it bring beaucoup followers and beaucoup people, but sometimes the blogger you get for things say one game post what they do. You don't then support in whole life because by the time when you go see one for go clean now, you don't go clean again.
Yeah.
So if for example, somebody come and say, "Na so Joy do me I call you confirm and says na so I do one but I decided to say two time. As he say yes, you get that kind of most You plan for set to I can talk to that person. Now don't can't get this interview. Now what we do? This woman I don't say now, so you get for pay you well, you not deny him, but you plan for pay you. So no patient, not no police interview it.
Right.
The only two will get the interview, tell and say, so sometimes we don't put if you not pay, we will release some more. So that's how sometimes we can try for get for information and try for make sure say if we put them, it's not easy law get problem with people like we're not perfect too because any in life nobody not perfect. But one thing you get forget bad day, one thing you get for chap. But let the chap in no work. Understand? Let the chap no work. So that's how So that's how we make sure say for like get me information right. Try for do cross check, fact check and go na the scene because we go na the scene. At the end of the day anything happen, you not get for talk say na in campus so there's a way I people are going interview and I saw even talk.
Yeah.
So you don't pull yourself commodity. You don't pull yourself commodity, so that's how.
About culture and identity, as we talked earlier, you mentioned the whole international and local content. How does being a Sierra Leonean influence your blogging style and content?
How
Do you think is your styling of blogging and content creation different as a Sierra Leonean? Is it different from other country bloggers?
Well, I think the way I say young type of blogging what they do a little bit different in some cases, but the entertainment side is almost similar because I see how the modern stars and something they would have for them big stars and like the Ghana or Nigeria or other country where when the stars they want for full album or they want for full songs, you will see bloggers and they set some kind of promotion no more just for their attention then they at the end of the you go see next and song they can come out. So in that area, in entertainment area, I think they share similar ideology, but when it comes into we daily news of we also reporting, I think inside salon, inside other countries, and they see more of that they happen. So I think say now more they do that in a salon for reports on daily news, what's in there across the country.
So how do you see digital content shaping the narratives of Sierra Leoneans in general?
Well, it on the shape.
Okay.
The only thing, the media, it depends on what you go there for. If you go there for positivity, you get them. If you go there for negativity, you get them. And when you check, most time, if you initially tell me say, you go do something in media, but you need to get that kind of engagement we want. You need to get that kind of traffic we want. That's if you're not serious somebody. But the day when you go decide say you want for turn to that kind of dramatic person, it they blow overnight. You say works. Say how comes you blow so? Because majority of the followers and way they follow media these days keep more on drama. You go to talk serious thing for let you get people will watch you reach 100 not easy. Right now sometimes it's even this level they so
I know, right?
they know each more people and
That's
they
my
watch.
language join.
You understand? So if you not some kind of dramatic business with the panel like with how many thousand people
I know.
they watch, understand.
Or
So
if we need for us to get some dramatic guests.
sure. So yeah, so that's how social media done day and it don't make now people and so conscious of themselves now. It pass around say posting old phone sets and say they can do different things. You will feel say they can video you because you remember say the next thing you face get for the social media for their own reason because we see how down the happen. You get a positive impact and also get a negative impact.
Yeah.
As I say, it left to what you decide. What you decide for go get some media, now you get it. If you go there for positive, you have blog pages where you go there, you don't go see anything they will not negative. Now positive then they preach. Some blog pages and then as sports, now other things that they talk about. So it left to what you they go for the media. If you now drama now in the can you go on media where you go there, now in no more you get for the guests all the time. If now for positive sometimes you want for the learner for the cook now also you get platform the way they follow for that. you will learn today. So I think directly or indirectly, it only transform.
There is a growth,
Yeah.
changes when
Sure.
you go for the right thing, you just get the right
Sure.
thing. Yeah.
Definitely.
For it, you want to get it, you want.
For example, now I'm a blogger. If they
Mhm.
send the women be hold me phone, I mean just hold me phone for the go to careless thing them and I not for them with just but when my phone what I do is I make use of I say let's set up a page. Last year I will begin make use of my phone
Mhm.
and they let say I get huge people that will follow me for what they do. So it depends on what you go for the media.
Yeah. So as a blogger, what are you most proud of as a blogger entirely? What are you most proud of on you considering your job? What are you most proud of as a blogger and why are you most proud of that?
Well, the most thing I'm proud of now when I see my company use same way sometimes if they not be the work with me sometimes then there are some we don't go astray or something they into drugs or they into another bad life. But I see say the young people and they deal with me, we dey work as a family and we try for push and with me myself na the most happy moments when they will get in my life was why I dey impact another life them I dey see them they grow na the most happiest moment and they were ever they get in my life.
Good, interesting. So we talking about your happiest moment. What are some of the biggest challenges you face as a blogger in Sierra Leone?
Well, some of the biggest challenges we may they face or other bloggers they may face one now the internet.
Okay.
Yeah. Some stories and we will cover. If you want immediately, we'll say we'll cover and lay upload. But because of the internet connectivity is slow at the country,
Yeah.
and so it will take you from past the next day before you able upload it. And by then, so they not take that information. It don't expire safe. It will expire. And the other thing again, it get for those free country monetization because we they spend a lot for get content, but at the end of the day, unable to make money out of them. Plus, other people way in a country that way eligible most and they use the content and make money. And I think that's a big challenge we the face. I know people, other people and because I know some other bloggers and feel that same pain there.
Yeah.
So I think these are some of the challenges and tough things and we me personally they face.
Okay. So how una can try for bit how does that affect on our job? How it can affect on our job? Because if you go for get that content but you get network issue, does that bring like any problem to you entire?
Yeah, it bring problem sometimes because imagine your clients don't pay for cover an event and you go you expect say in family and they America and or England then we don't always say 12 o'clock I be blogger for go live. Then sit on the watch the wait. Then you go at the end of the internet not even reach to the level for label go live. They don't reach contact.
Yeah. And then don't disappoint you.
Don't disappoint. And next time the person it go difficult for even level with you. But you meet top clients we can understand you know say this person not to involve, understand? And to the content some information sometimes who say you need for broadcast and live. You need for or if in a peer record you do, you want for as you don't edit and play you upload them because the information sometimes at particular moment now if you upload and way it able create that kind of traffic for you. Sometimes if you delay sometimes I say another person don't break the news before you. And all these things where you don't go to it don't go.
Yeah.
Buff. So that's how that one it can affect you most especially when you can kind of the client's area where you don't get arrangements person don't pay you for a job that they can get some fuck up into the internet and all that stuff. Yeah.
Makes sense. So
what this is a question actually people myself also curious about. What are the misconceptions? What misconceptions do people have about bloggers in Sierra Leone or West Africa in general? Whose misconception people thinking about generally bloggers in Salone?
But most time people like say bloggers and one they feel like say bloggers and blackmailers and yeah, and people like say bloggers and are just hala rudeness, cause not in the pan and no better thing on the way bloggers and they do, and that make some of it so hard for change the narrative of how people and they feel about bloggers and therefore behave responsibly and therefore identify yourself. Because we identify yourself, people that don't know you, you be careful of what you do now.
Yeah.
Because people that know you know say anything you do, people that know you and they know say now you do this, you therefore be careful of what you do. So that's how.
Good. Do you see your blog as a tool for social change or awareness in Sierra Leone?
Oh yeah.
Give me more emphasis on that.
Well, for
How
example,
do you use it as a tool?
well, for example, they just concluded election. We see the role way bloggers and play for CC we will get peaceful and steady election, because if bloggers they not been they contribute to society, like the election for be rugged, because you will see one blogger who they can post certain information where by the time you go realize and know say this not fact, it is not fake information, they don't become problem in our society. They don't create problem in our society. Come on, the positive side, we they say most time we national issues and they happen. By the time you remember say the mainstream media for each now the bloggers and the break that information they, and by the time you think of authorities and will try so hard for work on them very fast for CC they're able to put the situation under control. And even when you come into national issues, you see if you fear go up, if you black out the canvassers, the only people who have to say they put most permanent in the way they will make the thing trend until authorities and pay attention on them and have bloggers them. So we get a great role they play in our society for since things that happen the right way.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah.
And the communications, keeping people on track.
Definitely.
At least while sleep wake, bloggers get me
Oh
posted.
yeah, now
I
you
know.
find out people get more time online than even for watch television for news.
So speaking of that, what kind of content do Sierra Leoneans engage with most on your platforms? Like just say generally on your blogging platform basically, whose kind of content in Sierra Leoneans can tend for engage more, be interested in more? Which type of content?
Well, breaking news and the one for news and the breaking news week out for them. Then they engage on that, and then they engage into entertainment stuff, entertainment content. Then they engage into for me, other blog pages and get them within, then they engage. But for me, my followers and they engage more on entertainment and national issues. Any content to account we get for those national something or humanitarian stories and we very sorry we live how people and they go to life wake out and they see a lot of traffic, some even coming donate support. Yeah, so these are some of the stories and when the content the way me it cause huge traffic on the platform, because I know use me now that we don't start for building platform on, and if you don't start for building platform on entertainment or national issues, as you platform the go now them followers and they together, and as long as you continue for getting that same content, they still here for continue for the engage. If you start with them drama, make sure say you continue with that drama. The day you go say you want for come up another drama for cause other thing, you get for take another long time for letting that transition take place for from you being a dramatic blogger and that kind of posting that one for behave gently. Because
Yeah.
sometimes they don't even trust yourself because they don't know you for that. The same way people don't know you for be blogger way no mix man grammar. They will ask you mistake first. Then they goes for in a comment section. People don't know you for them and say, oh, what's happened? They bounce you if one mistake say they go back. No sir, no, let me follow other and they don't know me for this thing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So one interesting question. If you could blog about only one, if you could blog about Sierra Leone dish or Sierra Leonean festival, what's a Sierra Leonean dish, any Sierra Leonean food, say the blogs we do know about Sierra Leonean food, or Sierra Leonean festival, or locations, which you go blog about more? Which you go choose for blog about actually? If you have to choose between one, Sierra Leonean food, Sierra Leonean festival, or about salon locations, the which you will choose for blog about?
I will choose the salon location.
Location, why?
Well, I think people are more interested in that because food, you can go and eat when you will see different kind of stuff, food any day. But salon locations, not so everybody get that time for go around the country for blog on different things and way, different locations and salon bring out to the public. And people can so admire and interested in salon location, most especially the one that we don't do salon. We don't say they left this country. When you go out there and you go create a content or big story about one particular place, you see say then they appreciate you a lot and then they're happy. Not even the diaspora, even within us. We get some man from where don't this Britain, you know, even reach Fatalo. So if you go na Kent or you go outside, you go build a nice content and I say na Facebook, you go for the camera and the early back I see like say that one day it help us sell the country in tourism sector. Yeah.
Do you think events like this they aid or help the growth of Sierra Leonean media or media influence in any way? Like events like this, you think say it help the Sierra Leonean media or influence the Sierra Leonean media in any way?
Oh yeah, it help a lot because for let you even take these bold steps that you want to go for this. Now a bigger step because at the end of the day, they not just get for it you now as the joy, like the green, white and blue flag.
Yes, hopefully.
Understand? So for any positive outcome where you come out of this, not to you they get the quiz again anymore. Nah, the country flag, you know, chook. So for me, I feel say a good one and they get a lot of good impact with it cover the country and it make other people and also this country then get a lot of talent out there and it even on route other people and way able even do more than what you want for can do so they get call you one for set. But they're not able to show because nobody know grab say you want for do this. But when you start you go find out say we'll get more of you we hide. But not maybe for sure because they don't get that kind person we can set that space safe for them. But because you want for do and so now, after this you record where you can set me no say you get for break by golden power inshallah.
Golden power.
Understand? You go see how many young people then we go say when me say I will do what in the joy do so I go do one. Sometimes you go do one pass the hours and stuff where you don't set so I think it impact a lot on society.
Good. I'm happy that it does because that's actually the idea of it. It's not about just the events in name or na joy do but it's Sierra Leone.
Sure.
I don't get to learn a lot about bloggings because myself be get my own misconceptions or at least I had my own perceptions about it. And me first of all beef can say me a journalist so I can use my journalism and just beef say some of them bloggers they have to be so unprofessional, it's so annoying.
Like I don't like this
like I can go through the media and I'm like, oh my god, why these people don't do research? But you know like where I will know something, like I will get a certain fact,
There you go,
and
see.
then I see them blog about them. Like you could have done more research. You simply could have done more research because sometimes me I simply ask questions. So it happen. Then I get the answer. Then I realize say the blogs are not. So I think again some of them can do mostly forget audience,
Yeah.
like forget the audience traffic.
Yeah.
Some can just do it for provoke the audience, no more basically. So IB Blog, it's really good to have you here. It has really been a good time conversing with you. I have one last question for you. If your blog were to turn into a radio or TV show, what would it look like? Would you like the version of this you blogging as a TV or radio show?
I would definitely that my division. That my division, and that'll make day before yesterday I officially unveiled my office space and my studio
Okay.
when I starting point and moving forward, and that's my vision for CC. The blogging it change to it transform it to an online television where I feel say everybody in the world will therefore will subscribe to my channel and follow me for know what's in there happen of course in and out of salon.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So if you can advise bloggers out there, people that will just start the act of content creation, basically blogging, what's the advice you would give to young and starting bloggers out there?
Well, my only advice to them let them be consistent in what they do, and they don't need for depend on somebody saying that not info make them able get followers or make them able do what you know want for do because as they say nowadays plenty blogger way on for plenty upcoming blogger when they come for blog you go see you go post I want this, I want this, I want that, I want let them they don't get for do one because we find we sent a society where people are not believing dream. They want for see reality first. Not sometimes they not going for help, but because of the society we find ourselves and experience, you will see certain people and we can say, I want to do this at the end of something, the person help you, and not can see what you do, what he help you. So in the final say, even when the genuine and will come, they get the talent for do certain things. You see, say people know they come for can support them because of what other people and done they do. So the best I can advise if you're now upcoming blogger, if not that small phone that you get, not me like say you want for get iPhone 15 or you want for get iPhone 10 because you see say the other person get them for begin create content. You don't know how long it take them for like get an iPhone day. Start with the phone where you get still with time as you go be consistent with information where you can use. You the left on down then you begin to generate you small money together. Say you begin by what you want, you can get your gadgets and they each way time and people and they see how consistent you did, how serious you did with your job, they begin get help from different the man will say, okay, what do you want like use? You tell them.
Yeah.
Why they can cut them for you. But people they want to see how serious. Not say they not want for Apple, but they want to see how serious you did. No kind of more overnight you see oh you want for big like so person. It take a long for the level there. Be consistent into what you're doing and stay focused.
Thank you very much, Ivy Blog. This was actually a very good conversation, very engaging. I was worried how the first 1 hour was going to be like, but this is a very good start. Thank you very much for joining us. This would be all for now, and it was really nice to have you on set.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Congratulations in
Thank you
advance.
very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, I am Joy Gborie, the Joy Gborie with the article THE, attempting to break and set a Guinness World Record for the longest interview in marathon. My first guest was Mr. Ibrahim, CEO of IB Blog, and we've had a very interesting conversation. And we're about to have right up next our second guest, and our second guest is a Sierra Leonean and Ghanaian, a songwriter, a musician, a writer, a dancer. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give it up for Glow. Glow, you are such a big deal. I thought I was going to see your entire profile. I'm like, okay, it's okay. Just come help us. Just come help us. How are you, Glow?
I'm good. Thank you for
Are
having
you
me.
cold, Glow?
I was cold.
Are you fine now?
Yeah.
Are you fine now? Are you ready for the next 1 hour?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for the next 1 hour?
Yeah, we can
So how
do
do you
this.
feel? How do you feel being here right now?
I feel honored, like a dream come true.
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
cool. This is my dream come true. Having to host this.
This is like a dream come true. I've never gotten such interview before.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
Well, this is the idea of it.
And I'm telling you, this is one of the histories that women have to make, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you very much, Blue. I am proud of your history. I am proud of your history. And about that, I would like you to take us back some few years back. Can you take us back to your childhood? What was Glow like as a little girl? And how was your early environment shaping your creativity?
Okay, I grew up in a well-artistic environment. Yeah, I started in Children's Film Network.
Okay.
Yeah, CFN. I worked as a PRO when coming up, and during my primary school in John F. Kennedy. Yeah, and then when I went to the annual GSS, I was the vice president of anti-violence. Yes, so I was working there at Scripture Union. I became the music coordinator, and also I did some sports, and then music started. Yes, I wrote a couple of songs like I did Stalo Osho when we had the landslide and also Ebola.
Oh, that's so
Yes,
that's
so I did a song for that they can use for different artworks, so they were kind of using it.
That's so lovely.
Yes, and I also you Sabi Dance 2010. I took part.
You sabi dance? 2010. You sabi dance? Dance. Because I'm like, I try to remember, I'm say I sabi dance someday. Sabi dance.
Yeah.
How was you sabi dance?
It was awesome.
How was that
actually.
experience?
That experience was awesome because it brought me, that was my first platform actually. Yes, it brought me the love of arts and music and dance. I showed what I can give to the world actually. And it was a phase of real achievement. Like I was so loving dance because that is when I bring the beauty of who I am and tell my story through dance and music.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. So you're both Sierra Leonean and Ghanaian.
Yes, kind of.
How do these two cultures influence your music and writing and dancing?
Ghanaian types of music is different because they speak Twi, they speak Ewa, they speak Ga.
Okay.
Yes, whereas Sierra Leone, you have the English and the Creole, and sometimes we have our local languages. But sometimes I do my music mostly in Sierra Leone, and sometimes my songs are done in full set of English, so that both continents can benefit.
That's good. That's lovely.
Yeah.
And you mentioned you attended John F. Kennedy and the annual.
The annual, yes.
Yeah. So how did the school life influence your passion as an artist or
Okay.
creative?
Okay, annual we have these variety shows, so I used to go there and perform. They always give me the limelight. Like whenever they have shows or best animal or Miss Animal, they call me.
So you were the superstar. So you're like the superstar of that time.
Kind of like
The lifesaver of the party.
like whenever I come to the stage, I show the real me. You see the real diva. You see the real charisma. It's like yeah.
I wish I had music to see the real diva. I actually wish I had music to see the real diva right now.
Yeah, because my full name is Elisha Jabi.
Okay.
So glow is like a music. When I do music, it's like I glow.
Okay.
It's like there is no limit to what I can give in music.
So that's how you came up with the name Glow.
Glow.
That's interesting.
Yes.
That's interesting.
So that shows the power of nothing stopping your destiny and your dream.
Interesting.
Yes, no matter what you face, no matter what you go through, you should keep that dream alive.
Beautiful. That's actually very motivating and beautiful.
Yes.
That's really motivating. You started music as a child?
Yes.
So what was your first musical memory or performance like?
Okay, my late dad, God rest his soul, he was supporting me in music actually. He used to have this big friends. He called his friends to come at home and he gives me mic and he said, perform to me. And they play music and they put money and he said, okay, if you perform, I'll give you this money. Like, he pushed my music. He pushed me, even paid for my phone to go to USABI dance.
Ooh, that's cool.
He was supporting me all through my father, my mom, they were so supportive of me.
That's great.
Yes.
Speaking of supportive parents, I think that also helps in the aspects of growth, in the child's growth.
Yes.
The fact that you had a supportive father, God rest his soul, and your parents supported your arts. He paid for you sabi dance. He was so interested in seeing that you glow.
Can you imagine?
He's so proud.
He used to carry me for every rehearsal. He stays there for every competition
I mean,
session.
you paid that money. You had to
He
see
went-
you work hard.
He went for shopping.
Ooh.
Every week, you have new hairstyles, you have new brand fashion. You don't go out just like he will tell you, you don't know who you're going to meet. So you have to dress for the event.
Just how you want to be addressed. You don't know who you're going to meet.
Simple.
I I haven't seen someone in years, in like 7 years. I haven't seen this person, and I think about this person. We sometimes talk. In fact, we haven't seen each other basically. And was it last week? I was so tired. There was no light, so I just had to, let me just get up. I have a lot of work to do. Let me go look for someone to charge. I was looking like that. You can imagine what that looks like. Like, I just need to go get some charging. And it texted me. The possibility waits for a long time because I'm like, why not now? Today, after 7 years, it's only when I'm dressed, like I just want to go and charge my phone to the other compound, was when you saw me. So yeah, it makes sense for you to be presentable all the time, dressed how you want to be addressed, because again, you don't know who you're going to meet. For networking, yeah, that's interesting. You had an interest in that. What was your relationship like with your dad?
Okay, my dad was my best friend actually. Yeah, everything like me and him, which is like people think like mostly he was my boyfriend, but he's my dad. Yeah, he was kind of young.
Oh, you had a young dad.
Yes.
Cool.
So he pushed me to the limits. He pushed me. Like, you don't come second, it's a failure for my dad. In school, you want to do music, you have to be in the first. First, nothing else, nobody should beat you.
Because
If you
nobody else in that class has 2 heads.
Simple.
That's what they'll say. There's the first person of 2
So
heads.
why would you allow that person to beat you? What's the difference between you and the person?
Does that person have 2 heads? Well, that was interesting. Again, it's empowering. That just shows how nurturing it was.
Yeah.
Making sure you made the right decisions.
But my mom, that one, he likes education. He will tell you, okay, now I'm giving you your music, you give me the good grades. You pass your exams. You have to do your first degree. If that degree is not enough, you get to master's to PhD. I'm like, oh God, oh boy, the journey is long. But I had to do that. It helped me a lot. I had to do that to build myself, to build my confidence, to build my dreams.
Right.
Yes, it made me a great and a powerful speaker, and it made me a great writer. I learned a lot through dictionaries, through public speaking. I learned a lot.
That's beautiful.
Yes,
That's
please.
beautiful. So now we have to get the conversation more personal. We have to get the conversation more personal. So let's talk about your faith and personal challenges. You mentioned you've been through a lot. You've been through pain, rejections, and a lot. So how has your faith in God helped you heal and continue pushing your dreams?
God has been my safe space. If I'm alive like this, it's God. I've been through rejections from friends, people I helped, from some family members. When I lost my dad, it became hell for me. Like I got to see the real people, touch by pretending when he was alive. Like I got to see who people are when you don't have that protection over you. So God became my protection. My family got divided. I got to see that some parents love the one more than the other. So there was strife, there were hate, there were bitterness, but God used His word to heal me. He brought some friends my way. I thank God for just this one friend. He has always been there, but he's like a shadow. But when times are difficult, that is the time the person will just send message to you. God bless you. Are you okay? Are you good? Like the person just know that you're going through this. But people I had faith in, I was so close to, they never came through for me. But God showed me their real identity and keep me in His word. So music and the word of God was my safe space. And it's still my safe space. Like whenever I see or somebody just, okay, sometimes I applied for a job. Can you imagine? I applied for a job and they'll tell me, no, we cannot employ you, we cannot pay you, your credentials are too high. I'm like, okay, just give me any kind of job. But I looked at it, people just treated me like a piece of trash. But I never gave up on myself. I said, okay, since I cannot get a job, let me be doing this charity. I normally do charity. I go to hospitals, I give clothes, I give single mothers, pregnant women, I give them medicines, I buy out of my own money.
Yeah, because I was going to ask, how do you
Yes.
fund this charity?
So out of my own money I get, because I do makeup artist, I do photography.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have these different skills that I learned from Ghana when I was in Ghana. So I'm using that to make money.
Okay.
So I've been surviving through that and music. Sometimes when they have play, they call me to perform and they give me some money. So I've been surviving through that, and I see it as something that was building me strong.
You're born for it.
Like,
how do
no matter
they
what.
say character development?
No
So
matter
strong.
what, you cannot fail. Because there's a lot at stake. There are people looking at you. There are people that are praying for you.
Yeah.
So you don't have to fail, not a single bit. So that passion is just keeping me going, keeping me striving, and the music just keep on went. I just thank God for this musician, Benjamin. I didn't want to call his name, but he's a real friend. Throughout everything, Benjamin has always been an inspiration. Yes, he even told you, Elisha, what's going on with your music? Like that word, Elisha, you are more than 80% of this thing. That's what is happening with your music. I just met him randomly in one of these streets, and when I met him, I thought he would not even recognize me. Like he said, okay, Elisha, what is happening with your music? How far with your music? I'm like, okay, I'm going through this, I cannot do music now, but I'm coming back to music. So he made some few calls, he reinstated me with Balantan Academy again.
Okay.
Yes, and he has been helping me.
So
Eminence Africa.
you're presently a Balanta.
Yes.
Okay.
I just finished a project of dancing with them.
Okay.
We had an international dance tutor, Mr. Alvan Harold.
Okay.
Yes, he just left just 2 weeks ago. Yes, so I was working with Balantan.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
That's beautiful. How's the experience in Balanta, and what classes do they teach in?
They teach music, instruments, they
Okay.
teach vocals,
Okay.
they teach dance, all kinds of dance. But we're doing contemporary dance, we're doing salsa, and
Okay.
we're doing this international kind of dance that is different from Sierra Leone kind of dance. So we went for the training for 2 months, and then after the training, we did an event, a dance event where we invited ambassadors and big people, and we came and they loved the dance. So Balanta is now offering dance course and music course.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yes.
You sound like a very bubbling soul. I'm actually quite interested. I'm just like nodding and listening. You like sound like a very interesting, bubbling soul. Like you're always alive. You're always alive. So tell me about the kids. I want to know about the kids. Do they take after you?
Okay.
Do they take after you?
My kids. Okay, I was once married traditionally.
Okay.
Yes, but as you know, life happens. Yes, so life happened. I have my kids. I have 2 sons. Yeah, I'm a single mother actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So the boy Emmanuel, he can sing and dance. He
Mhm.
loves music. Imola is that kind of genius. He likes to deal with computer and other things. But Emmanuel, he loves the stage. You give him, he said, "Mom, I want to be the best mega star."
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. "I want to be a mega star." I said, "Okay, add engineer there."
Engineer and megastar.
Yes.
Like mechanical engineer and megastar.
Yes.
Like I can build houses and I'm also a megastar. That's interesting.
He said, "Mom, I want to be like you. Your voice is so." He said, "Mom, teach me how to sing." I said, "Okay, no problem. Can you stand for 8 hours to rehearse?"
Right? So you stand for 8 hours to rehearse.
Yes. I said, "Okay, can you go out every night to perform?"
Well, it's not ready yet. It means when you know it's so big, I want to buy you.
Yeah. So sometimes when I rehearse at home, because I'm used to rehearsing by 12 at night when everybody's sleeping, nobody's up. So I rehearse. I have some instruments at home that I normally play for myself actually. Yes. So I play and he plays something like drums. He likes drums.
Okay.
Yes, and then we born through the music. And when he sings, he says, "Mama, I love this. Don't let us don't stop." Like that bond between you and your child
Yeah.
it's really something. It's really something passionate. Yes.
Interesting. So as a single mom of 2, how do you manage the balance between motherhood and your personal life, like as a creative, as a career woman? How do you balance the 2?
Okay. My mom is there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so thankful for my mom. She has been there for me. Yes, especially when I was going through the era of separation
Okay.
with my partner and his family. Like it hit hard on me. Like it got me hard, but God helped me, and my mom was there. My mom and my sister, they were there. Even if sometimes there's challenges in the family, but they helped me.
Great.
Yes. So my mom has been like when I'm going for class, whenever I want to travel to work, she has always been with my children. She helps me with that. And when I'm there, I meet with my children every day after work, and then we stay together. So that's just how it's been.
That's interesting.
Yes.
That's interesting. That's good to have your mom.
Yeah.
I wonder, are they with your mom right now?
My mom. My mom is at home.
They're with your mom right now. Now I can imagine how much your mom comes to know. That's very helpful.
Yeah, they
That's-
are. They are with my mom. Like she loves them so much. She's really caring. She's been the best mom.
Beautiful.
Yes.
That's
She's been the best mom to me.
good.
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned that you were part of the first dance TV competition, the Usabi Dance, and you
Yeah.
came second. So what did these experiences teach you growing up?
It made me bold,
Okay.
confident. It made me to see that there is no limit to what I can achieve. It made me realize that whatever you put your mind to, you set it there, you will get it. There
Yes.
is no. Don't receive no. There's no. Turn the no to yes.
Beautiful.
That's just it.
Beautiful. Beautiful. You were part of Vocal Drift. What did I hear Vocal Drift on the radio?
Yeah.
Vocal Drift with
Inspired.
Cardi. Vocal Drift inspired. That was with Cardi.
Yeah, 2015.
Mm.
Yeah.
And you were the winner.
No, I was one of the runner-up.
Oh, you were the runner of. Okay. Okay. So how did these wins shape your confidence?
Actually, it led me to big platforms. Like after that vocal drift, I was called on by Lowell's Music and Arts. So I had the opportunity to perform live before Pastor Chris Oyakhilome.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was part of the team
You
in Accra, Ghana.
with Pastor Chris.
Yes.
So that's like that's like I want to see it.
Oh, that was something that changed my life.
That's definitely a win for me.
Oh
I'll
my
definitely
goodness.
consider that a win.
I was so blessed to meet the man of God facially, like I'm meeting you for today. It's like I needed this. And when you see the man of God, you know that he is spirit incarnated in the flesh. The word of God has enveloped that man. Is something. I'm telling you.
I just used to still do love how it just says vocabularies and
Yeah.
words. It just uses vocabularies like it teaches or preaches for elites.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't understand, like sometimes you have to, if you listen to a pastor Chris, you have to have your dictionary with you,
True.
because you need to understand. That's one thing I loved about it.
And what he always encourages us when we go to IPPC, personal partners conference in Nigeria. Sometimes we go to South Africa and Ghana, and also he tells us education does not mean schooling. So you get your education and add value to your life. So he said, don't limit yourself. Go to the highest part of education that you can get. So he's like an inspiration.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, Pastor Chris is I used to watch him growing up. I used to watch him a lot growing up. So how was your working experience with the Concept Multimedia? And you were doing background vocals for Stasi?
Yeah. Okay. That was one time they called me. Late Idris.
So you did background
Yeah.
for Stasi?
Yeah. Christmas don't come. Hallelujah. Few songs.
Christmas, is that Christmas don't come?
Yeah,
Hallelujah.
my voice,
Was that Stasi?
The background was not Stasi. Actually, the main voice was Stasi.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was called and paid for to do the background voices, different, because normally they call me in different studios to do different background voices,
Okay.
like alto, soprano, tenor. I do the background voices for some
Okay, so you
songs.
basically like do how do they say it? You just do chorus
Yes,
for songs like
yeah,
that,
chorus.
like solos and
Yes.
stuff,
Yes.
hidden voice,
Mhm.
and then the voice can get out of it.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting.
Mhm.
It's prideful to know that you're with them. So what did it mean to you to be awarded Best Artist at the Love World Music and Arts?
That was a silver award they gave
Mhm.
me. When I went to Ghana, the first time I performed in Love World stage, music and art, there was a competition. So they have everyone, and this is my first time in Ghana. I've never been there. So, okay, I said, okay, let me go. People were saying I cannot do it, let me go. So I went. And everybody has performed and they called me. I'm like, okay, let me give my all. The way I did perform, everybody was on their feet. I'm like, when I did it, I'm like, okay, what's going on? Like, I was shocked. I was shocked. And after the event, when they were calling for the awards, they called my name. I'm like, did you just call me? Sorry.
Are you calling me?
Is it me? So I just want to give God glory. It's not me, it's God. He made me to achieve all those achievements because he's been working on me.
Okay.
He's been working on me through life.
So, you were doing music and your father being most of your inspiration, and you paused your music after your father passed in
Yeah.
2021.
Yes.
So, what helped you find your way back to create a path?
Okay, I told you about my friend, Benjamin.
Benjamin, okay.
Benjamin helped me.
Okay.
Benjamin and Cha,
Mm.
they normally have this open mic. So they called me the first time I ever went there. He called me and said, Alicia, we heard that you were singing so well, so come and perform. You have a song. So I did one of these, my songs, Woman. I wrote the song because people were telling me, you're not good enough, or you cannot do this, or no. I'm like, okay, let me just write the songs. Maybe there's a woman, they're going through the same.
Yeah.
Let me write a song concerning that.
Mm.
So I wrote a song, Woman, You're a Gem.
Mm.
So the words there, when I performed the song at Shaw, like,
What's the first 5 lines of the song?
okay. Woman, don't you know you're priceless as a gold? Yes, you're woman, your beauty is exception. You are golden. Yes, you're woman.
Hey!
You're so incredible. Nothing
Oh.
is impossible
Oh.
for you to be.
I better
smart,
ask.
strong
I-
woman, intelligent woman, woman, powerful woman. You're strong and you're beautiful. African woman, European woman, woman, single ladies woman. You're a gem and you're beautiful.
Hey! Now you can sing! Come on! No! I was listening to the lyrics and I thought you were just doing a cover. No. You can sing. That's your song. That's so beautiful.
That's
What
one of my
motivated that? What gave you the inspiration for that song?
The way I see people treating women,
Mm.
yeah, is very degrading. They degrade the value, the confidence of
Mm.
women. There's not much. They cry you down. They don't give opportunities to women in terms of power, in terms of politics. It's time to see women arising, standing like women. They are. They are. They are great people. You don't degrade them. You don't devalue them. They are not meant for houses only. They are meant for the front stage. Just
Right.
give them the opportunity. Push them.
Mm-hmm.
And when you push a woman, you push a nation.
Right. What's he doing at the music in line? The music I can't.
Woman, you are
woman. That's the part I can't get rid of in mind. I'm pretty sure I'm going to sing it all week
Yeah.
over here. So yeah, I'll be singing African Woman. I hope you had fun. You're having fun with me and Glow. If you're just joining us, I am Joy Gborie, attempting the Guinness World Record for the longest interview in marathon. And with me here, my guest is Miss Glow. Glow because she glows. When she sings, she feels like she's glowing. And as you've heard, the voice glows. It actually does glow. And if you're just joining us, please come by. Don't forget to blow this up. We're having a very good time. This is our second guest out of 154. So we're like 152 to go. Interesting, but it's really good to have you here.
Thank you.
It's really good to have you here. So you spoke about a few friends
Yeah.
who supported you during your trying times or tough times and all that.
Yeah.
How important is community to your journey?
I say community is very vital, especially your relationship with community. How you carry yourself, how you help people, no matter what, how you are there for people. People will come there for you when you are there for them. So people like Ram Divine, people like Edward, people that just post your life up, Kadison Duai, yeah, they help you. People like Mommy Mayama, Hello, it's Mati, like they come there for you, even when you want to give up. Sometimes you say, I'm tired, let me just give up.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, I cannot give up. I've come too far. You know, but the environment will tell you. You see, my environment that I came from, tree planting.
Mm-hmm.
They always give me this name because I'm always there when people have birthday, punadu, berry, adidi, all side adidi.
You will sing or you will eat
I go
for
help
the
them.
chicken. You will
In
help.
a cook, or the cook that cook the
Tree planting is the area at
Mount Oriel.
Mount Oriel. Yeah. Oh,
Mhm.
Mount Oriel, the Fobe College.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. So everybody in that environment call me world best.
Which one, Messi or Ronaldo?
No, not that kind of world.
Glow.
World best because I'm always there when it comes to trouble,
Mm.
when it comes to problem, when it comes to community issues.
Mhm.
They always call me.
Mm.
I'm always there. If I'm not around, they can't knock on me my mind once. Say, is she around? World best. Are you around? You see, for a for community have that confidence in you, that means what? You are in good relationship with them.
Mhm.
So you have to be aware of your relationship with people.
Mhm.
So the relationship with people is very vital.
Mhm.
Yes. So that is what we should learn.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. What message do you hope to pass to Sierra Leonean creative facing struggles, emotional struggles, physical struggle, mental struggle? What message do you hope to pass on to young Sierra Leoneans?
Okay. I say keep God close. That's the number one.
Mhm.
Keep God close. And number two, don't give up on yourself. Never give up, no matter what.
Mhm.
Stay focused. Keep your dream alive. Keep God close. Don't give up on yourself and stay focused. No matter the storm, stand tall. No matter the wind, don't wave.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you keep those words, no matter the storm, stand tall. No matter the wave, no matter the storm, don't wave away.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like a quantity,
Mhm.
and God Himself will help you.
Amen. Of course, seek ye first,
The kingdom of God.
and every other thing shall be added unto you guys.
Simple.
That's on periods, by the way. By the way, that's on period. That's on period. Thank you.
Mhm.
So where do you see Glow? Where do you see Glow in the next? I wanted to say the next 5 years, but I don't want to put it in some unrealistic pressure. But where do you see Glow in, let's say, the next few years? What are your plans? Where do you plan to go from here?
Okay, I'm going into music full time.
Okay.
I'm achieving my dreams. by
You
God's
should,
grace.
by the way.
Yeah, full time. Yes, I have a couple of songs that I've been working on.
Okay.
Yes, I'm working on. I don't have no management for now.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm working on my management team. Yes, so I'm coming in music full time because I'm done now with education and other stuff. But they are still part of my life. But I'm becoming the real version of what God wants me to be.
Right.
Yeah, and the songs God has been giving me is really ready for the world. People need to hear it. People need to be healed from it because I've been healed from even my songs and God's work. I've been healed. I've been healed from pains, from bitterness, from hate. Because when I sit down and write the songs, I get my songs from scriptures actually. He has been helping me to get the songs from scriptures and the experience that I have. So I tell them, I'll tell you, all I can say is what? Glow is coming into the music industry. Not for anything.
Watch out for Glow. They should watch out for Glow.
Yeah, you should. Be ready, because I'm coming, Sierra Leone. And I hope you accept me with good faith.
We would. You're Sierra Leonean. We should. They should. This type of voice, like when you mention you don't have a management right now. This type of talent and voice, it's not like they're not accepted here, or such great creativity is not accepted here. I think it's the management, not the individual that is not around to manage you, but the fact that there is no sort of the system, the management system. You get blown away. You get blown away. You get overwhelmed. I feel like I get to that position a lot where I'm like, I can't handle all this.
True.
Like I know I have a lot of potential, but can somebody just help me so we can
Yeah.
like
just
can
work
somebody just
together.
help me so we can get this to we can anyway. So you've managed to study consistently while raising your two boys, creating music
Yeah.
and surviving major life challenges. How do you stay motivated?
Okay. I really every year I love to add value to myself.
Okay.
Every year I chase new ideas, new dreams. I upgrade my knowledge. I upgrade my education. That is one thing I don't give up on. My dad always told me that as technology is improving, you as a human being, you are human technology, so you should improve yourself. So there's no stopping in education, no stopping in advancing on getting knowledge. You upgrade your knowledge, you upgrade yourself, you get the education you want to the highest level. It's better to gain it now than you said, if I had known.
Yeah, and I know.
That is bad. You feel defeated deep inside. But you are achieving every bit of your dream and your goal and your aspiration. That is great gain for you and the people around you.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's. So you're currently at Magai Technical University.
Yes.
What are you studying there?
I'm studying international relations, third year.
Speaking of adding, you also went to Lincoln.
Yes. I studied broadcasting journalism back here.
Okay. Did you do both studies together or?
No, I finished Lincoln before I came to, because they cancelled our scholarship.
Oh, okay.
During the arrival of this government, so they cancelled our scholarship. So because they cancelled it, they said we should pay 50%. So because of the financial constraints, I had to switch to Magai because that's what I can afford.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what? Same experience. I applied for the same university, actually on scholarship. I had my acceptance, but the whole switch, I had to move to another university. So I understand situations. I understand such positions. So how does that tie you into your overall version of yourself, attending the Magai University and studying the international relations? How does it tie into your entire version overall?
Okay, international relations is the best course I could take because it's an international. I know very soon I'm going global.
Of course.
So I need to invest in my knowledge, in knowing different cultures, in knowing different systems, principles and laws and policies. So I need to know and upgrade myself before entering into the universe. Yes. So in order to get that, because it's closer to my music career, then I opted for international relations.
It's good. So in all your academic experiences, what course or subjects did you find your voice in?
Okay, it's public speaking. Public speaking, and also we did cultural heritage. We did diplomacy. Yes, we did ethics and international law. So kind of international law helped me a lot actually. I got to know the systems of different countries, the laws, the policies. I get to know the jurisdiction of each country, international countries like the European Union. I get to know the mission systems of each embassy. So that has helped me a lot because very soon I know globally I'll be traveling. So that is one of the knowledge I needed to get.
Mm.
Yes, to know about places, their culture, their food, their systems, and everything.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Do you enjoy studying them?
I love studying actually.
Mm.
Why I love this course, international relations, is
Mhm.
because you get to know different countries. And one growing up, I said, okay, me, I love traveling. I don't like to be in one place.
Mhm.
Like, I love traveling. I love, like, after 1 year, 1 year I'm staying here, and the next year I want to travel to another country. Yes, I just love the adventure. I just love meeting new people, the
Mm.
culture.
Mhm.
I just love the systems, the places that people say, this is hard to go. Oh, these people, they are not like this.
That's
These
where
people,
you
they are
want
not
to
like-"
go.
That's the place, eh?
You
They
want to find
accept
out.
me,
Mhm.
they treasure me
Mm.
as if I've been there all ages. So I just love the fun, the culture, meeting people. Like meeting you today, I'm blessed.
Good, beautiful. So do you have the same experience around here or around Sierra Leone?
Okay, for real, I have some, not all. But Sierra Leone has not been a good place for me, actually. But what is good about Sierra Leone is I have my mom, I have some good people that they still believe in me. So that is what has been keeping me in Sierra Leone.
Do you think you need to grow more, like grow and extend your network more and meet more people, give chance to, do you think you need to give people chance to be around you?
Yes,
Like
I really
actually
want to do that.
open up and give people chance?
Yeah,
Are you scared of allowing people around you?
kind of because of some experiences.
Yeah, I noticed from your explanation. So it's like you are like so secure, like overprotectively secure about your space. And so in that sense, because Sierra Leone is a really beautiful place, and in as much as everybody gets known, people here also tend to be welcoming and warm when you meet the nice ones. And I think that's also universal to every other country. You'd meet different types of people.
Yeah.
So I think you should just open up.
Okay, I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try.
You just have to be careful. Again, you still do have to be careful. It doesn't really mean opening up means you have to just let everything
Yeah.
go, because you have to be calculated,
Yeah.
but also feel free.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what role has education played in helping you heal, grow, or find your voice again after the whole setbacks?
Okay, education has helped my music writing a lot.
Okay.
Yes. Like the words I use now, I can use literally devices. I can use different rhythms, rhymes.
Okay.
Yes, so it's helped me a lot to look music in another different version. I go for the highest standards now. At first, I was not writing music. I had to depend on people's song.
Okay.
Yes, I had to depend on, or let me say, imitate people singing.
Okay.
Yeah, but now I know I have my voice, I have my tune, I have my rhythm, I have my sound. So education has helped me a lot to shape every one of my dreams.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
You mentioned that God and music has been your comfort and safe space. Can you share a moment when that truth became real to you?
Okay. Whew. God has been my safe space when the pain was really severe. Was when I got separated with my father and my partner. It was hard actually. It was hard. I had to go through pregnancy all by myself. I had to go through everything all by myself. Yes, motherhood till 8 years, till, single mother. It's not easy actually. You had to work 4 jobs. I have to leave this country. I go to another country to get money, to work, to help just to feed my children, just to put them in good school. Yeah, it hasn't been easy because I cannot leave. Family, yes, will support you, but they will not support you all through.
All through, yeah.
Yes. So God has been directing my life through. He has been providing for me. He gives me ideas. Like I used to early stage of Milton Magai, I make body products.
Okay.
I learned it from Ghana. I can make cream that can remove stretch marks. I can do natural herbs that can heal different kinds of diseases.
Okay.
Yes,
That's
used-
interesting.
Yes,
Like
I do.
how about
Yes.
traditional? Mm.
I do that. I do that always. When I came back, I used to do that for students in Milton Magai. Like when they have these, these ladies, they wear clothes and their body stretch marks are showing. I tell them, okay, you just give me 1 week to just work on your body, and then they testify. I've done it for a lot of people, and they have given positive results. So that's just how God has been good. He has given me ideas, and He has been directing me. Sometimes when I want to get angry, I want to do revenge. I said, baby, calm down. It's not your fight, it's my fight.
Peace be still.
Peace be still.
Yeah.
That word will just give you the peace.
Mm.
He said, calm down. It's not your fight, it's my fight. Don't fight for yourself. Allow me. Sometimes the kind of thing people do to you, like you're wondering, this person is thinking, I cannot do the same thing to this person. And God said, don't say anything. I said, shut up. Please shut up. Let me walk
Let
the
me
walk.
do my do. Yeah.
And after you leave the person, you go inside the room, you want to cry and say, God, why? Why can't you just allow me to deal with this person? And said, no. It's not for your glory.
You won't take it. You won't take it the way I'll take it.
It's not for your glory. What did Jesus went through? Can you go through it? That is what he asked me. Okay, now imagine if you are Jesus. What will you do?
Right. Imagine what Jesus went through. And he only complained the last day. Well, he didn't even complain. It was just like, bro, I'm here. Why are you? Yeah. Yes, that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
So, you're Christian, obviously.
No.
What church do you go to?
Christ Embassy.
Christ Embassy, which one?
I go to Christ Embassy Accra, Ghana. But when I came back,
in Freetown?
Yes, in Freetown. When I came back, I'm going to House of Rest.
House of Christ. I actually was attending Christ Embassy, but in McKinney when I was in university. Yeah. I used to attend Christ Embassy. So Pastor Chris has always been my father.
Yeah, Mother Rhapsody is very far.
Yeah. So you mentioned I wanted to ask actually one very important question.
Okay.
If you had one message to the people who doubted you or tried to bring you down, what would you say to them today?
I forgive you. I love you. And I pray your soul is safe.
Amen.
That's all.
Amen. So, what type of guests do you anticipate? How do you see this event moving forward? Do you see us finishing the 160 hours?
In fact, this is going to open international doors. This is going to bring you another new voice level.
Amen.
It's not only Guinness record, it's going to bring another awards like you have never been before seen.
Amen.
This is a vision that is not only just for today. It's going to be a historical event that is going to be done always from generation to generation.
Amen.
That is what is going to happen.
Amen.
In Jesus' name.
Amen. So I wanted to ask my personal favorite question of the interviews. So Ghana jollof and Saran jollof.
I beg, you compare Ghana jollof that Amatiste no more than Salon jollof is the best.
I think that's settled. The fact that Seven Atamati's Boku. I think that's settled.
You maybe not notice that.
I actually haven't tasted that any other jollof. I think I've only been having salon jollof. Salon jollof with a touch of that gravy.
Yeah, but
That's
if
stew.
necessarily not the cooks Ghana jollof, you go like because it's mixture.
I thought it was the same jollof, just people.
Not really. Not really. It's
Mm.
not the same jollof. Sierra Leone jollof, there's a lot of ingredients in it.
Mhm.
Ghana jollof, you only have the meat and tomatoes and more about tomatoes and other tomatoes and
And
other
egg.
tomatoes. So you
And
more
eggs.
an egg.
And eggs.
That's just it.
So you have eggs in they have eggs
Yes.
in jollof.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys eat egg with everything?
Hmm?
Do they eat egg with everything?
Obviously, they eat egg with wache. They eat wache. You have macaroni. The wache. You have macaroni. You have rice, and you have that powder gari added to the macaroni and the rice, and then you have the stew added to the macaroni and the rice, and then you put the egg. That is
I
heavyweight.
think though it's just speculations. I eat a lot of egg too.
No,
like
but-
I eat a lot of not regularly, but
Okay,
if
but
I-
egg is very good. It's very good for your
Yeah.
body.
Yeah.
It's very good. What is not good is the white.
But I thought the white was the protein.
I mean the yolk, the
Yeah.
white yolk, the
Oh.
yellowish.
Mm-hmm.
That one is very bad.
It's bad for health, you mean?
Mhm.
How is that so?
It has fats, a lot of fats.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
It has a lot of oil. It can disturb your heart.
Okay.
It has too much fat. It can make you have bad breathing. Too much fat. Yes. It can make you not feeling comfortable to breathe properly. So it has a lot of different effects.
I should ask this before our session ends. You mentioned making herbs and traditional medicines. What drove you to that? What inspired you, and how did that come about?
Okay. When I learned that my dad died of kidney
Okay.
and lungs, he didn't say anything about it. So I was thinking, okay, how can he die of all that? It's because I did not go and learn how to do it. Because if I had the knowledge, I should have made it and give it to him. He would not have died.
That's not your fault, you know.
I know it's not my fault, but I saw it as an inspiration to learn.
Use this as a strength instead of allowing it to weigh you down.
Yeah,
You learned to help
people.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
Mm.
So, guys, if you're just joining us, we're still rolling, we're still going on, and we're taking this to the 7th day
Yeah.
before we rest. So, our guest right now is Miss Glow. She's been a very, 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 very cool and accommodating guest, and it was really nice having you here.
Thank you.
Would still just want to hear a last final words from you.
Okay.
What would be your message out to young Sierra Leonean women out there, or young women out there? What would be your advice and message out to them?
Don't give up. Keep God close.
Mm.
Focus on your goals and keep pushing. That's all.
Thank you very much, Miss Glow. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. It was so lovely to have you here.
It's a pleasure.
It was so lovely to have you here. Again, if you're just joining us, this was Miss Glow, and attempting the Guinness World Record for the longest interview in marathon. I am Joy Gborie with the article THE. I'll be conducting over up to 200 interviews for 168 hours straight. No sleep, no giving up. I'm checking the time, and I think we're 2 hours down. That's such a beautiful run. And our next guest is one of my favorites. He's a multi-journalist with a BA in Mass Communication from the Forabe College, University of Sierra Leone. In 2023, he completed the CNN Academy Foundation Climate Storytelling Program in Dubai. He was a freelancer producer, presenter, and social media coordinator at the Capital Radio Sierra Leone. Actually, he works as a freelancer presenter and social media creator at the Capital Radio, and also reports for African News, CGTN. Please, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls at home watching us, please help me welcome Eric Kawa of the Capital Radio. Now it's my turn to interview Eric.
So glad to
Now
be
it's
here.
my
Joy.
turn to interview Eric. I'm so happy you're here. It feels like
I
now it feels
know.
like a more relaxing interview. How are you, Eric?
I'm fine, thank
So how
you.
has it been going from your point of view? How's the event been going on?
So far, so good. I can say top notch. Keep going, and we're here to support definitely, and we're definitely coming for that, world record of being the best, and of course getting that record of the longest interview marathon.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. So what inspired you to pursue a career into journalism and storytelling?
Okay, so it has been quite a long journey for me. I started way back. I remember when I was quite young. I would say one of the key inspirations is my granddad. That's my maternal granddad, my mom's dad.
Okay.
He actually loves listening to the radio. Most of the times he's listening to the radio, to the BBC. I remember way back when we were in Guinea, I'll be hearing this sound of the cock from the BBC, where it was Network Africa. So I actually was also one individual who probably would be giving so much more, like, playing around with my other colleagues and pretending as if I'm giving reports. So it started that way, but not until when I went to JSS1, that was back in Guinea at a school called Hallelujah International School, where I joined the school news channel, and I started off, and it was quite a long one, and all the way through coming back, joined the Children's Home Network CFN, and from there I now started taking part in so many other activities, so from Culture Radio, from Star Radio, Voice of Islam, going back to now Capital Radio, Star Radio, Star TV, and going with international platforms as well. I'm with, of course, Africa News, China Global Television Network, and the Voice of America. So going on and on.
Right. And when I say I'm a cop journalist, you see, you don't know why I say I'm a cop journalist. This is why I say I'm a cop journalist. This is why I say I'm a cop journalist.
No, this one is actually one of the greatest ones so far, and we give you the kudos. And
Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much, Eric.
Yeah.
Can you remember the first time you were in air? Like, what was that moment like?
Okay, so it was a lot of praying, a lot of shivering, a lot of thinking about how will it be like. So the first time on air was at Culture Radio. When I was, okay, before that, I think I was interviewed on SLBC as a resident. I used to stay at Aberdeen, Cape Road, the weather was very bad. And then they were like, okay, we want someone to talk about this. And I was like, there, talking, but then later I went to Culture Radio and did my first program, which was children's program. I remember I read the news and I also did some wise words, so started doing wise words news, and all of a sudden being a panelist, presenter, and we continued, yeah.
So how was your journey at the Forbay College? How did your journey at the Forbay College shape your journalism and your media personality?
Okay, great. So I must first of all state that FBC is quite a great place. But before going to Forbay College, I was already a journalist because I actually been working with I did with Culture Radio, children's program, already been with Star Radio children's program, Voice of Islam children's program, and of course working with the Waiting Now TV multimedia, where we had the Concept Multimedia doing Waiting Now, and in the process again I had reported with different platforms before going to FBC. So it was a great one, a turning point as well, to be able to now get the kind of professional aspect, learning about ethics, because reporting is something cool, but as you're a journalist, a media person, a storyteller, ethics is very important. How do you put all the theories together and ensure that, okay, when I'm reporting, I'm in line of duty, I ensure that I follow up with all the principles so that I do not become like any type of journalist that will be, making headlines for things that are not cool, especially when it comes to professionalism. Yeah, so FBC was a great place. I had some great mentors there, some lecturers, of course. Before going to FBC, was like, okay, I was scared. A lot of people would tell you, oh, FBC now student, but when you go there, then you see the real deal. I actually got mentored by so many lecturers there, and also got to learn many more things. Yeah.
So, would you say that was why you chose mass communication as a major?
Okay, but yes, because obviously I'd been into the media landscape for quite a long time. I actually loved doing law when I was young. You know, in Sierra Leone, when they see you talking very small, you talk too much, they say this again for a lawyer. So that was actually ringing. You know,
that's what I'm fit for.
Yeah, like I'm going to be a lawyer at some point. Then I now realized that, you know, this is what people thought I was going to do. But growing up, now doing the media, I love the media. So even when I actually went there, they were like, oh, go do law. I'm like, no, I think I am going to do mass communication. So I think that's the passion, and I've been on actually that particular drive for now. Yeah.
So what are some of the challenges you face being a journalist, a multi-journalist in Sierra Leone?
Well, it's quite a challenging one. In anything that you're doing so far, it's challenging, but it's all about endurance. It's all about learning from those challenges. And at the same time, when you face challenges, you use them as motivation. That keeps you going. So sometimes, well, first of all, Amy are slim, so sometimes, you know, when you go somewhere, you want to talk to people, they expect knocking the all the time. You know, people just, they're not going to expect you pass the name, or they don't say now you this. Also now you this, you know, so that's one key challenge. But of course, generally, respect-wise, I would talk, say, I'm being recognized for my work. A lot of people who know me, when they see me, they like actually recognize and recommend me for what I'm doing. Me na person no like follow, you know, say, when I the person I like follow these guys around, say, you know, anti person now, oh, now you be there, da. So that's quite a thing. And of course, with Sierra Leone, again, sometimes getting sources when you want to speak to people, you have particular issues when you want to talk about it, and sourcing is a very key challenge. You have some very probably critical issues. You want to talk to people. Access to information has been a challenge. Sometimes you write letters here and there, and you have to be going up and down. If they are not willing to speak to you, it becomes a huge challenge. That is a very critical thing. And of course, another major thing, of course, has to do with the media poverty in Sierra Leone. So whether you believe it or not, we need more investment into the media field. You need to be in a position where you probably could be earning some kind of you know, cash. You know, so I remember I have a friend who actually tells me, he's a Ghanaian, like, oh, Eric, if you were in Ghana, like, you'd be a big celebrity and all of that. So you understand, probably the market is a bit small in Sierra Leone, but as time goes on, we will continue doing our stuff. But media, you get bad name. When you see on the TV, you put on your beautiful outfit, they're not going to know, you understand, like, oh, that a rich person, and they get money, they work, but you know, all these things keeps us, they actually keep us going, and we ensure that, of course, we fight against all odds to be there, to be surviving, and to be also telling the stories. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, and if you're new here, this is the Joy Gborie, attempting to break and set the Guinness World Record for longest interview in marathon. And with me here is Eric Kawa. Eric Kawa works as a freelance presenter and social media coordinator at Capital Radio Sierra Leone, and also reports for African News, CGTN, and Voice of Africa. Voice of America.
Voice of America.
You will report for Voice of America. Your voice from it. You see, Sierra Leoneans are dope, guys. Sierra Leoneans are dope. Sierra Leoneans are amazing. And Eric also produces youth-focused programs like Weekly Splash and 120 Seconds Countdown with Eric. And he's also active as a voice-over artist, vlogger, and event host. That's my favorite part, actually. That's actually my favorite part as an event host. I think I love the Eric voice during the event.
Okay.
The switch of accents and the other time I heard you, was it you speak Fula or Madingo?
Yeah, I speak full French. Yeah.
I'm like, did Eric have to learn this, like, keep flabbergasted me, which is that's nice. That's nice. So how did you first get involved with Capital Radio?
Okay, so Capital Radio, I joined Capital Radio in 2019, and initially when after when I was at university, it was a bit challenging to juggle with work and going for classes. That was a bit of a challenge.
Okay.
So I was at Star TV for a while, but because of the schedule, I had to
Okay.
leave for certain reasons.
Okay.
And from there, and to myself, I had been following up with Capital Radio for quite a long time. So I was like, I'm not joining any station except a flexible one, and Capital Radio comes to mind. And so initially, when I wanted to, well, before even going there, I actually wanted to go to Capital Radio, and they told me, okay, no problem, you can come on Monday. But because I was with Star Radio, the Star Children's program, then I went there over the weekend, like Friday, precisely to get the kids for the radio program prepared. I was not with Star then, I was with Air Radio, but then still I was assisting with production. So, and then Capital had told me to come on Monday, and I went to Star, and on that very day, they told us that, okay, they've decided as a management to see how best they can have some of the kids that have been participating in the Star Picking Talk program to be members of the supporting staff. They could be like volunteers doing the news, conducting interviews and reports, stuff like that. So I was now in a state of dilemma, thinking about which one to choose, Capital Radio, Star Radio, and I was like, okay, for me, I want to be a journalist. Capital Radio is a flexible station. It's more about, doing entertainment. I wouldn't be having that much time to be going to the field, to be making reports and all that.
Okay,
So if I want to be journalism, it's not Capital Radio. Capital Radio is more about like having entertainment. It's like soft type of news,
Yes.
like kind of media stuff. So I chose Star Radio back then because I had so many of these multitasking stuff. So I went there, and later on, after leaving, I couldn't go back to Capital Radio. So I'm ashamed myself or go back to there. Now later on, I left Star. But all of a sudden, I met with the station manager there, Madam Zoe Hamilton, and we discussed. She told me, no problem, that's fine. So there was something that, they needed some presenters, and I got a call with the recommendations of Esther Farrell and, of course, Madam Nikki Spencer Coker. So they called upon me, and I started in 2019, and yeah, I'm still there, presenting a lot of shows. And for now, I'm doing the breakfast show, the Saturday breakfast show.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Did you do sessions with Kamale and Peter Beckley?
Peter Beckley, no,
Kamale
Kamare.
during the Capital Radio. That was the era, the 2019 era.
The 2019 era, yes, and Kamare is still with us, by the way.
Oh, that's
So yes,
that's
we worked
that's
together. Probably the only thing with Capital, sometimes we have like music shows.
Okay.
These are chat shows. So some people usually have issues about the way we operate at Capital, where like so interestingly now, I might be working with you at Capital. I haven't seen Kamare for I last saw her here at the Brookfields Hotel hosting an event with the Sierra Leone women filmmakers, but at the office I haven't seen her for probably 2-3 months. So we might be working at Capital Radio, we don't see each other for 6 months, for 5 months, because we work on shifts.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if I'm working on Saturday morning, the possibilities of seeing the one who works on Monday morning very slim.
Yeah.
So that is a thing. But yeah, of course, Kamare, we've been working together once in a while. We used to have a switch show.
Okay.
She was presenting the Razzmatazz show in the mornings on Sundays from 8 to 11, whilst I was in the brunch show from 11 to 2. So yeah, we have in between. You come, you do your show, you go, and there's not much in terms of let's say doing news, stuff. It's just about British type of music that we play. Sometimes we have the Hot 100 Billboard. Yeah, we have just that contemporary type of music that we play. Yeah.
Okay. So tell us the story behind is it 120 seconds?
Yes.
120 sounds countdown
seconds
with Eric.
countdown.
Yeah.
Okay, so 120 seconds countdown with Eric. This is a show that is a trivia show.
Okay.
Interestingly, it started off the idea came to life in 2015 after taking my West African exam. That's the WASP, and I was watching a lot of TV shows, and I was having that free time, so ideas kept coming, and I was like, let's have 120 seconds countdown, which is a quiz show. It's a countdown where we get people to call on the phone, and they answer questions, they gain prizes. So we started it. It hasn't actually kicked off that big, except for the other one, which is Weekly Splash, that has we've done a lot of things and featured people, had young people, and even some of our members are now working with different media houses and different platforms. So that was a great one. So 120 seconds countdown, it's a trivia show. It's about to, we will definitely do something anytime soon. But for Weekly Splash, that's been going on for a while, since 2020 as well. We have different segments where we bring young people, we give them a platform. There's one called Poetic, which we have poetry and music together.
Okay.
We want to give a platform to the artists, to the poets, to bring them all together to share, to be sensitizing people on very relevant issues, everyday issues that matter to us as young people, Sierra Leoneans, as a continent, and the world at large. And at the same time, we have segment like hashtag, where we give people something to talk about.
Okay.
Like, we will be like, okay, what's the favorite food in Sierra Leone? Like, what favorite sauce? Cassava leaf, potato leaves, tula. We have polls, and then you vote for whatever particular one you think, and at the end of the day, we bring your views to the audience, and they get to see it.
Okay.
So we have again another entertainment segment. We bring people on board. So it's a fun one, definitely as well. Yeah.
Cool. So what makes the Weekly Splash stand out from other youth content shows?
So it's a youth content show that actually, first of all, our idea is very unique. And so I would say when we started, many other content creators haven't been doing such things. Probably we were inspired to have many of them now do a lot of some of the stuff that we're doing right now. And we also have other people that were part of our team that are now with other individuals. But it's all about bringing young people on board to be able to give them this platform to like sensitize, to make things in a very good way. And it's a very open one where we actually brought a lot of people. What really inspired me was the fact that, okay, as the formats of the whole stuff, as an MC, I'll be definitely on top of I'll be on the stage, hosting and everything. I wanted to bring that on TV. I'm also into poetry.
Okay.
I wanted to bring that on TV.
Okay.
I also love, fun and other stuff. I also wanted to bring that on TV. And also giving these young people the platforms to be able to share their own stuff and achieve something. Yeah.
That's beautiful. More space for creatives, more space for growth and artistry. That's actually beautiful. So which radio segment has been your most memorable one so far? And why?
Many memorable segments, I remember doing, I don't have a favorite one, but there are many that actually, inspired me. I remember when I was probably hosting the children's program on Voice of Islam. There's a program called Sautul Aulad, where we were, reading news to the people, telling them about, some Islamic things. It was a religious-based program. That was a cool one. And another very key segment that I love, now you're talking about segment, that was a show, so let me think about the segment. The segment has been the Star Bulletin show, which was aired on Star Radio, and there's a segment called the Health Tips. So I was back in high school, and Phoebian Swill, who actually is with AYV now, she was at Star, and she had this program, and she was like, oh, Eric, you have to join me, you have to be doing something here. And then I started doing the Health Tips segment on Star Radio for quite a long time. I remember when I go to school, everyone was like, oh, Eric, we had you on Star Radio, we had you on Star Radio. So that was a very engaging segment for me, and I think I loved it. And it's a memorable one for me until this moment,
That's nice.
Yeah.
So, as one of Sierra Leone's time most influential Sierra Leoneans, what does youth influence mean to you?
Well, it means a lot. I mean, the youth age is something that's quite interesting. Imagine 15 to 35. We have 20 years to go with that. So when you're a youth, you have so many opportunities. And at the same time, when you talk to young people, it gives you fresh and broader perspectives. So I feel lucky to be a youth. I still have more time in the youth age. So that's quite interesting. And I believe when you are able to invest in the youth, you're investing and setting the platform for a better future, for a brighter future, where individuals and people can be inspired and getting something to a higher level. So for me, I love young people, and I love working with young people. And as a result, I think my work has not been overlooked. I was, as you mentioned, recognized as one of the 100 most influential youths for 2018-19. And in 2020 as well, I was recognized for the top 20 influential Muslim youths. So I've had all the different youth recognitions, probably probably in terms of certificate and something like that, represented Sierra Leone on different platforms, and that's because I'm a youth. So
Yeah,
it's cool.
representing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how do you think young people can reshape the future of journalism in Sierra Leone?
It is quite important. Everything is actually in our hands. I remember when I was in high school. I was in high school and I started a TV program. After the first edition, the second edition, the director had to cut me off. They said I was young to be on TV, you know. So that was something, and it was a stepping stone for me. Though I'd actually started being on TV even before the establishment of the TV station. But anyway, for him, I was not too mature to be on TV. I was young.
You may
know.
be even old past the TV show.
I mean, as the TV station in terms of, you know, so I was not matured. So anyway, that discouraged me at some point, but it also gave me the courage. So as a young person, do not be discouraged. You might not get the platform now, but hey, guess what? We have social media. We have the new media. Even with my weekly splash show, I tried putting on TV for several reasons. I mean, they told me you need to bring sponsorship. When you don't have sponsorship, you go to the sponsors. They tell you they want to see the program on TV for at least 3 months. So that's a huge challenge. Those are some of the key challenges that we're faced with as content creators, as young people. So because you have the social media, you have your phone, you have all the social media platforms, don't wait. Just do it responsibly. Make sure you create your content and put them on social media. It's the new media. You get to know how many people are interacting with your content, and do not too rely on the traditional media. It's great, still functional and everything, but make use of the new tools that you have as well.
Thank you very much. And what's the biggest misconception that people have about youth in media?
The big misconception about youth in media, well, it's quite a broad one. Definitely.
So now,
yeah.
so let's say give us, since it's big, give us 5 super big misconceptions.
5 super big misconceptions.
But yeah,
about
so
the
what
youth.
are the misconceptions that people generally have about youth in media nowadays?
So sometimes misconception number 1 is we're rich people.
Yeah.
That could be one.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a really big misconception.
That could be one, definitely. But again, richness doesn't have to do with the money. With the media, it's about the connections that you create. It's about your network. There's always this say that your network is your net worth.
Yes.
So when you're able to create the better opportunities, even if you don't get paid by the media house, you would find ways of gaining income. In a sense, one, with your ideas, with your initiatives that you have. So if, in fact, in general, most of the monthly payment services here in Sierra Leone probably, except otherwise you're working for big organizations, NGOs, government, probably that could be something different. But then you look at the monthly salary, sometimes it's not encouraging for many. So how do we create extra means? That's why I'm a voiceover artist.
Okay.
So
yeah.
apart of being on the radio, TV, I also do voiceovers. I've done over 100 voiceovers for major companies in and out of Sierra Leone. That is one source. That's a side gig. Another side gig is being an MC, as you mentioned. You know, I MC a lot of programs, including bigger programs like Miss Sierra Leone 2023, and of course I've hosted several Little Miss and Miss Sierra Leone. I've hosted programs such as Mr. and Miss IPAM. I've hosted talent shows. I've hosted regional meetings. You know, these are all other means. I'm also, because I speak a lot of languages, I also do translation and interpretation services. So I was in Congo the last time for a WHO regional meeting. I was there to report. They needed someone to do interpretation, and they couldn't get someone. I had to step in. So that was another way of getting.
So what did you interpret on?
In French. So it was health, WHO regional meeting, something around
okay.
malaria. There was a press conference.
Okay.
So they needed someone to
You
do
were
it.
so important that day.
I know, right? Yes, and I also did one here for an NGO back. I think that was the very first one that I did in terms of interpretation. But I do translation. So these are all different means in which you can get your own money or something like that. Another key thing, misconception, is people think, like when you are in the media, people think differently. So when I tell people that I'm a shy person, they're like, hey, you're in a TV and you tell people that all the time, you're ashamed. Generally, I don't know if I'm an introvert, but I think I'm more of like an introvert, or probably in between.
I think
But
there's a word for the in between.
ambivert.
Yes,
I'm an
yes,
ambivert.
yes.
So probably I could say I'm an ambivert, but really the media actually forced me to be doing a lot of things. Because when I was in the shame,
The
I
job.
in our house. But something I did not get option, just get for good.
Yeah.
Get for good on stage. So even I will be on the stage, I will address a large audience, maybe over hundreds of people, thousands of people. Maybe I would address that crowd. But me, I'm quick for, if I cannot decide, I would for pass. I see people that work here, I'm ashamed for passing. So that is me, but people get misconceptions, like, because you're on the media, like you're, generally, you very dry, something like that. You're that cheeky. Another key thing is, not so for me now, but generally, people think, for women sometimes, they have misconceptions when they see on the TV, especially if you're deeper entertainment, you're doing entertainment stuff, they see you on the TV, there's this kind of thing which we call chemistry, which actually needs to be there, especially if you're co-presenting with someone. So you have this chemistry with a lady, let's say for instance, you're doing, your acting going on, you're doing your presentation so well, so people will go miss, this look like say they do, these kind of things that people usually say, which of course the work that you're doing actually requires you to be doing a lot of things.
Yeah.
You have to fit into certain
People
stuff.
person.
Alexa, you impossible normally is not for presenting and do so well.
Yeah.
Nobody know for me for play the role, so that is also another thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I needed to hear all of those.
Yeah.
And so if you were to mentor 100 youths,
Yeah.
what's the first thing you teach them?
Okay, so first of all, I've mentored so many youth that I'm more than 100. But anyway, if I'm to get more 100 people, one key thing that I think is very important, we all should develop and work on it, has to do with humility.
Okay.
You never put yourself down. And also, you have to be in a position to know the purpose. Do you want this? You need to know what you want. Are you just doing it because you feel like everyone else is doing it? Are you just doing it because you think like you want to make money out of it? Yes, money is important, but sometimes money is not everything. It comes with the different, connections that you've made along the way. Like for most of the reportings that you've actually mentioned, the POAs, UTN African News, if I tell you that I didn't write application letters, you wouldn't believe, because most of them depends on how I worked with them professionally, and the fact that I know it's talking because of it, but I'm a very self-reliant somebody. I know I'm very much more, I do appreciate what I have. I'm content with what I have. So I know they can keep us safe business, for instance, because of this don't happen, African chap me away. These are so you have to be straightforward. When you're working, you work for ensure say you work things in a very good way. You work with people, people then they betray people in different ways.
Yeah.
But always maintain that relationship, be trustworthy to people, and do not break that loyalty, which is important but it's quite difficult to work with. So these are the key things that I will start telling them before now taking them to the key principles of how to work, how to ensure that you maintain your ethics. Going viral is important, but also ensuring that you maintain the ethics and the kind of principles that needs to take you to a professional level. These are also quite very important things.
Yeah. So what would you say has been the most touching, how do I say it? The most touching feedback you've had from a fan, a listener, or viewer? What's the most touching feedback you've had?
Touching feedback. Okay. Sometimes I get compliments from people. It's a bit emotional. They tell me like, okay, I would like the way you do this,
Maybe my mentor.
Yeah, I know, right? But sometimes again it becomes challenging because as a media person, or if you're popular, you don't have that kind of freedom, so it becomes a bit challenging where you go, what you do. People are always looking at you, they're looking up to you as well. So that becomes a huge challenge. So a touching one moment could be just having people share so much. I like you, I've been following you for quite a long time. I don't know, but I've been doing this because of you. I've had so many people tell me like, do you know that I'm reading mass communication just because of you? I've had young people who probably they were in the commercial faculty, just because of they took their awards or whatever situation. Now they don't go there. I want to do journalism. Like, okay, that's cool, but you need to get them key requirement that they. I've even had someone who told me that they do commercial SS1, but because of it, they follow me so much in the mentor, like we tell them do, I make a mentor them. They have to switch from commercial to art, just because of that. So that for me, I think
That's
it's
strong.
very emotional, and also myself also follow up with that person. The person say, I'm not just the fan so, but
How the person they do now?
yes, well, it's still in our school anyway. They still the SS2, so I'll be doing follow-ups and seeing how best I could also, help in my own way. Because also one of the key things I've been working on is supporting young people. We'll be saying a financial way, but you help them, mentor them. You also, guide them. And I also tell them, you don't need to do it because of me, but do it again because you have the passion, because that is quite important. I've mentored and worked with a lot of people who didn't end up being journalists, because the aim is not to have you be, to get you on the platform to be as a journalist if you're not passionate about that.
Yeah.
What I tell them is learn public speaking skills. This is very important, whether for radio, TV, or whatever profession. If you're eloquent enough, you can address issues, you can talk to people, then regardless of the field that you are, that takes you to a higher height as well.
Nice, beautiful. I think I needed this particular section for my personal growth, which I am learning. I am growing. I think I would rephrase from saying I'm a cop journalist after this.
You have been telling me this.
After this session, I'll rephrase from saying I'm a cop.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I am very, very curious to know, how did you get involved with Voice of America?
Okay, so
Because how did you get involved with Voice of America?
Okay, so it's all about showcasing your work. It's all about you being able to do what you have. So Voice of America, first of all, to set the record straight, I don't write an application to them. I didn't write an application. A producer from Voice of America reached out to me with a message on social media. And she told me, I've been following up with your work. Do you mind contributing to our programs on the Voice of America? And I was like, okay, no problem. Let me get back to you on that. And definitely I have to consult with my other media houses. But because I'm a freelance, so I'm not tied to a particular one, which is why you see me reporting for Capital Radio. I'm with African News, CBTN, I'm also with the VOA. So I had to consult and get back and say, no problem, send me your specifications. And they sent me all what they have, and I've actually now been working and reporting for them. Unfortunately though, there's a recent Trump order in the United States that has actually shut down the VOA. So they still have some legal issues to deal with, and we're looking forward to seeing what the outcome will be. But that has been the challenge at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the biggest difference between reporting local versus reporting international platforms?
Okay, so I think first of all it's all reporting, which is quite cool. But then with international platforms, like for local platforms, as the word goes, it focuses mainly on things that are happening locally towards national, some things that are very important here. For international platform, if you are reporting for international platform, it should be beyond Sierra Leone. It should be like Africa global. So certain things, we get certain slangs or certain things that are only for us in Sierra Leone. If you talk to other person out of Salon, it don't make sense. So you have to ensure that you capture that global attention, ensuring that if I'm saying this, if I'm reporting this, it should be interesting to someone who is in Sweden somewhere, someone who is in France who understands English if the case may be. But for African News, of course, it's a bilingual station. It's French and English, where they have a global audience. And of course for China Global Television Network as well. So they also have their own principles, they have their house styles, each and every media house, they have their house style. How do we report? What are the key things that we have? What are our key principles and values? So yes, it makes it difficult. There are certain things that are like community based. So you go to a place and you want to do coverage. Another key thing is when at the work and a treat, sometimes maybe something happens, something palaver happen, they will come in, hey, journalist come. No, that's not what that is not what I should be reporting as a journalist. Yes. Say they don't get palaver here, so this don't come boss this aid. So now one for make but one for the reporter. That is not my job as an international correspondent, But for local media maybe it will also make, but it won't depend. I'm with Capital Radio again. We get an international base. So even with coverage wise, it's also a little bit different. So if na palaba happen, na area and a community something happen, that doesn't make international. This is just within the local environment. Yeah.
What did winning CNN Academy Stimulation Award mean to you personally?
Okay, so first of all, it's a great one because the CNN Academy was a very competitive one where they had over 15,000 applicants from the global South countries, as including Africa, Asia, Latin America, and other places across. So they had 15,000 applicants and they needed 15 people. So I was among the 15 people that were selected.
Out of the 15,000?
Out of the 15,000. So they first of all did a selection. They had about 400 or more people, hundreds of people. They interviewed randomly, and then they had to select the last 15. So for me, it was a great one. When you're a media personality, being selected for a CNN Academy, because CNN is one of the big deals globally. So that was a very interesting one for me, being there in Abu Dhabi. Of course, met with so many people that have served as mentors or that I've been watching for quite a long time. So I met with Becky Anderson. I met with Richard Quest. We were there, and then we also had the opportunity to also attend COP28 and met with other journalists and storytellers from across the world. So that was a great one. And we had the simulation where we actually had to look at climate issues because it was a climate storytelling program. So our simulation was focused on, seeing a mangrove site in Abu Dhabi where we, had to go to the field. They deployed us. We were not expecting all what we've learned in the process. We need to use that to tell the stories. So it was also one in which they used mobile storytelling, which is mojo journalism, where you use your phone to be telling stories and stuff like that. So it was quite an impressive one, and I think it's also adding up to my CV. And when you go to a place and you get yourself as a CNN Academy credit, it means a lot. And at the end of the program, I got a recognition award among the other storytellers, 15 storytellers. We all got a recognition award from CNN. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So viewers out there, if you're still live, if you're still joining us, hang in there. We still have a long way to go.
Yeah.
And with us, we have Eric Kawa. Eric's work has earned him several accolades, including Sierra Leone's magazine for 100 Most Influential Youth Award in 2019. Also Salon's Time 10 Most Influential Sierra Leoneans 2023, and a special CNN award in 2023 as well. Now, Eric is one of our greatest personalities in Sierra Leone. He represents and gives us global platform everywhere he goes. He's always there to represent us internationally, and he's always taking Sierra Leone to the map.
Yeah.
Is Eric the Sierra Leonean with the voice of America?
Yeah.
As you already know. So Eric, how do you make Sierra Leonean story relevant on global stage?
Okay, so first of all, I do love covering Sierra Leone. I know that sometimes with the news, when there are, issues, incidents, that makes news, the bad news sells faster. But again, in my storytelling, when I'm projecting Sierra Leone, one key thing that I'm very particular about is to ensure that I sell Sierra Leone in a positive way. In a sense, you do it in different ways, maybe not going into the story, you don't interfere with the content of the story, but you have different ways of doing it, like the environment. If I want to do a stand-up, I'm not going for the background. I won't, let me say this in English because it's going international as well. I wouldn't want to do a story or my stand-up, my piece to camera in a background where probably it's not too good. You probably see the fields all around. I want to be doing it in a background where it's representable. When we take our B-rolls, our cutaways, we want to ensure that we capture the very beautiful things about Sierra Leone, except if it's probably, let's say, it's talking about a particular issue. If we're talking about mangrove swamp, definitely you expect me to be in the swamp, to be doing videos. If we're talking about things that have to do with, let's say, the trash or, something you need to go to the bomb or something like that. But with that not being the the case, I want to be showcasing the very beautiful things about Sierra Leone. Let's capture the big buildings. We have wonderful buildings because there's the side of Africa that people don't get to see. So let's show that side of Africa for a longer period of time before we got this kind of exposure. When you Google Sierra Leone, all you see, or probably Africa, is children who are probably not wearing slippers. You see children that are probably naked kids. You see things that are showing Africa in a way that is probably that's why some people like, oh, Africa is a country, or probably they think that we have animals right here and all of that. So it's about showcasing that we have beautiful things, we have beautiful beaches. So let's say you have this beautiful drone shot of the number 2 beach, which is going through, and you get the very beautiful structures in town. That makes sense, and people know that this is another side of Sierra Leone.
Yeah, makes sense. So when you were speaking about that in this area, what makes storytelling on social media different from the traditional media?
Okay, so first of all, with the traditional media, there's a gatekeeping concept, wherein if you want to go, or you have a producer, you have a line producer, you have, let's say, an editor who definitely will be looking at these stories. After you've written them, they have to look at it. Probably in some cases, if the producer is not happy about what's happening, like, okay, we don't want this story to run. That happens sometimes. So if you're now on the social media, it gives you the freedom to be able to tell these stories. And sometimes with the gatekeeping concepts, it makes it difficult for the news to come out. Let's say if you're running a newspaper now, and then you expect to get the tabloid in the morning, and there's a breaking news now, you have everything, except now for social media, when you go digital, you can post it and then share it on the social media, where people get to see it before the next morning, where people get the different papers. So with the new media, which is the social media now, you can easily go live and capture these things. So now, like today, we've gone live. We have bloggers around here who actually stream live going. So I've been here, I'm not at the radio station now, but we've been able to do a live, face or Instagram. By the time I say, okay, and I'm recording this, going to the studio, editing or sending it, it takes time. Probably there's an edition in the morning.
Right.
So make use of the social media as much as you can. But again, the key thing has to do with doing it responsibly, not in the process where you think like, I'm rushing to put the news first, and you get the things wrong. So even as journalists, another key tool that you need to use, make use of the social media. People have been saying, oh, the social media, has been overtaken by citizen journalists. So what do we do to combat this? As the journalists ourselves, let's now make use of that social media to, dispel rumors, to ensure that we fact check and cross check certain information. The world is going digital, so we also must go digital.
Yeah. But we must though.
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get into voiceover work, by the way? How did you get into the voiceover work? What brought the interest?
The interest.
Yeah.
I love voicing, so I love voicing, I love doing voiceovers. I think I started way back when I was back in school days. So I used to, when they used to have these cassettes, I usually take the cassette, there's a way of recording, I do myself, singing, I serve as a DJ.
Okay.
I record my voice. At the end of the day, I listen to it. I play for my mom, my grandma, and other family members. They listen to it like, oh, that's cool, that's cool. So it started that way. When we went to the Voice of Islam Children's Program as well, I was voicing there, doing a lot of voiceovers when there are programs, there are jingles. That is how it started. Gradually, started taking it up. And, as time went by, I fell in love with it, and I kept doing it. And I've done for so many brands, bigger brands, local and international. So, and voiceovers for documentaries that I do as well. For the report, of course, voiceovers, and voiceovers for products, brands, events, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Do you have fun doing it? Do you enjoy doing it?
Yeah, I enjoy doing it. So
Is it like a lot of work, like recording and ending and recording and ending?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of work. Sometimes, you feel like I have so much to do, and it becomes difficult, especially if you don't have the gadget or you don't know the know-how, how to edit. So you probably want to take one take. But how do you edit it? It becomes a whole challenge. But it's sometimes fun. If you're repeating over and over again, recording you always want to get the best. So probably we taking 1 take, 2 takes, and 3 takes, it becomes a bit tiresome sometimes. But in whole, when you're done doing it, it's fun. Sometimes you feel strange listening to your own voice.
Yeah.
But definitely, it's also recommended because why I love listening to my work sometimes is because I want to know where the flaws are, where have I gone wrong, where do I need to improve on, and also even getting personal feedback from people. What do you think what didn't work for you? What do you think I should improve on? So those are also very relevant things to take.
So about mentioning that, I was going to ask you again, how do you balance being a presenter, a journalist, and a digital creator?
It's a bit challenging, but what I say is the scale of preference. I am used to multitasking.
Okay.
So when I was going back, when I started with the media, I was doing Voice of Islam Children's Program and Voice of Children at Culture Radio. Then later on, I also I left Culture Radio, I did Voice of Islam and Star Picking Talk and doing Waiting Now at the same time. So I had to balance all of these, but I know that there's a scale of preference. And with all these, I started way back when I was in school days, but I will tell you that it didn't affect my education that much because that's usually the concern. About all these extra activities, how you will pull through when it comes to examination. So I attended when I was doing most of my media work. I was at bilingual high school because I was at Form 3, JSS 3, and since I entered bilingual till I left there in SSS 4, I never took the second position. I've always maintained my first position. I was the head of the school news journal, and at the same time I was the head boy of the school. So that didn't distract me. It's a whole lot, especially when you have to juggle with a lot of things. As I'm speaking to you now, I have like so many other things. I have another assignment there, and everything is not quite easy. Sometimes it becomes challenging, but I do delegate responsibilities at times. So if I know I do have this, I bring people on board and give them to do certain tasks for certain, payments and something like that, just to get the work going. Sometimes probably now be supervising all of this stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So with someone with obviously vast knowledge about the whole media platforms, and which platform do you think is the future of youth engagement, the radio, TV, or social?
Well, it's a it's a very difficult one, but as it is now, most of the youth are now focused on social media. So that's whether you accept it or not. So now the essence now, or the very significant thing now, has to do with how do we now ensure that for us in the conventional media, in the traditional media, how do we bring the TV to the internet? How do we bring the newspaper to the internet? How do we bring the radio to the internet? Which is why now we have things like podcasting, we have things like digital newspapers, and we have online streaming. So for me, my report, most of them, they're on TV, they are on, DSTV and maybe on satellite there. But I usually, record them probably or get hold of them from YouTube, get hold of them from Facebook. So these are the things and initiatives that I think we all should be doing to ensure that we, now from the media, we go to the new media.
Right.
Yeah.
So, what is one behind the scenes story that we don't know about? We want to know. That sounds juicy. Tell us one behind the scenes story.
One behind the scenes story. The one behind.
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
This one.
Let me tell you one behind the scenes story. So you see me talking, but not many people know that I started at the stomach. So if you know me in person, you know that at the stomach. But you hardly detect.
When do you make time for that? Right? So I was going to ask, when do you make time for that? Because I haven't noticed.
You will not notice.
It's been years.
I don't even know how. So my grandma usually tells me, you're not a bad person. When you're not also the stomach, when you're not TV, you're not the stomach. So you hardly notice when I'm on the TV or the radio. But I do startle sometimes when I'm actually in a very tense situation, and I'm that pressure, so it becomes difficult. But especially when I'm talking like Creole, probably Fula, the local languages, in a way to process all these thoughts. which is why sometimes you understand that when I'm talking, I also talk a little bit faster. So just to be able to, I don't know how the technique comes, but I just keep.
It just happens. You're fluent. I think that's the talent.
Yes.
That's what makes you the
Yeah.
superstar, Eric.
Try.
So, what would you say? What would you say is your favorite project that you lend your voice to,
Favorite project that I lend my voice.
or the
to?
favorite type of project you lend your voice to?
So first of all, I love contributing to children's and youth issues.
Okay.
So these are key things that I probably love, lending my voice into. And telling the stories. I've had a lot of favorite stuff along the way. And, being part of radio programs way back inspired me a lot. And recently, I think my favorite could just be the Sierra Academy storytelling program that I did, where because it also went global, and also telling the stories is the fact that it was about an impact story, where we had a very young boy who, was affected by the 2017 floods.
Okay.
And that young boy couldn't go back to school because the parents couldn't support that much. The dad passed away in the disaster, and the mom, she got traumatized according to the story that I received from them. So as a result, he was staying with a guardian, and then as a result of that, now it becomes difficult for him to go back to school because the guardian had to struggle with many other kids, and it was a bit challenging. So the elder sister had to go first and later on. So we did the story, we covered that story. At the end of the day, when I went to China, I met an Albanian friend, and then she was like, okay, I love this story, I want to support kids in Sierra Leone. So you can look at this story and see, okay, no problem, let's send him back to school. So he went back to school. So that is about impact. The impact is about you doing something, and at the end of the day, you see, something coming out of it. And recently, again, I did a story in McKinney where we spoke to women who are doing the quarrying. There's a friend of mine who watched that, and she was like, oh, I would really love to support that woman in whatever little way that I can. Let me know how I can do that. So we're also planning to go to McKinney, because what happened was I sent someone to get a contact from the woman, and we got the contact, but we're trying to call her since we've not been able to get her. It has been quite challenging. So, and the lady now, I haven't been able to contact her to tell her that, I told her we haven't been able to get in touch with her, but let her see whatever she can do. When she sends it, we can find a contact there and send the money or whatever support she's giving, they can hand it over to her. Or probably if I do have the chance personally, go back to that place. So it's all about doing something and seeing the impact. And sometimes you do amplify certain things and you see changes, you see things happening. So that's also another key thing. Yeah.
Okay. So if you weren't a journalist, would you have had a full-time career in entertainment?
Well, okay, interestingly, entertainment was not part of it.
It just happened.
It just happened. And so I now I'm like in between entertainment, because now I do a lot of entertainment shows on radio, I host a lot of shows. But I wasn't expecting myself to be like on stage hosting event. I was expecting like probably I could be this kind of formal person, being very, very serious with, office work, good harmonica everything. That was one key thing. But I think, we kept going, kept observing. Entertainment is cool. What kind of entertainment? But I loved acting when I was coming up, because we were exposed to so many Nollywood movies back then. So for me, I really loved acting. And Omotola Jaladi, if you're watching this interview now, this is a confession. When I was young, I used to tell my mom, like, I want to go to Omotola for holidays.
Sex.
And she was like, you don't even know her. And usually when I'm now disturbing, they will tell me, if you disturb, we'll not take you to Omotola. So that was like one of the key things to actually keep me, very much, disciplined.
You're a fanboy for Omotola like that. You wanted to go on holidays to Omotola.
And I met her, I've seen her twice. She was here for UNFPA once, I think way back in 2010 or so. And she came here for the inauguration. So I had to take a photo with her, but I didn't tell her that maybe if I see her
for the inauguration,
I
I
would
was
tell
like,
her that,
beautiful.
Yeah, I took a picture. When I see her next, I'll tell her, "Did you know I actually wanted to go on holiday?"
You wanted to go for holidays to Motuba.
Yeah.
I have
And I
never
was-
had that
And I
fun
was
boyfriend.
actually admiring Jamaica, so they used to call me Jamaica. back then. You know, he has this kind of very unique way of dressing. He
Yeah.
used to put the beret like this.
Yeah.
So I used to do that, and I also have this kind of, muffler thing, wear my waistcoat and my glasses. Probably Pupa Banja.
I'm trying to have a visual. I'm trying to have like
The thing is, I couldn't get those pictures anymore.
I'm trying to
I
visualize
couldn't
this.
get those pictures anymore. But if you could, I think Pupa Banja, when they had this triad crew, there was one such person who probably could remember that this young boy used to dress like Jamaica. So probably Pupa Banja, if you're watching this, you'll be a testimony.
I'm trying to imagine what the right and the mouth like.
And you have this, used to have this Lacoste, you have the tie, and you have the waistcoat, you have the jeans, and the glasses, and there you are.
Like Jamaica.
Like Jamaica. So they used to call me Jamaica back in school days, yeah.
So, as an event host,
Mhm.
what's it's your secret to command in a room?
Secret to command in the room. But that's one of the key things, very challenging when it comes to, understanding, who to capture that audience. Because generally, people are there looking out for faults. Some people are in the audience just to find out where the flaws are. Once you have a flaw, they're very much happy, like, oh, this is don't bully, don't blunder. And sometimes some people, for obvious reasons, they don't want to participate. When you tell them clap, they don't clap. When you tell them, so you have to be very much more creative enough to know how do you, engage the crowd. You have different ways of doing that. So first of all, I love it when I host shows like pageants or competitions, because the fact is there's a natural type of excitement.
Yeah.
So when we hosted Miss Sierra Leone, I was not too worried about the crowd, because I knew that obviously all of those contestants, they had their supporters. So you get forget band sets, you get forget, so to some extent probably will get pot cover. So when you say, let me hear you say, if you're representing this Western area, let me hear you make some noise. You'll be like, yeah. So you have the band set, the drums and everything going through. So you get that natural ambience that comes through, and it really does help the host as well to flow. So even the participants as well, it serves as let's say cheerleading for them. So it's quite important, and but then knowing your audience is also very key. Once you know your audience, then you know the type of event, then you know how to capture the audience that you're talking to. What kind of techniques do you bring to ensure that you get them into attention? One of the key techniques is asking them questions, making them feel like okay, you interact with them in a sense. If you're asking a question, how for say yabudu in English, for instance.
Oh yeah, yabudu.
So people are thinking, okay, how does this happen?
I've had that before. Yeah, I've seen that trick.
Yes, so that's one thing. Another trick would be like silence is also another trick. When they introduce you for the first time, they play noise, you can't sing up, you're not talking nothing. Because they expect like when you come on stage, you should be saying something.
Like turning them down. Like.
Yes, so when you're like, okay, this one say they can't talk. If we don't capture them now, then boom, there you are.
Yeah. When you were speaking, I had this really interesting question to ask. But let me just ask this.
Yeah.
What's a fun fact most people don't know about you?
A fun fact about me. What is my fun fact? We can talk.
Hey, wait. This is a fact, and you're thinking about it too. Right?
Yes, because the fact probably the stammering when I start, so that's another fact.
Okay, that's not fun fact. We need a fun one.
It's not a fun fact.
Yeah.
So fun fact. Do you know that I can do this? My feet can actually touch here. This is a
the minute you started saying, I'm wondering what does your
it's actually that flexible that I can actually cross it over here.
You know what?
It's live TV, I'm not doing it.
It's really good to have Eric on this other side of the session. I'm always on that side, and today it's interesting to have Eric there. Like I can't believe I didn't know so much. So this leg they pass over.
I know. Yeah.
So Who is your dream interview guest?
My dream interview guest.
Mm.
Wow. Okay. So I love interviewing a lot of people,
Mm-hmm.
but honestly, I haven't, let's say, pinpoint the fact that I want to interview so and so individual.
Not even a motto that.
Well, if I have a motto, that would be great. I know, right? That would be so cool to interview a
So
motto.
now a motto like
It will
makes
be a
the
great-
chat.
She will be on the chat, definitely. So once a life you're there, we can have an interview. But yes, definitely, I am very much excited about talking to anyone when they have their stories, just to share their stories. For me, it's a particular achievement when I talk to any individual, because it's telling me that, okay, I've been able to learn from this individual. And with journalism, when you go and ask people questions, you get to learn so many things,
Yes.
and you know,
Yes.
experience a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with the active social media momentum that we have now, let's say you had to go offline for 24 hours, what would you do?
Probably going offline for 24 hours, I might need some kind of cozy place. I love nature. First of all, I love hiking. So if I'm going for a hike, or probably going somewhere to just have some, enjoy nature, maybe the beach for maybe like number 2 or something, it's okay. But I love hiking, definitely. So if I'm going offline for 24 hours, just to have some rest. And
Do you do it, by the way, like just go offline? I know people that does that on a normal.
They actually go offline.
I know people even that. So do you do that though?
Well, it depends. That's like, if I'm traveling, yes, probably, your internet. There's no choice in some cases. So, it gets me take maybe 24 hours the other day. But another key thing in terms of going offline is work. So if I go offline right now, till I come back, I don't miss out on so many things. So if I have work in hand, that's cool. But probably I think I may need that point. But if I'm at conferences, sometimes I'm at events, I might not go offline because I might also need the internet to be working. But I think I should experience that someday.
So exactly. So
Yeah.
so it seems like you started with nature, but then ended with work.
With work, yeah.
So if if you're not online interacting, then you're working.
You're working.
Because you would not be.
Sometimes even when I'm home, sometimes I take a break. Like, I'm not going to work. But guess what? I'm working remotely.
Working
I'll
from
be there
home.
working on this, supervising flyers, supervising video content, doing this, writing scripts, ABCNC. So it becomes challenging sometimes.
So with all this going on, how do you unwind after a long day of reporting or after a long day on air?
Okay, so I rest. Generally, I'm not a party type. So I love festivals. When they have these beach festivals, like, I do love going there to like witness it and watch it. But you don't see me. I'm not a dancing type of. I love dancing, but I don't know, because growing up they told me like I can't dance. So sometimes I'm very shy to dance. I've been like, if I dance, it was in the wrong one. So sometimes if I'm not in a salon, I dance.
Because
Yeah, but like nobody.
because then nobody knows. They'll just think this is the best dancer from Sierra Leone.
But yes, I love, I love watching movies again sometimes. Love watching some Netflix series. I love comedy, that keeps me going sometimes. And, spending time with family again, that's also very important. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a journalist or storyteller that you look up to, that inspires you?
Yes, I obviously do have many of them that really inspired me, to be doing my stuff. And of course, Mr. Umar Fofana is one such individual that has represented us globally. And he is also serving as a mentor. He listens to me on the radio and he tells me, hey, another for the arena, capital, you need to do Boku music, journalist, you have to be doing this, you understand? So he's one person that keeps pushing. And a lot of other individuals, Patrick Salia, who is with Epic and Slick TV now. He used to be my producer back at Star Picking Talk. I also have Brother Abraham Jalo, who is with Aslam Brothers. He is now working with Dark for Charity Foundation. He also is one of the individuals who mentored me. Of course, Phoebe and Swin also mentored me a lot. I had a lot of other individuals who mentored me. And along the way, we have people like, they are passed away. They passed away now. They're late
Okay.
of blessed memory. Patricia Ganda, of
Oh.
course, Alex Sterling, they used to work at
Sterling.
Star, and Vivian Stark Davis. These are people who actually contributed to my media journey. Of course, we have Mr. Silla with Waiting Now, and we have other individuals from outside of Sierra Leone that also contributed, in many ways, from Ghana, from Kenya, from France and thereabouts. I had a lot of mentors, so, and you cannot call one, then Boku, of course, Hassan Hawan is another great one that also mentored me, yeah.
So when you were mentioned, but then I thought it would be a stupid question, but then what better platform to just ask questions? You said Ganda,
Yeah, Patricia Ganda.
Patricia Ganda. What
Yeah.
relation does she have with Lucy and Ganda?
Well, that I cannot tell.
Okay, because
now,
when
but
you
I think-
said Vesta Soul, I'm like, which one of the Gandas?
Yeah, it's Patricia Ganda. She used to work with Star Radio,
Okay.
and she's also she was a commissioner.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless I forget, I had a lot of mentoring from Star Radio.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so also people like Phoebe Swill. She's also one such individual that played a very significant role in my life.
Mm-hmm.
People like Amadou Lamanaba, Umu Bakar. These are all people that kept pushing us, telling us this. And of course, Mr. Idris Pangi of blessed memory now, with
Mhm.
Concept Multimedia. So these are all individuals that contributed, that held our hands, and CFN also played a significant role. So yeah.
Okay, that's beautiful. So guys, if you're still there, hang in there because we're just getting started.
Yeah.
I'm actually having a very good and interactive session with Eric. And Eric, how's the session going?
It's going so far. Like I don't even want to go back. Like, I want to continue the conversation.
Okay, so we'll have a few questions, but before we go back to the questions, let's play a game so it be more.
No, it's
Would
alright.
be more. This is how this game goes.
Mhm.
So, 2 truth and 1 lie. What you're going to do is you're going to make statements,
Mhm.
2 true statements and 1 lie statement,
Mhm.
and I have to guess which one is the 2 truth and which one is the 1 lie.
Okay, so 2 truth
And 1 lie.
Okay, so you want me to start now?
Yes.
Okay, number 1, I went to the Sierra Leone Grammar School. Number 2, I speak French. Number 3, I speak Mandingo.
Yeah, you didn't go to Sierra
Did you
Leone.
say two lies and 1?
You do speak French and Mandingo.
I don't even speak Mandingo, so
You
like,
don't?
I don't.
How
So
many
it's
lies
two-
did you
two-
tell?
I told 2 lies.
You told 2 lies because when you said grammar school, I'm like, okay, check.
The grammar school. Because a lot of the time people can mistake me say I go grammar
Mhm.
school or PO or any of these bigger schools because they're like, okay, when I tell them I went to bilingual, like private school, they say, okay, we private school kid them not in concept, we can come. No grammar school now private now, but they were like government back then, so like, we don't count the
We don't
grammar.
count,
So
yeah.
they think I went to this other bigger schools.
Private.
So yeah, that's why I went to bilingual. But let me now give you the schedule again. So 1, I
Is it that you're happy to tell a lie because now they've asked you to lie, you don't know how to
no,
tell
I
a
don't
lie?
know how to tell a lie.
Make
Okay,
up, make
so
up. Yeah.
my first job was at 13,
Okay.
and second one, I love drinking water. I'm lost.
Do you know what? I don't like drinking water. That could have been a very big lie if it was me. Okay.
But anyway, yes.
One more game.
Yes.
Because you can't play this first one.
Not at all.
When you didn't go to no grammar school, everybody knows you did not attend your grammar school. Let's try this one.
Yeah.
You're going to finish a sentence.
Okay.
So let's say if I wasn't doing what I'm doing now, I'd be.
Okay. Are we starting now?
Yeah. So this is a statement that you
Okay.
finish.
Okay.
If I wasn't doing what I'm doing now, I would be.
An engineer.
Ooh.
Yeah. So when I was young, I used to do a lot of constructions, like
Mhm.
pick a lot of toys and put
Mhm.
people like, oh, you can be engineer with big.
Mm.
I was very good at that. Who had it travel from one who we can as a lawyer, so I
Mhm.
did get that me back there. And when you sneak something, you put her inside motorcar, then they look, they not see her until like, hey, so you become this steer. So that was me. With toys I not really left them then.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'd have a few questions before we round up with the interview. You don't tire? You want to
No,
go?
let's keep going.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So as a storyteller and journalist, how important is climate storytelling in Africa context? Like, how's the context of climate storytelling in Africa?
It is very, very much important because, as we know, the temperatures are rising, and Africa tends to be, suffering. Even though when it comes to polluters, Africa is not polluting as compared to the West, but of course we tend to, receive some of these things, and we've seen things like loss and damage fund and the rest of it. They go to COP28, COP29, and all the COPs, and start talking about many issues. How do we ensure that we find solutions towards addressing the current global crisis? So it's a huge one, and I think as storytellers, it's now important for us to tell the stories and also talk to people who have initiative like adaptation measures. What do we do to ensure that if we have like flooding, what should be a better platform or a better way to like stop that particular one? So adaptation and mitigation, these are key things that we need to tell people. Now we are feeling the heat, we're already in it, but how do we adapt? What are some of the key things that we should do? We need to talk about rehydration and stuff like that, and environment being destroyed in different ways. How does that also contribute towards climate change? When you talk about things like greenhouse gases, and you talk about carbon footprint, how do we ensure that as individuals also manage the way in which we also contribute towards the pollution of the environment, towards the global warming? So if you're having, like, let's say plastic waste, how do you ensure that we live in a very sustainable way in which we go green, for instance? How do we ensure that even we do not litter to be dropping, trash in the gutters and stuff like that? All these things can contribute to climate change in different ways. So these are all very important things. So as journalists, it is our responsibility as storytellers to be sharing these stories, to be also finding the people who have the initiative to talk to them, which I think I've been doing over the years, and it's quite important to be raising that awareness and ensuring that we, keep the temperature coming down and not contribute towards the emissions and the rest of it.
What unique stories about climate change have you uncovered in Sierra Leone?
Well, I think I've done a lot, and my CNN Academy story was focused on climate change, which had to do with issues of deforestation and clean cooking. As we know, women do cook with, let's say, the trees, the wood, charcoal, and so this affects them, their health, and at the end of the day, some of them they do develop some respiratory issues, and so how, sustainable effort that have been done. So I spoke to Auntie Hannah of Wonder Stove, who spoke about, her Wonder Stove, where she's now using, it consumes less charcoal and thus emits less, smoke.
Less
which,
pollution.
yes, which now helps the women. And also there's of course another one, Mr. Desmond, doing his own farm in Kenema, where he has vetiver trees or grass, which does help to help mudslide and erosion. So these are key things. I also did stories about rising sea levels for the Voice of America. I was at Bond Island, on Turtle Island, Bond District. I covered that story. I've covered about the seaweeds, stuff around mangroves, a lot of climate stories that I've covered so far, and I think I will be, uncovering more to see how much more we can share the story and, tell people that, of course, climate change is real, and we also need to take part and do our own different things,
Yeah. That's beautiful. It actually shows that journalism is just not about reporting and telling stories, but also about the caring for the environment and doing more sensitization and impacting. Which is actually a very good endeavor. So how do you make young people care about climate issues through your shows?
So so first of all, my weekly splash show, we have different segments, and we did actually produce content on climate change,
Okay.
where we tell people when you have young people talking about climate change, it helps to amplify the stories and the things that we do have surrounding climate change. How do we ensure that they get interested? Because when you bring climate change, like people think, oh, it's a whole bigger thing. You need to break it down to ensure that they understand that these and these are things that do affect the climate, the environment, and how do we ensure that we now bring it forward in finding adaptive measures and finding, ways in which we can mitigate it.
So mitigating it, and after that, we definitely need a more sustainable
Yeah.
developed country. So what role can media play in pushing for sustainable development?
So sustainable development is very key, it's very important, which is why the United Nations also have the United Nations SDGs, in which the 17 goals. So it comes in various ways, like in terms of ending poverty, hunger, and things like education, gender equality, climate change, life underwater, infrastructure and industry. All of these things are very much important. So as the media, I believe it is our responsibility to be telling these stories.
Yeah.
And of course, we've been doing it in the past. So locally, regionally, globally, these are all quite very important things, and we need to be telling the stories. The more we tell the stories, the more we raise awareness and tell people that this, and this happens, and we should now be taking measures to be adapting, and also to be, doing things that are sustainable ways of living in the environment. It's quite important. So journalism has a very significant role, and of course, as journalists, media people, we have to be amplifying these stories.
Yeah, definitely. So what's a local solution to climate change that drives more attention?
So local solutions can come in various ways. I am very much more, pleased with many young people. There's a young man called James Samba, of course, probably should be one of the guests that we should invite here. And he is actually worked on a solar-powered, vehicle, which is now used to combat climate change. It's an electric one, but then he has this solar infused stuff as well. Now working with different companies, which is quite cool. Now with that, it does reduce the emissions into the environment, so that is a great one. I also interviewed Emmanuel Aliu. We actually made a tricycle, a solar-powered car as well. Out of also helping with the same thing, helping to stop these kind of emissions around, which is quite very important. So yeah, local solutions could vary from different ways. Like how do we ensure that we plant trees as well, to ensure that we afforest the place, we replace trees that have been cut down. Also, how do we share stories about, how to when you plant more of these trees, it helps to absorb the heat, and how do we keep ourselves hydrated and all of that. These are all very important things that need to be, shared out there. We have people who are working into recycling. We can have more of recycling. All those things will definitely help. Even in terms of fashion, we saw a recent report that the fashion industry is contributing greatly when it comes to polluting the environment and recycling and all of that.
Because of this sustainable recycling.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that project with a fashion designer. I hope I can have him on air with me. But yeah, it makes sense, and I think I understand what you say. It does help with the collection, because they do more recycling of these wastes.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons why I did this attempt, because honestly, when it started, when the clock started, I'm like, there's no going back. I'm about to do a whole week. And I actually started calculating in my head, what if I just do some few days? At least I still did my mission of profiling Sierra Leoneans, and I tried, and we could just leave it at that, because at the end of the day, I tried. But then, like I was saying, one of my main reasons for having this event was to show that there are Sierra Leoneans like you, like me. There are productive, innovative, and creative Sierra Leoneans here. Eric, you've had so many awards and recognition. This is what I want to dive into. I want the viewers out there to know who is here. So tell us what was your first major award, and how did that feel?
Okay, so the first one, it's not like I won it, but it meant a lot to me. So I was nominated for the best on-air personality in Africa by the Africa Entertainment Legends Awards in 2016. And at that particular time, when I was nominated for that particular award, what it meant was the fact that I am, one of these young people that had that platform. I was the youngest in the category that time, was the only Sierra Leonean in the category, nominated alongside bigger media personalities in Africa, including one of Ghana's best media personalities, Bella Mundi, who is like, actually she's big, she's doing her own stuff, and of course, many other individuals who are within that, space. So for me, the fact that I was nominated, it really meant a lot. The recognition meant a lot. And after that, I would say thanks to Zainab Sherif and team, because she had a team here and they came to premiere a movie called She Prayed. And I did a lot of interviews back then, pushing forward. And so they watched my work and like, okay, someone from their team nominated me for that award. And it really meant a lot for me. And I didn't win it, but that was a great one. But then I started now receiving other awards. I was nominated for, I got this 2018, 2019 100 Most Influential Youth Award. Also got 500 Influential Youth by the Ministry of Youth and the National Youth Commission. And along the way got recognized for 20 Most Influential Muslim Youth, of course, the CNN Academy Award, and got other different awards along the way, doing stuff. And back, okay, I think the first one was in fact from bilingual school days. That was not my work related, but the first ones that I now remember, my memories
It's
went
still
back.
the superstar Eric.
Yes, that was like, I got the best award for the best French student and the best English student for the senior school category.
That's
Yeah, that was around 2013, 2012, thereabout. Yes, so we kept going. And now I have 2 nominations. One is I've been nominated for the best radio personality for the National Social Awards for best male radio personality, and another one is like a recognition. I've been recognized as a Youth in Philanthropy Award, which they will be organizing it in May, so I'll be getting that award. And the other one is a voting one, so I think it's cool.
Round of applause for Eric. So, with all this, does accolades add pressure to your work, or do they push you to do more?
Well, they do both. So they add pressure, and at the same time, they push you to do more. Because as we say, it's not about relaxing. You don't feel comfortable. It's all about pushing. And for me, I don't like competitions, but I like being the better version of my previous self. So let's say if I'm like this person today, tomorrow I want to be a better version of this particular area. I don't like to be like, oh, I could pass this. I don't like that. I like to respect everyone. We all work. We have our mutual ways of working and ensuring that everyone gets what they need and what they actually worked for. So yes, they keep us going, telling us, oh, you get this, so you don't get this thing. Make sure say, pull back. So it also shows that people do see you, people do recognize you, and they know what you're doing, and they really appreciate it. So which is why awards are also very important.
So how do you stay grounded at the midst of public recognition?
It's a very difficult one. Sometimes you walk in the street and you're worried, like, oh, the next minute you can't snap me. You want to go buy cookies,
Right.
buy cookie. You want
Right.
to check the but it's there to go back check every
Right.
So it becomes difficult, but sometimes you don't need to look back. Just know that what you're doing is something quite great. Your conscience is telling you that it's right.
Yeah.
So just feel free and be mindful. And sometimes it's difficult. I would pass na Lumley or some side. I say fine to go see someone bang. But then remember, like,
with two pick,
like, oh my goodness, you see them and like, okay, it's challenging sometimes, and it does push you to do things.
I can imagine. It's annoying. I can imagine.
So imagine if I forgot buy that was 20,000, I have forgot buy that 100,000. It's difficult sometimes,
You know what I mean? When you have your gate is like right in the road, like when you open the gates, you're right on the street, and you have to stand there on a slab and wait for the cars to pass because it's right in front of the street. And then when the cars pass, imagine there's a tense traffic. You have to stand there and maybe I'm just going to buy bread.
I
And
know.
the sandworm, I hate this. Now people they can't see me.
And sometimes I don't even look at people. And I'm like, hey, we see you today. So for me, when I'm walking, I don't like looking at it. I don't look back. When I go to streets, I'll just get for a short say, a dodge, or say, good Lord, they will say for pass. You know, and at the same time, people like, oh, hey, you on the TV, now we're seeing you
Yeah.
on top of a
Expectation.
like, they expect a lot, in a keke. You know, all of this thing. For me, I don't take it big. For me, I think it's just normal. Like, when you see me from Mutka, you know, they talk and say, hey, we see you from Mutka. You understand? Because it's crazy sometimes. But at an initial stage, you'll be like, okay, maybe for security or safety reasons. But when you experience a lot, you know that, okay, cars and other stuff, these are essentials that you must need. You should get, not to like say, 90 km big deal. You know, it's important to get it when you are, you know, you need it somehow.
Yeah.
But of course, me, Muts cannot fit me. My first car that I had was like 6 months to get issued. The other one again took me some few months, like, because I don't know if we get the, we not get the right fit it. It's more to happen, don't guess. So like, Muts car business right now, just me don't just tire first. And like, the bike and make a care like, I deal with it, yeah.
So, if you could give an award to someone who
Yeah.
inspired your journey, who would it be?
I'll give it to my granddad. Yeah, the good thing is my granddad is probably in his 70s, in his 80s now. Yes, so he is one individual that really inspired me. Of course, I'll give it to my mom as well. Yes, my mom actually did a lot. But my granddad inspired me to be a journalist because he, you know, will be listening to the radio and it keeps me motivated. And he also explains to me. And let me tell you a fun fact. My granddad is not like, he is not that educated to say like he went to a formal education, but he reads French, he reads English, and he understands it. So he didn't get that formal type of education. He actually learns along the way, you know, and capture these things. But he understands everything in the news and explains to me both in French and in English. So he inspired me, and his name is Alhaji Mohamed Jeng. So yeah.
Shout out to
Shout out to
Alhaji Mohamed Jeng.
Yeah.
The award for Eric's most inspiring person through his journey goes to
Alhaji Mohamed Jeng.
Yay! Okay, I think I've asked you this. I wanted to go ask you again about, so, what legacy do you hope to leave in the media space?
Okay, so I want to leave a legacy wherein, you know, a lot of people see me as a young reporter reporting for international platforms. I want to also leave that legacy to ensure that it's not only with me, but we also have many young people who are sharing the Sierra Leonean story in a different angle. We do not want, well, not like we do not want to see, but we also want to encourage seeing Sierra Leoneans, younger Sierra Leoneans, telling our own stories in our own way, rather than having extra people coming to our country telling our own stories. Well, it's a global world, it's good to see people going in and out, but also important to be getting our own Sierra Leoneans telling our own stories to international platforms. You know, that makes great deal of sense. So I want to be leaving that legacy and inspiring as many people as possible, yeah.
So where do you see Sierra Leone's media industry in the next 10 years?
In the next 10 years, I want to see Sierra Leone's, or I'm actually foreseeing to see Sierra Leone in a platform wherein, you know, we can have the financial independence. That is one key thing. And I tell you with the new media, which is social media as we may, that could be another platform. So I want to see the media growing. I want to see the media in a platform wherein journalists and storytellers are being recognized. I want to see a platform where journalists are being valued. They're giving more value.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying they're not valued. Journalists are respected. That's something also to know. But we need to be getting more respect, more value. And when you say you're a journalist, it should really tell that you are indeed a journalist. And you have the opportunities of meeting people and, you know, going to places and all that. Yeah.
Beautiful. What is one media? These are, by the way, these are your last final questions. So this is why we're giving it as exam questions now. So what is one media project you haven't done yet but really want to do?
Okay, so the one that I haven't done yet, I want to have a company where I will be training journalists. So like an
Ooh.
academy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is something that I'm looking forward to having.
Do they have to have university degree?
They don't need to have a university degree. They probably will just go to the academy, learn some skills, and get certificates out
Train
of
the
that.
professional
If you're
skills.
passionate about storytelling, then that is something that we hope to, get, and
That's
probably-
actually very beautiful. That's
Yeah.
actually a very beautiful
yeah.
platform for journalists,
Mhm.
especially if they don't have to go, if they don't have to get a university degree to get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So, what advice do you have for someone who wants to do everything like you? Radio, vlogging, international media?
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, you have to put God first. I love God. I'm religious, not probably 100% religious, but then I believe that everything in my life, all the good things that have happened in my life, it is because of God. Because I pray to Him and I ask Him whenever I'm in need, and He has indeed answered my prayers in different ways. I've seen it, it has been a testament, a testimony to me, and I really, really love that. So, whether you're Muslim, you're Christian, whatever faith you have, just believe in God and know that He can definitely do it for you. That is one key thing. Another key thing, you have to be passionate about what you're doing. If you have the passion, some people really want to be journalists, but probably they don't get the patience. They were not that, they didn't have the endurance. You have to be passionate, and you also need to have the endurance to be in a position where you can wait. When the time arrives, you get it. And don't force things. There are certain things that you don't force. What is meant for you will definitely be yours.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happens, regardless of what people say, it always happens. It's like destiny. So that is also a key thing. Don't hate on others. You should be in a position where you are very happy when other people succeed. You show that kind of happiness for their own success. God makes it easier.
Yeah.
Support people in different ways. You also
Yeah.
have your own doors open in various ways. I believe if we have that kind of spirit, we can also develop many sectors in this area, and it's about unity. We've been talking here, about entertainment, about a lot of things. Unity is key. Once we have that, it goes a long way. Another key thing that you need is humility. You need to be humble. You need to ensure that you respect everyone you meet, regardless of who they are. Don't think like you're better than anyone. That's another key thing. Let's keep doing that. And always be open to critics. People might be criticizing you. You need to be open to them, and also tend to learn from them. Learn from your flaws. Though some people might be correcting you in a very different way that makes it's criticizing you in a way that makes you feel bad. Which is, if you're also criticizing, you need to know how you bring it up to people. But then you're open to critics, you learn. Because when they tell you that this is not okay, it tends to come back to your memories. When you tell me that everything is good, they say too much of praises make a good dancer lose concentration. Tell me the flaws, then I know them. But if you don't tell me, then I feel like I'm 100% okay. And at the end of the day, so be open to criticism, and also, do as many things as you can. Explore, learn from many people. Don't just depend on one source. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, one last question, because they don't want you to go, by the way. The crew has been communicating that Eric should stay longer. But you have done so much for us. So let's have one more question, and then we go to the next interview.
Yeah.
What's the message you hope people remember after listening to you or watching your work?
Okay, so one message that I want you to know, it's about steadfastness in whatever you're doing. You have to be steadfast. You have to keep going. You don't need to be one who get discouraged easily. Let no one tell you that you cannot do it. Just believe in yourselves and know that yes, you can do it. And before we wrap up this interview, I would definitely like to tell all the people that are watching right now, hey, we're here for the next 7 days, already 6 days now. So
imagine how far we've
I
gone.
know, actually counting down. By the time you think of it now, we're like going. So you need to come and support in whatever way you can. Come and watch. The fact that you're here alone, like, it keeps the environment lively. If Joy the CC, the whole flop. If sleep one camp and safe, you know, go sleep. So let's come here. We are at the new Brookfields Hotel. Come and support in your own little ways. And of course, if you're someone who also has a very great story to share, we're here. We want to hear your stories. So come. By the way, I'm part of the team, so part of the production
Yeah.
team. So you need to come and support. And well done to you, Joy.
Thank
Wish
you
you
very
all the
much,
best.
Eric.
We're here
Thank
to be cheering you all
very
the way
much.
through.
Thank you
Definitely,
very,
you're
very
most
much,
welcome.
Eric. It
Yeah.
was so good to have you here. This was
Def-
such an interactive and educational session.
Definitely.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And I hope they listen to your advice.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone, if you are just joining, I keep reminding you, we're just getting started and we have a very long way to go. And we have our next guest. By the way, let me explain this to you. In case you are seeing media representatives and all, this is my field, so we focus on that end before we get into the other ends of things. So with me that just left was Eric Kawa, and next up we have our next interview with Mr. Idrissa Jerry-Kagbo. He is the CEO of Global Multimedia Online TV in Makeni, Sierra Leone, and also a seasoned multimedia journalist with a first-class honors in mass communication and a master's in entrepreneurship. As a trend fact catcher and experienced communicator, he has collaborated with organizations like SLAG, UNDP, Critics Makeni, and Unimark. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Idrissa Jerry, all the way from Makeni.
Wow.
He's the
Thank
CEO
you.
of Global Multimedia.
Wow.
So, your first question,
Yeah.
facts, before every introduction, your first question, did you see today us attempting a Guinness World Record? The first, what would I say? Did you see a vision of today when we first met back, 3 years back in university in Makeni? Like when we first met, we were working together. Did you feel like we have so much great things to do? Like
Wow.
in a few years, we're going to be doing a Guinness World Record.
Well, I want to be honest with you. I see beyond this. I remember when we first met, I asked Augustine Demba, who happens to be the CEO of Focus Studio in Makeni. I said, "Who is this young lady?" He said, "You don't know Joy? Joy is reading mass communication at Unimark." I said, "Okay, it is taking some time. I've not been going on campus." Say, "That's why I've not known this young, intelligent, and inspirational person." So, when I first had this initiative, I know we are not just doing it. This is a winning thing.
Yeah.
For me, I'm saying the 6 days is already gone. It's not just 7 days, it's already gone. And sometimes when I talk to young people, I don't see passion. I see results in different ways, in the way they answers their questions. That is why whenever I meet with anyone that has a dream in accomplishing something, I believe in that dream. And I know I do not just believe in the dream, I focus on the result, the intended impact, or the focus of the person. Then I said, how could I contribute? How could I help? Because you know the control founder herself. And I do not want to see this situation of Sierra Leone defined in us. So in a realistic context, if you're asking me, I see beyond that.
Thank you.
I see beyond that.
Thank you. So would you like to introduce yourself again? So
Well, I am just Idrissa Jerry.
he's not just Idrissa Jerry.
Yes. Before going to the university, I wanted to read law,
Okay.
and due to financial constraint, I had to read mass communication. While reading mass communication, and I got thinking about what I've been hearing in Sierra Leone news always. Then I started listening into international news. Then I started comparing the two. I see something different. What we report in Sierra Leone and what others report, like in America, in England, in other parts of Europe or Asia, is different from what Africa is reporting. So I see two different things. Then I started developing passion in mass communication. That was why immediately after reading mass communication, I read entrepreneurship. That is why I do my master's degree. I wanted to see how best we can address the missing link. What is creating the gap? Why journalists or media experts, because journalists is just one sector, why media experts are not just complementing the entire space in the media landscape. I was asking several questions, not until after graduation. Before graduation, I was working with AYV because I worked with AYV for 7 years in McKinney. Then I noticed that we had this thing called media poverty. I know practicing journalists do know this word, media poverty. One can easily resonate around the payment of journalists. And after getting your degree, you start asking your questions. Am I settling down for this?
Right.
You're asking several questions yet unanswered. As you ask me questions, I have several things to unleash around why I read mass communication in the first place, and my passion around journalism, and my interest in solving the problem around journalism. These are just areas I think personally, if we are to address the issue of media poverty, if we are to address independent bodies coming on board, addressing the felt need of media space, not just journalism, then we are getting it right, in as much as we have fine names. After listening to Erika, I was like, no, I'll not be the next person. Because I remember the very first time I met him, he might not be still aware, and that was in 2012. I was with Batiku Kutubu from grammar school. Yes, then I was attending the Sierra Leone International. I don't know if he's aware about it. It was a competition with Brian Sita. Brian Sita was from Prince of Wales. We met at that competition. I remember the face, but it was not too clear, not until a friend of mine, Mohammed, who is an entrepreneur, told me and explained much about him. Then there was this German journalist from, is it DW? They were doing some documentaries in Sierra Leone. Then I listened again to another documentary. I said, no, I need to know this person more. I started doing a lot of research around him. We started communicating online. We have never met. Maybe today is the second time we're meeting officially. After listening to the interview, there was time when I started Global Multimedia. I said, I want you to come over, even though I was having something to say. He said, no, it's not about the thing. I'm very tight up, I'm very busy, but I can do a voiceover. You can play it for your mentees. Maybe they can listen around voice. Because I'm not too conversant in reporting stories. I just want to solve the problem around media poverty. That was my passion. And still my passion, and I'm still working on it. So basically for me, if we are to redefine this, we need to start to discuss around solving these problems. Because it's only when we start to solve these problems, then the felt need of journalism can be realized. Reporting stories, it takes time. In a third world country like Sierra Leone, you need to go for the hard human interest stories. Nobody pay for that. In as much as of recent time we do have people applying for grants, you have your stories being pitched for other things, it is as recent, not as dated maybe 10 or 15 years, even though it has been there, but it has not been common as now. So if I'm asked to say, around the media landscape in Sierra Leone, I think among what I've said, few we need to adjust in media poverty, in solving media poverty. Immediately after then I believe we do have fine brains. We have passionate young people who believe in journalism, who want to report human interest stories, who want to report climate stories, who want to report teenage pregnancy, who want to report FGM, who want to report technology, who want to report development around the media, who want to report many things around education, science, technology, and the rest. You name it. But if these needs are not being felt, passion can be denied or be delayed or can be even destroyed.
So you know, when you mentioned the media poverty, I think it affects all journalists and reporters. You know, setting up this event, I was thinking there were a lot of times I was like comparing people I went to for potential sponsors. I'm like, why would they sponsor that and not consider to sponsor this? I'm like, in my head, I know the vision behind this.
Yeah.
I know the global recognition we're about to have. I know how positive this is to everybody. Even some of these events, but like, I don't know if like it's just some lack of interest, in as much as the media is the most engaging place.
Okay, you mentioned lack of interest. That is part of it. One thing I also noticed in Sierra Leone is people just follow the traditional system. The traditional system of the media is advert is the only way the media can help through advertorials. If you do not have an advertorial item being displayed, your content or your brand is not being supported through that particular program. I think that is a missing link in the media space. Another thing I notice is we are not having better communicators for most institutions. And most of these institutions, we are not having trained communicators. When I mean trained communicators, okay, let me just expand it a bit. Maybe trained media experts that read communications generally. I was having a privileged conversation with one senior media tutor in Sierra Leone. I asked him, I said, why can't we just have media and broadcasting school and we have PR or whatever around marketing and advertising school? We have different sectors in training, in different segments in the media landscape and train them. Then after that, we can now have a school where it's upon your graduation in maybe 2 or 3 of these different disciplines, then you'll be granted the opportunity to attend that school, like we have the law school. Let me just go what the lawyers are doing. So what makes the lawyers the law profession more unique is you have to go and read a law degree for 4 years. You will be waiting for a year or so. Then for the law school, when going for the law school, it's 1 year 3 or 1 year 6. Then after that, you have to do a pupillage, and after that, you have to be in a particular chambers until and unless you are being certified that you can represent someone in the courtroom. That particular process is an academic rudiment. So once you are representing someone, meaning you are not just representing that person, you're representing families, you're representing a whole generation. It is the same for the media landscape. Imagine Joy Gborie is the media expert for Africa. Then think around the number of people Africa is employing. And think around the dream of Africa, not just Sierra Leone. Then you are the media expert. You know your responsibility. Do you think the 4 years degree is enough? Do you think maybe your 1 or 2 years experience in reporting news is enough? There are more things to it. Meaning, the media is a broad space. Thankfully, we now have the new media, which brought the emergence of the social media. That tells us that it's emerging. In fact, ICT is now involving closely, or it's now synchronizing with the media space. So for you to become a well-trained media expert, you must have some idea around ICT and mass communication. So in blending the two, then you become an expert in this field. So you should have an idea in anything that revolved around communicating, disseminating, branding and packaging people. So you see, this space is big. So that is why when we have the one segment, journalism, because we are there in the limelight, then it's a hold, how would I say it? It's a whole punch to carry.
Yeah.
Meaning, more tuition is needed, more salary is needed, and more is needed to be added to the accolades.
Yeah.
If only a journalist should do what journalism is actually set forth for.
Yeah.
Okay? Who is a journalist? A journalist is a person who gathers the information, who processes the information, who verifies the information, and at the end of the day, disseminate this information. When do you gather? When do you process? When do you verify? These are all channels. These are all process, and these are the principles, and you are disseminating. Now, the worst thing is one man wants to do everything. So if you want to do everything, for you to produce a quality content, realistically it will take you a week. For some, it will take them just a few minutes.
Yeah.
So that is just a problem. So for me, we need to get it right in terms of policies. If the country is ready, or the continent is ready around media development, in terms of media investment, for us to solve the media poverty, we need to first of all set the policies right. Firstly, you need to have one or two different associate mass communication areas of discipline, and then you'll be qualified for you to read the media communication. It can be described. Then just after, if you want to specialize as journalist, then you're a media broadcaster.
Yeah.
That's it. So these are some of the channels, and these are some of the ways we need to fare to, if only we want to get it right.
So, why is communication key to changing community mindset?
When you miss the communication target, the target is a selected audience and specific audience. Now, let's say I want to change, please, I'm just using this as an example, FGM. Let's say Sierra Leone is against FGM. Some say they are against the mutilation, which is the cutting. Some are saying, okay, we want this, we want it, but there should not be cutting. Fine. If you want to communicate to community people, first of all, you need to identify these people that are involved in it. So if you are communicating, this is, you see how important is it? So if you do not know the channel, you do not know the process, you do not know the selected or the specific audience, then you're missing it. So now let's say you want to target to the community people. First off, it takes community decision. Then who take the community decision in the community? Maybe the paramount chief, the section chief, the Soways, the Digbas, you know this set of people. You call them on board. You ask them questions. Why are they doing this? It may interest you to know that this is an economic value to them. For any child that is being initiated, might cost, rough estimatedly, might cost 100,000 or 200,000, or let's say 100 new leons or 200 new leons. Let's assume they are doing this initiation twice annually. Then they are getting 1,000 of them. So calculate that for these stakeholders. For them, it is economical. So other sets of stakeholders, they are saying, well, this is what we met our forefathers were doing. This is what we met these sets of people were doing. Because of this, we are going to keep it. At the end of the day, we are transmitting it to them. Then, in return, they will be transmitting it to another generation. So that is another discussion. To the religious people, they will tell you another thing. Well, for us, the Islamic people will tell you that, well, we are not aware of that. We are just aware of the male child. The male child should be circumcised. The female child, nothing should happen. No FJ. Well, Christianity tell you, well, we don't know what should happen here. Let's just do for the male child. We are not told anything in the Bible for the female child. That's another discussion. So if you are a media communicator, then you are asked to do a social behavioral change communication strategy for this set of people. How would you reach them? Would you first want to call an engagement for the stakeholders to ask them questions, to know what are their problems, what are their felt needs? Do you want to address that? Maybe after addressing those felt needs and their induced need, maybe they will start to forget about the other things that do not actually matter. Then you start with engagement. You start with maybe the kids. For them, they see it as pride. My mom was part of this initiation. In fact, that is why my mom do have the first rapper in the community. Now, after this process, they will give me my own first rapper. That is their own focus. In fact, they are happy. If you want to stop that thing, they are against it. Even the children themselves, because they are not aware of what is going on. In fact, nobody will tell them until when you go. So, if you are a communication officer, you tell the organization, let's just engage your kids in other activities, promotional activities, or any other activities that will boost their educational value. After doing so, you might want to do other things that has to do with song. You might want to do other things that has to do with engagement on poetry or whatever. But in a communication or an expert who do not understand this, we just say, okay, we need a jingle. Let's do a jingle that will sensitize them. Then you just do the jingle. He said, well, we are going to stop FGM. No FGM in this community. In fact, you don't play it in any community. You will not hear it in any radio. If you want to try it, they will ask you off the community. So for me, getting the right people communicating to the specific audience or targeted audience is very, very important. So once you're missing your specific audience or your targeted audience, that is just not just the starting stage for you to miss your communication value, but you're just setting the bedrock.
Thank you very much. Viewers out there, if you're with us, like I keep saying, hang in there. We're still doing this, we're still going. With me here live on air is Idrissa Joy Gborie, the CEO of Global Multimedia Online TV. He specialized in investigative journalism, TV broadcasting, storytelling, and digital media production. With expertise in social behavior change, communication, and youth empowerment, he's passionate about community development. He leads impactful projects that inspire change and foster growth locally and globally. So, Idrissa Joy, you mentioned you did, the last time I knew you were a journalist, you mentioned you did your master's
Yeah, in entrepreneurship.
in entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
I want to know what brought the interest to go into entrepreneurship.
That is why when I listen to Eric, I notice he speaks mostly on contemporary journalism. That is why, in fact, I focused my own conversation around impacting media poverty or bringing ideas for media investment in solving the media poverty that is affecting our media landscape. You know, why do I read entrepreneurship? First off, when I started Global Multimedia Online Television, I had the traditional means of sourcing funds for media. Okay, let me just set the idea, let me just have an office space, have some maybe few volunteers and few staff, then get it registered, get an affiliation or / work with my IMC. Upon concluding all my registration within a year, that was in 2020. First off, by the way, let me make this one clear. I think this is the second time I'm making it. The one is with Vicky Remo when we had a conversation online. I said, I will say it boldly. I said, Vicky, do you know I started online TV firstly in Sierra Leone in 2019, sometime in November? Check my YouTube page, you see it. He asked me, what do I mean? I said, the word television don't mistake it. Television is the traditional form of media. It is under the two system of media we used to have before 2017. It was in 2018 we had they added three form of media, which were the print, electronics, and the new media. So under the new media in Sierra Leone in 2019, I was the first who started having journalistic content produced by 4 or 5 different reporters, blend together, produced, have a TV presenter presenting stories, reporter reporting live from different locations or different angles with different stories. I said, we started producing that week in, week out for almost 3 to 4 months. Then we stopped. Then we started in 2021 till 2023 before the election. That was where I stopped my work when I said, let me start working on media investment. So the misconception I'm seeing now, I don't know if I'm wrong, maybe there are other definitions, or maybe there are other added informations, because nobody is wrong now. You just say, I update my knowledge.
Yeah.
Nobody is wrong. You're just updating your knowledge. All I know is the new media, the other name for new media is social media. We should not hide that one. But in the new media, you have what we call vlogging, we have what we call blogging, we have what we call social media influencing, then we have what we call TV reporting, we have what we call online radio, and we have what we call live streaming. These are just the keywords.
Where does content creation fall?
Yes, influencers.
Okay.
Those influencers, they can create content, they can do their own work, their bit based on what they want to do. It can be multiple bit reporting.
Okay.
You can be a bit reporter in entertainment, in sports, in whatever area, or you can even multi-bit reporting. Of recent, I started seeing Liberty Online TV doing a bit of television, online television. Yes, they are doing online good morning shows, which is their morning produced show, online, live, streaming.
Okay.
Yes, not the TV of itself when you're saying TV station, radio station. But however, that is not the focus. I'm just saying, when I started Global Multimedia, that was the focus. I had wanted to bring the normal television reporting, like SLBC and AYV were doing, online. Because I started noticing, 2019, you can tell me the reality. After 2018 election, we started seeing people losing interest in radio and television. The credibility of radio and television can never be lost. In fact, that is the key cornerstone of the media.
Yeah.
But you and I cannot disagree to the fact that online space is closely taking awareness, presence, and visibility. So if a business want to go viable, they use online space. If a particular story wants to trend or will trend, it will find its way online. If not, you're not getting it trending. I asked Vicky, could you please just unpick one story AYV, SLBC, or any traditional television station did, and they first produced that story before the online space produced it? I was unable to tell me one. But I told her, I said, there are several stories being published on the online space which the traditional television and radio are republishing. The only problem we're getting is the fact checking. Quickly, I was among the first 8 fact checkers trained by UNDP through /iVerify. I was part of the iVerify project for the past 3 years. The project just ended shortly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
However, so that is when you come back to the basics of reporting or gathering of information. What should be considered to be news, credible news, or journalistic produced news? When you have gathered the story, you have processed it, and you have verified it. The word verification should not be taken away. That is why you have producers. That is the work of the producers actually. So when these three processes have gone through these three things have gone through these processes, then if that story is being produced, then that is a journalistic content being produced by a well-trained journalist. But if one of these items or processes is being boycotted, there is tendency for it to have some amount of error if you do not gather the information well, if you do not verify it, and if it does not pass through the producers and for verifications and all. Thankfully, in 2020, before 2023 election, Sierra Leone see the emergence of fact-checking and the disinformation or the information disorder, wherein it's almost all over the news. So most of the time when I get conversation with most people, say, Jerry, I'm not seeing Muslim acting up now. I said, I'm still trying to match up. I'm still trying to match up with the trend, but I will not follow them. I will not just follow them. Some of them are bloggers. Then me, I've gone beyond blogging. I don't want to blog again. In fact, they are not even, most of them are not bloggers. Because when you talk around
the
blogging,
posters.
well, we might have another name, but they are relevant.
Yeah.
We must understand that they are relevant.
Yeah.
The problem in the last AGM when I attended, some were saying they should not approve some people if they are working for some of these institutions. Then I was there, I stood up, I raised against, I don't want to call the media personality. I said, no, that is not, they are relevant. They should be part of Sludge. Yes, I wanted to kick off whoever do have an affiliation with any blogging institution in Sierra Leone, which realistically I will not tell you on air. So I have about 2 or 3 blogging institutions I'm working for, but it's on the low. Nobody will see me on that. Yeah? But the work of a journalist now, not just a trained journalist, a certified journalist, is for us to correct the wrongs, honestly. Because if we do not do that, then our space will still remain the way some other people describe it. That is why the media investment is very difficult. So we have some things to work on as media people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we now want to get to know you. Now we've known Idris as a journalist. Would want to get to know you. So what motivates you to keep going even on hard days, like to keep pursuing and pushing with your multimedia interest?
When I started with 2 ladies and 1 guy with my very self. We are 4 in number. And when we started within the first 3 months, we noticed the impact we created. Within the northern region, at that time in 2019, we started seeing people doing what we call photo shoots. We started seeing people calling media people for covering of different events. When we came into the space, we started doing our own visibility and our marketing. A lot of people started calling us. In fact, I started asking for university students for them to come for an internship.
Okay.
Then we have a barrage of them actually. Then we started open our wings, started having more contracts. The job was flowing. I noticed something in between the line. Regardless of the business line, I noticed we were creating jobs. Then we were solving the problem in McKinney. We are not having a professional and multimedia content being produced for them in different programs, which you might not even see it as media related, which once it is media produced, it is media related. you started having them calling for funerals, weekends, they started calling for wedding, they started calling for graduation ceremonies. Then we started doing coverage around this. Then the next thing, people were asking us questions. What is going on around McKinney? Then we started. I called up for a team discussion, and I focused in the media landscape. If you forgot, they focused why you are established, just like the traditional media. You first of all get a mission statement. If you miss the mission statement, then you're missing the entire focus of the media establishment. Then I called. It was a production meeting. And I called for that meeting and I asked these guys, hey, we need to have some of you guys for news, and we need to have some of you guys for entertainment, and we need to have some guys for this. Then we started segregating responsibilities. That's keep us going for more research, more learning. So the involvement of global multimedia in the northern region by then was for us to get more education. We started noticing that we need more education in different aspects, in improving in documentaries, in improving in photography, in improving in videography, even in telling the story in a different way. Because when you're setting up any form of video, it's like you're telling a story. So telling that story needs to be catchy, it needs to be interesting, and it needs to be catchy. It needs to sell out.
Yeah.
So if you're not selling it out, you will not be called for the next contract. Then I started having different offices. That was why when I started, I said the media landscape is huge. It's not a one-man thing. You cannot do everything. In fact, you need a sound guy. You need a light line. You need these people.
Yeah.
If you don't need them, if you don't have them in your team, you're not getting it right, because you yourself, you just don't know it all. So, growth, development, employment was part of what I think I learned in the first 2 years of creation of global multimedia.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And what's the biggest risk you've ever taken as a journalist?
Wow. I left a well-paid job for my journalist work. It's a bit.
When you say wow, I remembered one of our lecturer,
Okay.
Mr. Mansari. It was Mr. Mansari.
Yes, Mr. Maisari.
When he was telling us about his most risky times as an investigative journalist.
At that time.
It's like they closed him in back boots, they took him to bush. Hopefully this is not the journalism we're about to face.
No, it's changing. It's now evolving.
Evolving.
So now you're getting in a space that is friendly, but you have to be careful. Because if you're not careful, you'll be swayed in between it. So this is interesting anyways. When you ask me the most weeks, I see it as weeks for myself. Remember, I graduated in 2019 with a very fine degree. First honors degree in mass communication. Had a very fine job at Caritas McKinney as head of communication. Well-paid job. Forget about the salary. Think about what you'll be getting in the field. So within 8 months, 8 to 9 months, I had this call from my director, which I will not call his name, and he said, Jerry, this is journalist work, you need for stop out. I need to go there the whole time, communication, they want to see you in the office. I was like, I'm at this point doing something now. He said, well, you need to leave that place at this time. I said, well, I will not be back in the next 2 days. Please, could someone fill for me? My deputy can fill for me. No, we need you to represent the institution. I said, I don't think I can make it. It was quiet for some time. And after some time, we dropped the call. 3 days after, I received a query letter. After receiving the query letter, I know something is coming behind. I had the experience in the field when working with AY back in the days. So immediately after receiving the quitting letter, a day after, then I resigned. Yes, I resigned. I worked there for 9
That's
months.
actually risky.
Yes,
Given the
I resigned.
given the current
I with them, I
economic
resigned. It was
status.
on the 23rd. I even told them, I'm not resigning because I do not want to serve the institution. I'm resigning because of my journalistic passion. It was outrightly clear. I even have that email till date. Maybe if things get better as I'm expecting, that could be one of my stories. It was there. Then I said, well, I don't want to double function. Even if they think of not giving me my benefits or my monthly allowance or the monthly compensation, I'm fine. But I don't want to be holding the organization back. I even made 2 recommendations of people, and the one person I make a recommendation for is still working there for the past 5 to 6 years now. So for me, I see it as a weeks thing I done at that time. However, it was for the passion of journalism.
Yeah. That's at least it was thought you knew what you wanted.
Yes.
You had a vision. You knew what you wanted. So if you weren't in media, what would you be doing today?
A lawyer.
Yes.
Why law by now?
Why law? Why law?
Actually, it's a sad story. I am a single parent. I lost my dad at 3 months when my mom got my pregnant. It was impregnated, and my mom left Koinadugu 9 to 10 months of my pregnancy to Freetown. When she came here, some my bath and the rest and all, a lot of things happened, but I was born in the chieftaincy home.
Okay.
Till date, as I'm talking with you, I do not want to mention the family, but I came from a chieftaincy family in Koinadugu. As per what I'm supposed to believe, I'm a Madingo. But I'm not talking Madingo. I was trained from a Timni home. Yes. And my mom has been with me for the past 19 years when I was staying in Freetown. I left for Freetown for my first program in Unimac.
Okay.
At Unimac. Yes. So our dream and our focus was for me to defend her in all circumstances. For her, women are going through unnecessary. She used to use it in crazy. So some of the things they say, women enough for suffer for herself, and then they suffer for her salon. Yes, she used to tell me this. He said, don't be that kind of man that will treat your woman for things that your woman not for baby for suffer. He said, now the woman they cook, now they cook, now they do this, now they do everything, now they even feed the house. In fact, if the man and they pay 5 million, you can't now 1 million or 2 million. If you get it, you give 3 million a house. And then the 2 million, you go pull her back in the street. At the end of the day, the woman, I'm for take care of her, feed her, and this. She explains all that. Then you got to understand that there are a lot of issues, domestic issue, child, at the age of 14, she got pregnant. A lot of issues for her. There are a lot of things women are going through. The only thing that will make her happy for her is for me to become a lawyer and start fighting for women.
Okay.
For now, I know I'm going to be law, but for now, I've always been describing myself as a feminist. Most female journalists know me. I work with women. I mostly see myself supporting women. I hardly see myself supporting most men, not by in any way, but it's just by, I think it's by my nature now.
Your nature, you're just passionate about it.
Yeah. So I said, if I cannot do that now at this stage, I'm doing it in another way. Most female lawyers know me in Sierra Leone, and most female journalists know me. I discuss with them, we chat. Even on present, we're having this large election coming on board, so I'm supporting almost the female representatives in all the positions. There was the female president, Estina called me and said, what's your passion for women? I said, I'm not busy now, you keep. I said, no. I said, I just have this reserved passion to support. So are you supporting us because we are weak? She was testing me actually.
Yeah.
I said, who tell you that women are weak? In fact, you are not, if you're underestimating a woman's power, try her, then you see what she will do after.
Yeah.
You know, I think that is the best way to prove that. If you want to just try a woman, just do something rubbish with her, then you know a woman can fight back. So for me, I believe in women, and I believe in women bravery, their intelligence, and their leadership skills. Not just because of what my mom told me, but I took my time to listen. I took my time to learn and underscores the reason behind what she was telling me at the time. And that have set the value for me.
Okay, that's great. So what's one failure or setback that helped you grow? Like you experienced it as a setback or failure, but then at the latter end it helped you grow.
Just think of recent. Of course, building global multimedia for me, it's my biggest achievement. When this large I-Verify job came, I received a call from the first gentleman in the media landscape. Called Jerry, you have passion in fact-checking, you have passion in investigation. I see most of the time you go to these communities and investigate their story. We are not seeing findings. What are you doing? Well, we now have fact-checking coming on board. Can't you come and build your fact-checking skills and work with them? Apply and see if you have the qualification. You might be selected for the training. Because that's the first time in Sierra Leone for us to have fact-checkers being trained, not just verification or some part of fact-checking, but we're being trained holistically in fact-checking and verifying using some open source intelligence tools, you know. I said, okay, let me give it a try. I applied. Few days after, I received a call from the UN representative for that particular project, Saga. Hello, is this Idrissa Jerry? He said, yes, this is Idrissa Jerry. I said, but you have forgotten the cargo. He said, yes, Idrissa Jerry cargo. Yeah, okay, yes, I know. He said, you have an interview for this position you applied to. Will you be able to make it? I said, I will not be able to make it. I'm in McKinney. I said, well, you need to come. What will it take you? Well, I need accommodation and so. In fact, I was making preference. Initially, I thought it was not something big. Not until when I was directed to someone for an accommodation at Family Kingdom. I was like, hey, this is big. Then I called police. I said, I have received the call. He said, I told you. He said, I know you have passion for this. Go and do it. Go and prove yourself. Then I come for the interview. I slept at Family Kingdom. It was a 5-star hotel. I was accommodated in luxurious abode. Then in the morning hours, I went there with my coat and tie. I was putting up the Unimark tie. Then he said, is this the man from McKinney? I said, yes, this is the province guy.
Man from McKinney.
Yes, the man from McKinney. After everything, then I got the job. It was over like close $2,000. Yeah, of coins exchange. But that's an aside. 3 years after, I thought it's something that would be old enough. Then we were asked of the project. I don't know if they have any new face with other sets of people, because when the first set roll off, 4 were asked out, 4 of us were holding it. Second year and the third year, till everything fade out. So, I've left Unimark. I've left my dream. Because even though I did not leave it totally, but it seems dying, you know, because of my presence. So I see it like a bit of failure in my own end. By the end of the day, I was quickly to rise again with a lesson to say, let me kick my dream and focus on that passion I have in journalism. Then immediately I started reaching out. Then I reached out to Dubawa. I said, I want to have a fact-checking unit on my online TV. It's a good idea. Give us a proposal. I sign the proposal. Now they are reviewing. So this is one moment I've gone through that is bittersweet.
That's amazing, actually.
Yeah, but I do not allow the bitter part of it to get the better part of
Yeah,
me.
you grew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's allowed you to grow.
Yeah.
Now let's have some very fun and
Okay.
visionary questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've tried, by the way, guys. I'm here with Idrissa Joy, the CEO of Global Multimedia, and thanks to Sierra Mineral Water for
Yes.
quenching our thirst.
Definitely.
And so
Mhm.
if Global Multimedia had a slogan, what would it be?
Trust the lens.
Do you already have a slogan?
Yeah.
Oof,
Trust the lens. Yes, I believe in the lens. So I was asking for the greatest invention in the world. Then I noticed that most of the biggest and the inventions people love to see and love to watch don't have a lens. Just cross check. Just look at a computer, look at anything that people admire most. They do have a lens. You might not know it has the lens, but it do.
When you say it, when you put it like that,
Yeah.
yes. When you put it like that, yes.
Yes.
And once you see the lens sees you.
Yes, definitely.
So, what do you hope people would say about your legacy 20 years from now?
Oof. I want us to have a media school in Sierra Leone. It resonates a bit with, not even a bit, it's something that maybe we might discuss further. We might see how we can have share discussion on that, because I need multiple hands on deck with what Eric Kawa just said around developing
The journalism academy.
yes, the journalism academy. So I know if he develops the journalism academy, the journalism academy will create room for another thing. So why not have a media school? In this media school, we have different areas of specialty. When you come, you learn from the beginning, 1 or 2 years, then you switch. In your 3rd or 4th years, you switch to a specific location. In that location, you'll be there for the next 2 years. And after the 2 years, after graduation, you will not be called an expert for that field, but a certified person. Then, when you attend the school itself, which you will be called upon your graduation, then you'll be conferred that title, just like the lawyers are doing. I want us to have a media school.
That would be great. So like a media school, a journalism school, or
Yeah.
a journalism academy. So the media school involves everything media, photography, journalism.
Yes, definitely. Yes, but it's like a 4 years program.
Okay.
When you come, when you come for the first year, you've been taught the disciplines, the process, the theoretical aspect of media itself. When you go to the second year, you start to introduce you to some different areas of specialty. Their roles, their functions, and their areas of disciplines, their job disciplines, and so. Upon going to the year 3, you shall have the liberty now to choose a specific segment or a particular area which you want to specialize. Let's say photography, let's say videography, let's say lighting, let's say live streaming, let's say blogging, let's say vlogging. These are just different areas. It's a whole school it's a one-stop school. That when you come, of course, you get this, you get that, and at the end of the day, you'll be conferred a specific area of specialty. Like this is a graduate in photography from Sierra Leone Media School. If there will be a policy by the government set forth, just like it is set forth for the judiciary. Now the 4th estate should be incorporated like a legislature, wherein it should be set forth like a law. If you do not attend a media school, or you're not a graduate from this particular discipline, you're not entitled for an ownership You know, sometimes the ownership dictates how things go.
Mhm.
So even now, other people are now setting blog and calling it an online TV.
Mhm.
But if you look at the way they are running it, start to ask the ownership,
Mhm.
maybe his belief, his thoughts, his vision, or what he's thinking around. And that is not what the media is set for.
Okay.
So I believe we need to have a media school. If not, you should not practice any area of specialty in the media
I
landscape.
don't think anybody should really. The media is really contagious and powerful. That if you are not professionally trained to know your principles and way around it, I don't think.
Definitely.
But then, I think
It
that
is
it's
not
the
even
media. I
yes.
think, again, it's media. It's social.
Yeah.
It's social media. So everybody can just be on social media. So, describe a dream investigative documentary project that you would like to do. Just describe it. How would it be?
Of course, the extractive industry that has to do with the bauxite, the rutile, the iron ore. We have about 32 minerals in Sierra Leone. Since I was born, since my mom and my dad were born, they have been hearing about mining in Sierra Leone. Till date, mining is going, but it's not creating more dividends for the country. Remember, the law is saying 1% of what they are producing should be in the country. Imagine you're producing billions and somebody is saying you should just give 1%. So there are so many rhetorics around the extractive industry. So I would love to unravel the untold stories around the extractive industry.
Okay.
How would I describe it? I would really want to unearth policies made behind closed doors around the extractive industries, because there are some agreements behind closed doors you never know about, which Mr. A or Mr. B is benefiting. Then Mr. A is sending Mr. B. Mr. C is there to work, but he do not know, or she do not know that Mr. A is the principal person that have already signed this deal. But the Mr. B, supposedly to be the minister, is there to work, but knows about Mr. A, but Mr. C do not know about Mr. A, but Mr. B know. So when Mr. C, the actual person in the field, the miners, the workers there, it could be the Sierra Leoneans, we know this is what is going on, this is what we should know. But you don't know what Mr. B is having in consonance with Mr. A. And Mr. A, in fact, is hiding what Mr. B should know, what he has already agreed with the investors. So, for some of us who have been following stories around extractive industry, we tell you for sure there are a lot of untold stories. I hope one day I have all the gears it takes me to unravel these unhidden lives. I describe them as lives. Every day, if you go to like Pepel, you see lives being transported 247. As I'm talking to you, my sister, we are seeing 20, 40 feet containers of rails are being transported to the ports. And from the ports, we don't know. Some are saying China, some are saying order. For me, I don't know. All I know is Sierra Leone, they are transmitting our let me just say, the hard soil of Sierra Leone to other country. And that is hard to see. That is hard to know that we're sitting in a ticking time bomb. There is this journalist from Abiba, from Germany, that do that particular documentary sometime in 2018. He said Sierra Leone need to be careful. Connaught is sitting in a ticking time bomb. At any time, something might happen. I wish it doesn't happen, but something might happen. What is happening to Lunshan? What is happening at Pepel? What is happening at Marampa? What is happening all the way at Moamba? The extractive industry is massive, and a lot is going on. And investigative journalism I've been working on it. There are a lot of things I've been working on, but the extractive industry is closer to my heart too. I wish I am unable to unravel that to see the hidden secret around the agreements behind it. So if only I am to describe the story, that could be the story I would want to actually on surface.
Good, good. So, what is next for Edison Jerry? What is your vision for media in Sierra Leone?
Yes, as I speak, okay, I will not say I do not get it right in receiving a job, because that I've added another knowledge, and I know that will be transmitted to another team member, because it's a whole component now in the world. Almost all newsroom are now having a fact-checking room.
Okay.
Yes, before final content have been produced, they go and look for sensational headlines. They look for what they should verify, names. They need to look for dates. They need to look for time produced, if what this person said is true, if they should hear it or not. So I believed that will be incorporated to global multimedia. Thankfully, I am now in a conversation with a close friend who is thinking of convincing his father to invest more than $2 million into the dream of global multimedia. I think
I want to be a part of global multimedia.
yes.
I want to be about global
the reason
multimedia.
is we want the northern region to have an independent television station.
Okay.
Yeah. Stanley Bangwa is running a radio station, and now is live streaming some of his few programs. And I made to understand he's working on setting up a television station. That is good. If he starts, no problem. It's not about who first.
Yeah.
It's
sure.
about how we get it right as a media landscape. So the next vision is for us to set global multimedia in the northern region. I want to see the northern region to have a television station, and a television station that tells the story of the people in the northern region. From there, we're looking at a national face, a continental, then we're projecting to the globe. Some people are asking me, are you not reporting international story? I said it takes time. You don't just rush, you don't just hit. You take your time, you do it bit by bit. If not, you miss the target. I don't want to step my dirty shoe into the wrong parlor, which I should have been called upon at some point, but because of my my worry, should I say my worriness, then I'm not called upon. Then that's bad. So I have to be careful, and I have to be mindful. That's just setting the principles of journalism right.
Yeah.
It's not about who breaking news. Yes, it's nice sometimes. Breaking news. You are the first to break the news. Fine.
Just like or something is broken.
Just like the online blogs recently. I know most of them. There was a time, I know the story. From the look of thing, I know it's bad. Then I call the person and I say, my man, this particular photo you use, I don't know about the content, but this photo is being doctored. This is not a Photoshop photo. This is an AI generated, and this is a paid-up version. For my eye, I can tell. Then I own the thing, quick one, I own it in one of my open source intelligence, the free version. They flag it for AI, but they were unable to tell me the type of AI that do that. Because the source should tell me the AI when it was done, and the location, and when it was first uploaded, who first uploaded it, then the crowd will just collect all those data, then we share the fact check. So when I tell him, he said, left we don't pull the story now. Me man, you know, I didn't make professional push. I only pay it money, so we are getting now the monetization. Everything is gonna. My mom is collecting money, sending it for me weekly. Then you are sitting there with your professional. I said, we are not washing for the cash. We're building a brand, and we're getting there. Brand is not what you tell the people. Brand is what the people say about you. What you tell the people is marketing. So sometimes when I tell the people the difference between branding and marketing, sometimes they laugh. I said, what you tell people is marketing. Hey, you're going to buy this, that's marketing. What people say about you, that is your particular brand. Other ladies have been talking fine, that is your brand they are presenting
The brand.
on your back.
Yeah.
That is the brand actually.
Yeah.
I said, well, we are building a brand. We are not marketing now. So let's just build a brand. You guys are marketing. Keep marketing. When the time reach for the right competitors or the investors to work with the people who they should work with, they know who to reach out to. So that's it. The next vision is for us to set that vision.
So you've worked with other media houses, other, like you've worked with
AYV.
Sludge, you've worked with AYV, UNDP, Critics, McKinney.
Caritas, I work with Caritas.
Caritas, yeah.
That was my first job after graduation, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, what's one collective project that you're especially proud of with all these partners you've worked with? What's one project
Well,
that
you have to choose
you're
one.
exceptionally proud of?
Yes, we use one.
This would be my exceptionally proud
Okay,
project.
the Sludge I Verify.
Sludge.
Yes, because the Sludge I
I mean,
Verify is the
because-
most talked about project in Africa. There is no project you mention in Africa that has to do with fact checking and journalism that cannot be I Verify. The word I Verify is the Africa Uniform Fact Checking name. For us in Sierra Leone, it's large I Verify.
Okay.
In Ghana, they do have Nigeria, they do have Liberia. Now, okay, it has been set now in Liberia.
Okay.
Guinea, it will be set when the election will be up, but the process is ongoing. So it will be set in different Africa countries. But ours is the fourth Africa countries, and through the 2023 election. And through the election, we were able to fact check close to 200 stories. And thankfully, I was among those who fact checked. I will not say it, but I know I fact checked most stories during the election. You know, when I was in some simple Photoshop, you need not to go to open source intelligence to do, but because of professionalism, you have to tell the people over there, this is what I'm doing. They will ask you for your findings. What do you do before it be posted to even Sierra Leone?
Yeah.
Then you have to do it. In Sierra Leone, I don't want to say they are lazy. They are not having better media people to do their campaigns, their political gimmicks or tricks or so. However, during the 2023 elections, a lot of mis and disinformation. Most were disinformation to deceive people during the election, which Sludge I Verify through the support of UNDP and other partners supported. We were on top of our A games. Almost all the media houses in Sierra Leone, if not all, let me just know, all media in Sierra Leone were refined to Sludge I Verify work. Let's wait for Sludge I Verify. After then we'll verify if it is true or not. So I'm proud to be part of that project, and it was a success for me to be in amplifying truth and accuracy. Most specifically, when the information has accountability, transparency, and fairness, then you'll be proud to say, well, I'm part of this.
So, what would you say? What does the word impact mean to you?
For me,
What does it mean to your daily work? What does it?
Okay, what does it mean to my daily work? It means like everything to me. Because when I want to start a specific project, before I reach the end point, I started even predicting. Even though a close media mentor used to tell me, don't predict the impact. Allow the work. After the work, then you see the impact. Sometimes I start to predict the work. You see, I pay more emphasis when I start my example with the FGM in the northern region. Well, most people in northern region, they know me, I'm against FGM. And wherever I heard about that fake FGM, I will go and do investigation. If it is there, then I will film, I will go there, no matter what happened. I have been beaten, I have been slapped, in fact I have been tied. A lot of things have happened to me behind the scene which people might not know. But the police people in McKinney, they know me now. Hey, and I journalist, they don't go, now, Jerry, okay, now count on all when I'm there, they call me, interview me, what happened? I said I was there, I was doing my interview, and I want to know that some kids were in this place, they are just without it. At the end of the day, I get my facts right. Because before going, I must have maybe cross-check some few things. Why am I going there? All the people in that society, are they more than 18?
Okay.
Are they beyond the consent age? Is that what the law says earlier? The law said after 18 you have the right to join whatever society you want to join. Nobody should go there and cross-check. But if you are below 18, if you are added to any society, there must be consent. Then if I'm aware that an underage is going through a specific process, then I need to visit the police station. If I know the name, I'll go to the parents, I'll ask them questions. If they are the ones that send, then I'll cross-check with them. If they do not want to talk to me, I want to know if that child is a caregiver, what they call it in Creole, men picking. I want to know. I want to know the actual parents. Let me not mention one story. There was a story I did sometime in 2024, before 2025. It was November to December, because normally they join in November and December. Sometimes even this April. But thankfully, the entire north, I don't know, but the entire north, this April we are not hearing any FGM process or any session. However, I don't know, but stand to be corrected. But last year, that story was very hard on me.
Maybe they're in promised land. Maybe they're in promised land.
No, not because of that. The reason was because the person that paid for all the children was a key player into Sierra Leone dispensation. One could say is the main player. You may guess who am I saying to. So they say this person give more than the money they normally give. Like if they are to give 200, he double that 200 for each of the children. So let them just check the number of children, they will send that money. And they have sent that and even provided some the other things they need in there. He provided everything. So all what the other parents have brought to them is for them. The money that is coming is for them. All what they are benefiting, their money, the rest, and the dance, the fun they have, that's it. At the end of the day, they don't know what happened to the children. And fortunately, we were having about 7 children in that place. But it was only one child brought this eyeball. I never knew about the rest. But this particular one, I had the information, I have the intelligence, the person told me, I started asking, I started reaching out. But everywhere, the doors were closed. When I go to this, I go to nowhere. But if there is a consent for a particular initiation, the police should know, or the customary law should know, the customary court should know. When I check, they are not aware. Then I mounted several questions. Well, if you are not aware, I am aware of a particular decision that is going on. Can you come and see this particular scene or this particular place? They are not going. In fact, they are not interested. Let me just leave it. Let me just forget about it. In fact, one person called me, had wanted to give me money. I nearly tempted to collect, not knowing that the money was the intention for me to stop. I was like, hey, I like what you're doing. I appreciate you. Come this evening. Let us sit and have drinks. And so after everything, the drinks, and I have the money. All this, thank you. Keep doing it. At the end of the day, before I want to go, but forget about that story. I was like, I had to return it again. Thankfully, at that time, I was handed the cash, so everything just, I said,
You
no.
could put your pride aside, yeah.
But honestly, it's not easy. The journalistic aspect of journalism, for me, I see it's the toughest. Because nobody recognizes it until your work is out. Most of my work, when they are out, some will say not for national consumption, because when you have an investigative report, you first give 3 hearing, IMC hearing, you come to SLAG for affiliation, and after that you go to the public. Whenever you go there, they will have the way, they will massage, they reach out, they settle it, they fix it. How they fix it, how they do not fix it, this is the problem we need to settle as a media.
So, would you like to tell us what elements make storytelling powerful and unforgettable?
Yes, in Sierra Leone, I want to base most of my experience with Sierra Leone because I have more experience with Sierra Leone. And sometimes some people miss the fact of using a normal way of telling stories. They started thinking about the big way. Let's just use what we are told at school, what journalism said at the end of the day. But do you know, if you build a tap running water closer the door of many people, they will leave that tap running water and go for the well. In some communities, in the villages, guess why? In the process when going, they are going to discuss about their side programs they do, especially the women. They are going to chat around it. What happened last night with their husband? What happened with their children? How are they taking care of their children? Even if, coming down to the children, when the children are going, they are going to discuss what happened in school. Who happened this? Who said this? If this not happen, they have 15 there, they know they happen for one and a half place. They need to go get there. Until because of the 15 there they happen, and they make them go get there. This is a whole story on its own. So the ambience in community, let's just start with the specific story you want to do. Let's say you want to do an FGM thing, or you want to do teenage pregnancy. Let's just say teenage pregnancy in a community like Makai. When you go to Makai, you hear the cockroach, you hear the other thing, that sound, and make a message to some of these people. So if you want to tell a story of that nature, that these people in this community are doing this, you need to take some of this ambience in this community. You go down there and have the reality in the field. This ambient build a creative story. So the only way a creative story can be well consumed by these people you're doing this story for is when you are making it community based. If it is not community based, if you want to start it with a background like in the world or in Africa or in Sierra Leone, this is what Sierra Leone said and this is what he said, then you are coming out to Makai and today we are in Makai, it not having that taste to them. So for me, it takes the community based approach for you to make a story to be communicated in a well created manner.
Okay.
And there are a lot of things that make up the community. So when you use the community approach, then you get in a creative story.
Okay. Do you think short form content like TikTok, Instagram Reel helps or harm journalism?
It doesn't totally harm journalism. I don't disagree. I still want to stand at
It
the
harms a
in
bit.
between. Yes. Yeah, I really want to stand on the fence, like in a dilemma. However, in as much as I believe the digital space is creating more waves, and I believe the added value it is giving to the media space, I also believe that much more time is needed for the content creators or the mobile reporters or journalists to do more. I know of some mobile journalists who are professional journalists who do gather with their phone and do short videos like the RTV. It's a program done, I think it's a South African lady. She reads a news within 1 minute, but several news within that 1 minute on TikTok.
Okay.
So for me, I believe you can still go less time creatively with an accurate information, regardless, without breaking the principles of journalism.
Okay.
All I know is they need to add more value and they need to pay more attention to the principles.
Right.
If not, they are harming the profession slowly.
What is your favorite digital platform? Actually, what is your favorite digital storytelling platform or tool?
Oh, Facebook.
Facebook, yeah. Why do you like Facebook? Why is Facebook your favorite?
Why? Why do I like it? It's because of my community,
Okay.
Sierra Leone community. When I look at the number of users in Sierra Leone on Facebook, I know if I go on Facebook, I will communicate fastly to Sierra Leoneans. And when you look the way they set up the connection
Makes sense.
between the friends, if I know you, you know me. If your friend is my friend, there is possibility for me to see your content. So that is how fast it goes. Sometimes it's not a matter of likes you have. If you post a particular content about me, somebody don't want to like it because of me, but they will like it because of you.
Yeah.
But if they do not like it, that doesn't mean they are not seeing it. So you have the organic scene, and you have people that are just clicking and commenting. So for me, I use Facebook because of my community survey.
So, what do you mention behavior change through media campaigns? How do you mention behavior change through media campaigns?
Usually, and in Sierra Leone, most of the campaigns are done through media, and I believe that it's only when we engage through the media, then we are getting it right. So little do many people know that media do not just end on Facebook and other social media platforms. We have other form of equipment that are media related. Content produced, like audio sounds, if it's being played on a Bluetooth speaker, it's a media content. It's a media campaign content. So if that one is going, that tells you that it's up and running.
Right.
So for me, I think it played a huge role. Yeah, it played a very huge role.
Okay. Thank you very much, Idrissa. It was really nice to have you. Do you have any last few words for our audience? Do you have any words for our audience?
Yes.
In regards to digital media storytelling.
I believe in the media space, and I know others have already labeled themselves as bloggers, but I believe they can go beyond blogging. All I'm calling is that most I'm seeing, not all, most I'm seeing that have labeled themselves as bloggers. Recently, I've seen some have started adding description of vlogging, reporting, or yes, a vlog. Vlogging, like when you're visiting different locations, yes, one country to another, something like that. So some of them are saying, we always appear where the news is, we are telling you the news. So I believe they can do beyond that. Before making those content being distributed, before reaching the end point or the consumer, let them process it. The processing stage takes getting that information, which is the guide and gathering it. Let them verify. They should cross-check it. And in that cross-checking, they should have one person that will always authorize a specific content for them, for it to be posted on their handles or their intended television. Yeah? So let them always have the time of verifying before reaching the end consumer. You're getting it right. You're important. You're relevant. Nobody is seeing those that are having the 200, 300, 400 likes on Facebook, TikToks, Instagram, LinkedIn are not important. They are lying if they are not saying the truth. They are important. In fact, they have automatically fall under influencing, and influencers is one of key components in promoting a particular brand. That is marketing in disguise. So business people are using them now in marketing their business. So guys, you are important. But when we come to the new space, telling the information, communicating the information, passing the information, please take your time, pause, cross-check, and give it a critical eye. That's just my advice. And don't forget to follow this. We have few days left. Not even 6 days. We have a few days left. And we're getting it, and we're getting it right. And this is Sierra Leone. We're getting it right.
Thank you very, very much, Idrissa J. Thank you so much. It was
Thank you.
so good to have you here.
Yeah.
And this profiling was really amazing. This was a
Thank
very
you.
wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone back end of the camera, thank you very much for staying tuned and for listening to us. We're a few hours away from breaking the Guinness World Record for longest interview in marathon. And I just had a really, really good interview with Elisa Jerry, the CEO of Global Multimedia TV in McKinney. And yeah, as I was saying, I am focusing on interviewing journalists and media practitioners and bloggers and basically the people that controls and handles the media. So these were our 4 sets of focus. And obviously in this section, we still have one more interview before we go for a short break. So this is how it's going to work. There is 5 minutes of break after every 1 complete hour of interview, which can be accumulated. So that means since I have done series of interviews stretch, I can use each 5 minutes that's behind every 1 hour interview for rest. So after this session, that means we're going off for some few minutes and then we're coming back for the next round. Next on my list is one of Salon's finest, Alpha Jane, the CEO and founder of Bokutalk TV, a digital lifestyle and entertainment media company. So, hi Jane. Hello.
Hi.
Jane,
Yes.
we can do this, right? Do you know I'm seeing black? And I had to tilt
Don't sleep. Wake
not
up.
like I want to sleep, there's so much light but it's so good to have you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Are you tired?
Pretty much,
I can
we've
see
been here
that.
since
We've been here since.
noon, so
Yeah. And like I said, we're having behind the scenes and we're having all the media reps that we can get. And Jenny is from Bokutalk TV. Like I mentioned, he's the CEO and founder. And Bokutalk TV is a digital lifestyle and entertainment media company. So Jenny, first of all, tell us about Bokutalk TV. What inspired you to start Bokutalk TV?
Before starting Bokutalk TV, basically I grew up loving the media, having passion to work in the media. So in 2021, I started Bokutalk TV and registered as a company. And the main focus of Bokutalk TV is like doing lifestyle and entertainment content online, and working with young creatives here in Sierra Leone and across Africa, because I've been able to reach other creatives out of Sierra Leone. And I know the media landscape in Sierra Leone, we have a lot of creatives, but we are not focused on the young creatives, like people who are talented, but they are young and they have passion for media and being a content creator, being anything that pertains in the media. So Bokutalk TV actually work with these people, bring them together, learn them skills like video, how to do videos, how to edit your videos, how to post on social media, how to actually use the media for positive things. So this is just the background about Bokutalk TV.
Okay, so where did the name Bokutalk come from?
So basically Bokutalk is a Creole word that means talk plenty, that you let
Okay.
you don't have limits. As soon as in Creole language, if they say you have Bokutalk, you basically want to know about everything. You basically want to say something about everything. So Bokutalk means unlimited. You talk about everything possible, but we pertain in Bokutalk in generally for lifestyle and entertainment.
So what gap would you say you were trying to fill when you started up Bokutalk TV in Salon Media?
So basically it's a professional training for young creatives, because we see lots of people want to go into content creation, lots of people want to go into the media and they're young, but
they don't really have the know-how, the speciality and professionalism of doing things. And basically, because of Boku Talk TV is focusing on lifestyle and entertainment, but we choose to be a professional
Okay.
lifestyle and entertainment platform. So that is basically what we're doing at Boku Talk TV.
Okay. That's good. So how did you fund, or how do you fund or boost your setup on in the early stages? How did you fund
So
and boost it?
my early stages at Boku Talk TV, I had funds that came from myself, some family members. I like to say I want to be grateful to my mom, who was basically she's one of my shareholders in the company, and I also have a co-founder who's Muhammad Mukhtar White is a co-founder of Boku Talk TV. And also, we were fortunate to be one of the businesses that were funded by the Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project, the World Bank project. I think it was 2 years ago. So we were part of these grants, and then most of this money went to purchasing equipment and getting an office space and doing all of other things that we wanted. So this was how we actually came together.
So what was your very first piece of content about Boku Talk TV? Isn't that your very first content you published?
I feel like my very first content was like going out, doing like Vox Pops, asking questions. Yes, and for Vox Pops, then we actually went into doing events. We were the first, I don't know if you actually remember this movie, The Squid Games. So we actually, the time that Squid Games came out, it was actually a big thing. Everybody wanted to watch this movie and all of that. So we actually wanted to create something like a real life Squid Games, where we actually went out for sponsors, but we couldn't get sponsors because some of the sponsors told us that they were scared because of the real Squid Game movie. People get killed to actually eliminate them from the game. If we're going to do something similar, then I said, no, we're not going to do something similar from the movie, just for people to have fun. In fact, we're going to use water guns to actually eliminate people out of the game. So it was not actually successful. We actually held that event at one of his car parks at the beach.
Well, in terms of success, do you mean from turnout, the outcome, or the resources you were expecting it to bring?
And we
or the
put a
support?
lot of money into
Because I went there and it was fun.
Yeah, we put a lot of money into the events, but we couldn't get most of the money we put into the event without. It was just from our pockets and so on. But we actually understood everything that went down because it was our first event and we were a new company at that time.
Okay. So that was actually a Boku Talk TV event.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
went there actually. I went. I'm trying to remember what actually got me there, but I was there for hours. I actually saw the game. It was nice. It was actually nice. So what is the core mission for Boku Talk TV?
So basically, Boku Talk TV wants to be like one of the best online lifestyle and entertainment media from Sierra Leone that will actually portray mostly all of the positive things that is happening here. Because when you look at our media landscape right now, you look at people that create content, we don't actually put a lot of work in promoting the positive things that are happening, and there are lots of positive things happening. So that makes the difference with Boku Talk TV. We actually focus on promoting the positive things within our entertainment sector, within tourism, within lifestyle, and everything that is going on in Sierra Leone. So basically, I would like to say this publicly. This is an interview, an attempt for Guinness World Record. Boku Talk TV, for us. We actually, the passion we have is for doing this for young people and paving the way for Sierra Leone and also promoting Sierra Leone in a positive way. We do not want to associate ourselves by far with anything that is related to politics or whatever, because we've seen what other platforms have turned into that have been actually within this political circle.
Yeah.
So we're trying to do something far away from that.
Okay. So How do you define digital lifestyle and entertainment in Sierra Leone context?
So I feel like digital lifestyle and entertainment ecosystem is there. We've been doing a lot of things surrounding entertainment, but I feel like we need a lot of people like us to project to actually push some of these contents outside. Because I've seen a lot of I wouldn't want to name names, but we've seen other creators from other countries that asking Sierra Leone, do Sierra Leone have musicians? Do Sierra Leone have celebrities? Do Sierra Leone have, so you know. So these are some of the things we're trying to project. We do have celebrities. We do have people that do music. They are very good musicians. And I want to say openly and publicly, the Afrobeats that you hear now, the Afrobeat started from here.
Yeah.
So you see, it's been a while. It's been long ago that Sierra Leone have been in the lifestyle and entertainment space, and we've been doing so well in projecting entertainment. It's just that we need a lot of people like us that actually push these things outside of Sierra Leone and across the world.
So, speaking of entertainment and Afrobeats, I saw you releasing videos, covers, and what was that about? I saw you releasing, I think I saw 2 videos of you rapping.
Yeah, so back then, I started, a lot of people don't know this about me. I started doing music way back in secondary school when I was in secondary school. So I went to, there was one time there was this event at Paddy's, later the name changed to Quincy's bar and something like a nightclub or something, which I was part of the people that went there to partake, and actually was one of the rappers that actually represented my school, Albert Academy.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't win the competition, but I was there. So since then, I took music seriously from JSS, SS level, and I started rapping. And few people know this also. We have a song. I was singing with a music group called the Tennessee Music Group. We have a song called Masquita, funny name, but it's a very good song, very good visuals. And I'm proudly here saying that I have a song that has been heard on Trace Niger and MTV Base. Myself and Jooms, his name is Jooms, we collaborated on that song. And I've done a lot of projects, and there's also another music group here in Sierra Leone called Tilling. And I've also been performing with Tilling for, I think, like a year now. I also went to the Tilling retreats, a music retreat for like 7 days. We were out there at Toke Sands Resort, where we recorded over 15 songs, and some of these songs made it to the Tilling album, the compilation album, with other musicians from America, Nigeria, and Jamaica.
Okay.
These songs are out on all platforms, on Spotify, on Apple Music. So it's music have been part of me, and I'm someone that actually love being around creative things, anything pertaining the creative industry. I love it. I love doing it, and but focusing on Bokutalk TV is one of my biggest projects right now. So I feel like focusing on Bokutalk TV and made me put music aside for a while, but I feel like I want to go back to music and all of that.
Okay. Yeah. You should actually. I think that was good. So, who would you say are your targeted audience, and how do you try to engage them? How do you engage your
So for
targeted?
Bokutalk TV, our targeted audience are young people, corporate people, and also people that basically love African culture and tourism, because we're also focusing on tourism, like promoting the positive sides of not only Sierra Leone. We're trying to expand our reach to the rest of Africa, promoting African culture and tourism to the rest of the world.
Okay, that's great. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And what's your long-term vision for Bokutalk TV?
Well, my long-term vision for Bokutalk TV would be I like Bubble Talk TV to expand. Like you have all of these other entertainment channels out there in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya. Like for Kenya, Switch TV. For Nigeria, we have a lot of them. We have Ndani TV, we have Taste Niger, we have MTV Base, something like that. So we'd like to establish Bubble Talk TV. Like to Sierra Leone will actually be what would I say, our headquarters or something.
Yeah.
I would definitely want Bubble Talk TV to own office spaces in some of these biggest spaces around Africa, especially in Nigeria, because when you look at the entertainment industry right now in the rest of Africa, I feel like Nigeria is the giant. I would like to say that Sierra Leone we're doing our thing, but Nigeria for the entertainment space right now. If you as a TV, as an entertainment TV, I feel like you need an office space in Nigeria because everything around Africa keeps evolving around Nigeria. For now, I know for now, there are other African nations trying to do their thing. So the biggest goal for Bubble Talk TV is like expanding, doing more content, promoting African culture and tourism, African entertainment, and also we also have plans in opening. Like I've heard a lot of my colleagues come here and talk about a media school, and actually I want to say yes, we actually need a media school, because when you look at our media landscape, a lot of professionalism is not there, and citizen journalism is taking over. Which of course is not a bad thing, but for
It's a bad
people
thing.
to actually go, I know,
It's
for
always
people to
most of the
actually
time not
go
authentic.
according to
Principles,
ethics. Yes.
ethics.
So it's something that we really need, and then I feel like Bubble Talk TV also want to be part of this media school and something that will actually promote positive things out there.
Great. So, how do you build and manage your creative team?
So most of the people we have right now in our team are either studying journalism or are either content creators themselves. So most of the people in our team are actually in media schools. Like for example, we have I think 70 or 60% of my team are from Fabric College Mass Comm Department, the Faculty of Communications and Media. So I have most of these people in my team that are on my podcast. It's either they're on my podcast or they're presenting some other thing, they're doing red carpets, or they're doing hosting for other events. So that's it. So that's how I scout people. You should actually have passion for it. You just don't come and say, oh, something I like what you're doing, I want to be part. No. You should show me that you have passion for it, and you should have a little bit of background in the media, and for you to practice, because we're trying to train professionals to actually do something that we stand for, like the positive things that Bubble Talk TV stands for.
Great.
Yeah.
So, how do you handle creative differences on your team?
So basically, I would say that's not a problem for us, because everybody at Bubble Talk TV is a family, and if someone knows this and you don't know this, we actually try to force them. We actually force them to actually learn collaborating, to learn to collaborate. If I don't know this, you know this, you teach me, you ask me, I'll do it for you, or you ask me as there, because most of the time when we go out, I'll say, okay, if you just join my team, I'll say, okay, see this as a learning phase. Just don't run to hold the camera. I should see this as a learning phase for you. We go out once, twice, when we have events or when we have our own personal shoots for shooting content for our platform. I say, just see this as a learning phase. There'll be a time when you start holding the camera, you start shooting, or if you don't know something that I do know and I don't have the time to teach you, you can ask anyone else in the team, and then they'll actually help you out with it.
Okay, that's great. So I need to find one interesting question for you. I need to find one very interesting question for you. So okay. So now this is how rapid fire works. I ask you a quick question, fun question back to back, and you must guess the answer fast without thinking.
Let's try.
Tea or coffee? That you seem to think about that.
Everything.
City life or village life?
City.
Yeah, that was.
I wouldn't survive in village life.
Afrobeats or reggae?
Reggae.
So you thought about that?
Yes.
So you like Afrobeats?
No.
Okay, so how has founding Bokutok TV changed you as a person?
I feel like Bokutok TV has actually changed the way I think, the way I do things, the way I communicate with people, the way I actually see the media landscape. So I feel like for me, Bokutok TV is basically part of my life right now. And I've been having some issues with a lot of people who you don't care about anything else except your job, except your work. Because I always tell them that I'm trying to build a brand. But for me, I'm not saying that because of I'm building a brand, I should actually totally blank people. I'm not blanking people, I'm just trying to get myself locked in and focus. Whenever you're fighting for something, whenever you're building something, you need to lock in. You need to actually focus on it. You need to focus and don't actually listen or hear anyone, or a lot of people will actually come with their ideas, ask you how to run. They say, yeah, if your idea really makes sense to me, I'll actually listen to you, and then I'll try to incorporate it to what my business stands for.
Okay.
And it's hard time people start looking at their dreams, not only focusing on their dreams, but focusing as a means of making money, as a means of survival. Because when you take your business or whatever you believe in as something that will actually change your life, I feel like most times 80% of these things come out successful.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So Bokutok TV has made a lot of differences in my life. And Bokutok TV, actually, I switched my course. I actually studied information technology.
Okay.
And as soon as I opt into focusing and registering Bokutok TV as a company, I actually enrolled at Fabe College, the Faculty of Communications and Media, and I'm actually majoring in broadcast journalism. Just because I have this passion for media, I actually say, you know what, let me go in for this and then actually focus on something else after. But my main aim right now is like focusing on that degree, getting it locked in, and then focusing on the business. I actually really don't want to, I don't think it's a bad thing, I don't know, but I actually don't want to work for someone. I actually want to build a brand, get people, make a positive change, and then let these people go also spread the knowledge and actually make another change. Because when you look at what's happening right now, people coming through, it's a digital world right now. So the more you expand, the more knowledge you share, the more I feel like, especially when it's positive things you're teaching people to do, I feel like it's come back to you.
Yeah. So okay, first, what do you love about Sierra Leone culture and creativity?
First thing I love about Sierra Leone culture, when we're in the room, you don't know who is a Christian, who is a Muslim. A Christian can say Alhamdulillah. A Muslim can say blood of Jesus. So that's the first thing I love about our culture, like, the diversity, we love each other, and then you say for creative?
Yeah, Sierra Leone culture and creativity.
Okay, the creativity side is, we always try to do something. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Lots of people now that opt into the creative industry, that went into the creative industry, actually went to the #1 university in the world. That's what I always say, YouTube. Most of our creative learn skills from YouTube, and then they are professionals right now in the field, from photographers to content writers to videographers, cinematographers to painters, everything that is pertaining in the creative industry. I feel like it's a good thing. Sierra Leoneans are smart people. They're
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
are very intelligent
Yeah.
people. We learn quick. We actually put in the work when it comes to these things. So that's the thing. It's the thing I love about our creative side.
If you weren't doing media, what career would you be in?
I told you before. I went into the first thing I studied was information technology.
Okay.
So if I wasn't doing media, I would basically be into tech
Okay.
because I love tech. I
Okay.
love tech. So, but for me, it's a very good advantage for me
Mhm.
having a background in tech
Mm.
and also switching to digital media. I feel like it helped me a lot because with a lot of background I have from tech, how to go through social media, how to build your page, how to build a brand. I feel like that's helped me. So if I wasn't into media, I basically stick to tech.
So what legacy would you like to leave through Vocal Talk TV?
The first lifestyle and entertainment media that focuses on promoting positive things about Sierra Leone, especially our entertainment, our tourism, and our culture.
Mm.
That's what I want Vocal Talk TV to be remembered.
Great. Let's see enough for if you go in. So you already mentioned that you're planning to expand in other countries and regions. So do you have any plan to launch a podcast or mobile app or streaming platform?
Yes, we actually have a podcast that's running right now,
Okay.
and we are planning to actually publish the last 2 episodes of season 1,
Okay.
and it's called the Gen Z Circle podcast,
Okay.
where I have like few members of my team, like 4 podcast hosts that actually focuses on talking about things that are affecting Generation Z,
Yeah.
especially in Sierra Leone and across Sierra Leone, out of Sierra Leone rather. So this podcast is out, and we're focusing on publishing the last 2 episodes. And also, besides podcasting, we also have other beautiful, brilliant content that we actually post on our page.
Okay.
Yes.
That's nice. You said Gen Z
Circle podcast.
Circle podcast. So
Yes.
what is it about really?
So basically, the Gen Z Circle podcast is a podcast where people of the Generation Z come together, talk about everything: sports, lifestyle, entertainment, the downside of being a Gen Z, the positive side of being a Gen Z. We talk about drugs. Like basically, drugs is all over. The Gen Z right now.
Yeah.
It's a thing for them. You go to parties, you go to festivals. If they don't get high, it's not a festival for them. So this podcast
The
is
Gen
like,
Zs.
podcast is like talking about the positive side, where you should actually, as a Gen Z, bring in
Are you
experiences.
sure it's
from
this
other-
Gen Z that you keep seeing out there?
It's
Are
not
you sure-
just the
Are
Gen
you
Z,
sure it's
but
not just
basically
some
the podcast.
good-looking millennials?
No,
you see?
exactly. Millennials are also into drugs and alcohol and some other things. But for me, I feel like
Gen Z is
Gen
normalizing
Z, the problem with Gen Z is they want to try everything.
Yeah.
Gen Z wants everything fast.
Mm.
Gen Z want to experiment. If you see me party, say, oh, I took this and it's acted on me like this. Say, the party let's try that. So that's how the cycle keep going around. So it's a cycle. It's a safe. Despite us talking about the negative and the positive side about Gen Z, but it's also a safe space for the Generation Z, where you can also say, oh, let me listen to this podcast, or let me watch this podcast on Talk TV on YouTube, and then I'll get some other advices from what they're saying on the podcast.
Yeah.
And basically, sometimes I actually ask, because myself, I'm the producer of the podcast. So sometimes I go through comments on YouTube, comments on our Instagram, on our TikTok, or whatever social media platform. I actually bring that back to my team and say, people are commenting on this. Why not the next episode? Why not focus on this topic? because people actually want to know more about this.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that is what we're doing.
So what do you measure as success at Bokuto TV?
So for us, I'll say we're successful. We are on the path of success right now. We are not successful yet. We are on the path of success because when we started Bokuto TV, people were like, Saloma no go watch you content. Saloma no like fancy content. Saloma no like, you know, in our local dialects. Like Sierra Leoneans don't like things with high quality pictures, things that actually make sense to them. Sierra Leoneans love negative. When you go to the blogs, you see most of the blogs that have figures and numbers online, actually the blogs that actually post negative or nudity or something like that. Then I said no. I said, well, that's the thing for us. We want to change the narrative. We want to be positive. We want to project the positive thing that is happening here in Sierra Leone. You know, so I feel like for whoever is thinking like that for Sierra Leone, like Sierra Leoneans just love the negative things. It's a lie. When we posted our podcast, people were like, oh, the quality, oh, the sound, oh, are you guys from Sierra Leone? Said all of them are Sierra Leoneans except one who is Fatima. She's her mom is Sierra Leonean and her dad is Nigerian. So she's the only one in my team that is from Nigeria and all of that. So I said, everybody in this podcast is from Sierra Leone. It's school here and everything. The only person in my podcast that is not from here, but she's schooling here now is Fatima, and her mom is Sierra Leonean. So you see, so we're changing the narrative. We're bringing new topics every time there's an episode out, and we're also doing, besides the podcast, rather, I've said that before. We have content that when you go through our page, you see that these guys are not only focusing on lifestyle and entertainment, but they're actually doing their journal. They're actually following the rules of journalism, and they're actually doing, and they're actually promoting positivity, and they're actually going through according to ethics, like media ethics. They're following the rules of media ethics. So when you go to our page, you will see nudity. Let's say you watch our podcast and then someone wants to say something that is off. We actually blur them out because we know it's Gen Z. We know a lot of people want to watch that podcast that are below 18 and all of that. So sometimes we have to blur this out. So we're following all rules and protocols. Despite that, and we also want to talk directly to the Sierra Leone Ministry of Communications and Information rather. I feel like there should be a regulation on blogs, on online TVs, and all of these other things that are online, because I feel like so many Sierra Leoneans keep opening blogs and pages online, promoting negative things and saying things that are not actually in line of journalism and all the other thing. But if there is a regulation that is set in place, that say, okay, this is a regulation, as long as you are here, you are actually doing your business or whatever, if it's not a business, you're actually doing this from Sierra Leone. These are the rules. You should not do this, you should not do this, when you do this, these are the consequences. I feel like that will bring a change, a little bit of change in how people put out content out there.
Good, beautiful. Do you collaborate with traditional media houses or influencers?
Well, I've been able to collaborate with a lot of creatives, a lot of businesses, but I've not been able to collaborate with any other traditional media because although one or two have actually reached out to us and say, okay, you guys, you guys really have the quality we're looking for, and we want to work with you guys, but we've not been able to meet in terms of agreements on policies and every other thing that we stand by.
Okay.
So we're just there, and we want to make it clear that if whatever you're doing aligns with what we are promoting, we definitely will collaborate or work with you. So that is it. We're open for collaborations, and we keep, like I said, we keep promoting whatever is positive for Sierra Leone.
How do you promote young talent through your platform?
So basically, I've been able to reach out to a lot of creatives. For example, the recent video we did was there's this dancer online. His name is Mousy21. He's I love his content so much, and he actually creates like dances on TikTok, follow trends.
Okay.
Yeah, and a lot of people keep commenting, "Oh, you're one of the best dancers in Thailand," and all of that. And he keeps tagging his other creator in Nigeria. His name is Nati, Big Nati or something.
Mhm.
So I keep following him on his page, and I said, you know what, Mousy, you're doing very good. Why not have you on our platform? So we did a profiling of him. We brought him to our studios. We did like a short podcast interview where he talked about himself, where he started the dancing journey, how far he've come to on online influencing and all of that. The positive side and the negative side of being an online influencer.
Mhm.
So sometimes if we go out on TikTok, we see you're one of the creatives, a Sierra Leonean creative that is doing very well. We actually reach out. We reach out, we book you a date, we bring you to our studios or wherever. If you don't have like the chance to come to our studios, we come with our equipment wherever is comfortable for you.
Mhm.
We tell you this is what we want, this is what we want, then we shoot, edit and post on our platform. And most times we do collaboration posts on Instagram and also on TikTok.
Okay. Okay. That's good. How do you get feedbacks from your viewers, your audience? How do you?
For now, I feel like, there's no platform that will tell me that they've not had a negative feedback ever. So one of the things we'll always do is we look at these negative feedbacks as a way for us to change what is good for some viewers, because sometimes these negative feedbacks are not actually even good feedbacks, but when you
Okay,
look at it
feedback
as a
is,
team, you say, okay, since they're saying this, let's try to switch something and give them this. But mostly, I'll proudly say, the positive from our platform have been more than the negative that we've had on our platform. A lot of people say positive things. A lot of people will say, "Oh, I love your content. Oh, your content is clean. Oh, you guys are professional." So we have this, but sometimes we do have negative comments. But I'll say the positives comments are more than the negative comments.
Okay. Okay. So how do you handle creative differences? How do you handle this confusion you just explained?
Well, we as a team, I always tell my team, like the first time we posted our podcast, one of the negative comments were like, "Why you guys like to follow other counties? It seems like you guys, all of you guys on the podcast are talking like Nigerians. Why are you following the Nigerians?" I was like, because I'm one of the admins on our platform, so I was like, I replied the comment. We are not Nigerians, we are Sierra Leoneans. It's just that you're not used to seeing good things from Sierra Leone. And I said, the only person that is Nigerian in my podcast is so and so. So I name her on the tag. I said, she's the only person in the podcast that is Nigerian. Everyone else in the podcast is Sierra Leone. And basically, you're not seeing this because you're not used to seeing good things from Sierra Leone. That was my reply.
I don't know if I've asked you this, but what type of content do you post that has the best performance on your platform?
I found out that a lot of Sierra Leoneans love like Vox Pop, like these games.
Okay.
Because we have like there's this content that we posted on our platform like a year ago, where it was a Valentine's Day content. Where we went to Fabric College, University of Sierra Leone. We went down the campus asking people to talk about Valentine, to send requests to their loved ones. And so it was so fun that was one of our best content. It has up to 85,000 views on TikTok. And people were like laughing about it because of the response and the host that we used for that content. And also we had a content that we used to produce. It's called the Money Rush content. I will place money on the floor, and then we'll ask you to touch whatever part we call you touch. And then if we scream money, then you need to go for the money. So I feel like those were one of our best content yet we've posted. But we know Sierra Leoneans love things that actually have energy, fun, and all of that, chaos. And all of that.
Yeah.
But we're trying to like force other content to them to actually get used to it, that this is us, we are your people, this is what we do, and you need to accept that this is what we do, this is what we stand for. And these are the content that actually promotes us in a positive way.
And in that case, how do you adapt to changes in algorithms and digital trends?
It's very difficult. Sometimes you need to crack your head. Oh, it's Monday. Oh, it's Wednesday. I need to post. Oh, no, you should not post at 2. Oh, you should post at 6.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this particular content we need to post it tonight. So sometimes it's very stressful trying to chase the algorithm and everything. And sometimes I would say it's a win-win. Sometimes you just post content, you don't feel like it's gonna blow or it's gonna go viral. By the time you sleep and wake up, you see the next morning you see numbers, you see comments, you see numbers going up and all of that. So that's the thing about the algorithm. But the thing I believe is just post. Anything can happen. But probably even the videos that you don't have like full what the word should I use? The videos that you say, oh, let's just post it. I don't feel like people will actually love the content, but let's just post it. These are some of the videos that actually go viral. Sometimes it happens. We've done videos with all the budgets, all the sophisticated equipment, big budget, but these videos don't go viral. Really, like the simple videos that we shoot with phones, and you just post them, you just put the logo, edit, give it sound. And
The ones that get noticed.
These are the ones that just within the blink of an eye. You see, in the morning when you wake up, you go online, you say, let me check the socials. You see these videos are making figures. So that's the thing about social media.
Yeah. So another question is, what has been the most rewarding part of being a media entrepreneur?
I would say first off, one of the things that have actually been rewarding for me is like I've been able to collaborate. I've been able to know a lot of creatives in the creative community here in Sierra Leone. Because first, when I was not into media, I basically know only few people that are creatives. But now I go to creative events, creative gathering. I would say I know a lot of people in the creative industry. And also one positive side is I've been in rooms where creatives are always talking about collaborations, which of course, when we started, a lot of people don't want to collaborate. They just want to stay on their
Personal
own.
credits.
Yes, personal credit, do their own. But now the dynamics have changed. A lot of people, when you go to creative events, whether it's sports events, whether it's shooting or other events, including the creatives, or whether it's entrepreneurship meetups or technical trainings, when you meet with creatives, you're like, oh, I've seen your platform, let's work on something, let's do this, or someone else will walk up to you. Oh yes, I heard when you introduce yourself, you do this. I've been looking for someone that shoots in videos. Why not collaborate on this and this and this? So I feel like these are some of the positive things.
Good. So how do you stay motivated during the tough and slow periods?
I'll say sometimes I have to get up at night, go through my page, close my phone again, lock my phone, think about Bubble Talk TV. On my alone time at night, say prayer, say, God, all I want for this is to promote the positive things. And all I want for this is to make a difference with young people. Put your blessing into this. Direct me, lead me to the actual path for Bubble Talk TV. And that have been the one thing that have been keeping me up, because sometimes I'll say it's very stressful being a creative in this part of the world. And sometimes you have to think from projects, where is this money coming from, or probably you have to take care of your own needs, and sometimes people need to pay your money, because a lot of times you have some creatives take 70% up front, some creatives take 50%, and it's challenging. Probably they've paid you your 50% for the work, and then you've used that money, you funded the project, and then later you don't realize anything, and you're waiting for the client to pay your 50% or your 30%, and it's very stressful and all of that. So, but you just chill and say, okay, God, I thank you for what I have now and for what is going on in my life and my business. So you just, it's difficult, but you just need to hold yourself sometimes, say a word of prayer, and then just go back to work.
I have one question, but I feel like you're not going to answer it correctly, but I'll still answer because I feel like I already know the answer to this question. When I saw it like this is a question for you, but I already know the answer to this question, but you're not going to answer it anyway. So what is one mistake that you've made that taught you the most?
Jeez. Comparing relationship to my business.
My answer has something to do with relationship. My answer has something to do with relationship.
Being a creative, and I'm not saying creative should not fall in love. That's what I'm not saying. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
It's about finding the right people that believe in your dreams and are very patient enough to believe in you, yourself, besides your dreams, and are willing to patiently wait. You understand?
Yeah.
But I feel like I've not been able to find that part of me yet, so I'm putting that on a hold right now. Basically locked in, just kind of locked in. But I feel like that's my answer. Relationship and
mixing business with pleasure.
yeah.
So, how do you balance being a creative and business leader?
Jeez, it's difficult, especially it's three things.
And a student.
Yes, being a student, doing broadcast journalism, being a creative also, and also
a businessman, a business leader.
Yes. Sometimes you have to think, I have to send invoice to this client. I have to go collect my balance here, because one thing I noticed, I don't know, for other businesses they like paying to the bank. Like when you send them your invoice, they say, okay, tomorrow or next week we're sending this money to you, we're paying this money to your account. While some other businesses like to do business cash. You need to show up at their place. When you show up, they pay you cash. You need to. So all this, sometimes it's stressful and hectic for me. When there was one time I had this event to cover, to shoot, and I have class in the morning. The lecturer sent a message to the group like, if you don't come to my class, there will be no continuous assessment for you. So I was like, jeez, okay, I know what to do. So early in the morning, I called a few members of my team, like a videographer. I said, okay, we're going to this event. I just want the client to see me like I'm around. So we took all the equipment, all the gears. We went to the location. I told him, we're going to start recording, but I'm going for class. So if the client asks for me,
Mm-hmm.
just tell them I'm around. So I have to rush, drop the equipment, it starts recording. Then I went on campus. After the class, I have to quickly run back to the location. So sometimes it's stressful.
Yeah.
It's very, very stressful.
Yeah. So are you do you see Bokutok TV becoming a full-fledged digital TV channel one day?
Of course, that's the thing.
That's the dream, right?
Of course.
So
Imagine if I don't see Bokutok TV as how would I want to expand to Nigeria and other places
Yeah.
of Africa?
So what type of partnerships and investors are you open to?
Well, we are open to any partnership as long as it's something positive. You come to us, we talk about it and everything. And if you feel like your business or you're creative, if you're a business, you're an organization,
Mm-hmm.
you are a creative that will actually work on your own, you feel like you want to partner or collaborate or whatever, just reach out to us. We'll find a way. We'll definitely find a way to work together.
Okay, I'm hoping to exhaust the whole 30 minutes with you from here, but
Okay.
we're getting there. We're almost there. So, yeah, you said so what is the next big project we should expect from Bokutok?
We are basically planning to do an event that will actually bring together creatives, but it's under the carpet for now. But we're definitely working on that, and we're also basically trying to work on a town hall. That's one of our biggest projects right now.
Okay.
We're planning to work on a town hall. It's called the Bokutok Town Hall,
Okay.
where creatives, the working class, and everybody can come. We put a topic, we talk about things, and basically things that are affecting young people, Africans as a whole, things that are affecting our tourism, things that are affecting our entertainment, things that are affecting creatives in this part of the world. So that's one of our biggest projects we're working on now, the Bokutok Town Hall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you mentioned that you're now locked in work and people tend to misunderstand or just assume that obviously you prioritize your work more. How would you say, how has founding Bokutok changed you as a person?
Well, I'll say it's actually helped me in what's the word? To be actually I was also responsible because as a leader, people are behind me looking at. So I should not do anything or if I'm outside, I should do things that actually don't tarnish my brand.
There's maintaining the brand, there's taking
Exactly.
care of the the mentees.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't see me out a lot. If you see me, if actually bumps into me in an event, it's either I'm there shooting or I've been invited privately by the event organizers. I just don't go to parties, I just don't go to clubs. I can't even remember when was the last time I went to clubs or this. Yeah, if you see me out in an event, it's either we're covering the event or
It's either it's December end of year, we're working.
or I've been invited, or it's either someone in the creative industry that I know that I want to support. I went out there, purchased a ticket, attend their events. So that's it.
You know, I realized that a lot of creatives, when we meet during the holidays, you think that we have mad fun. But then, funnily, this only happens during the holidays. Like we have, and that's not most of the time. It's not even about going to have fun because you guys are always holding your camera. Someone is always moving up and down. Like it's either, like you said, it's either your friend is having the events, either one of us is an event planner or somebody. Always just busy. So what do you love most about media journalism? Like, do you have more passion for it apart from the message you're sending?
Yeah. Basically, apart from Boku Talk TV,
Mhm.
I do really want to focus on investigative journalism, because I've read a lot of books, I've seen a lot of movies surrounding that, and I feel like I have passion for that. That
You're
side
not
of
scared
journalism.
of that?
Why would I?
What did you read? What did you read?
We
What
know a lot
books?
of people have not come out. You know, a lot of people have not come out alive of being an investigative journalist, but it's fun. For me, it's fun. It's about telling the truth. It's about bringing what's in the dark to the light.
Mhm.
It's about protecting other, because some people feel like journalism is all about gossiping.
Mhm.
No, it's not. It's more than that. So for me, I want to really, besides lifestyle and entertainment, which Boku Talk TV is focusing on, I want to practice the real journalism,
Mhm.
especially the investigative side of
Mhm.
journalism.
Okay, good. Hello, if you're still up, it's 5:18 a.m. See how far we've gone. I'm here with Johnny of. I don't know why I tend to always forget the last name of Boku Talk TV, and we're actually having a very interactive session. I love this. I thought this was going to be.
No.
It was really good that I had a guest as you. So you have to give 2 truths and a lie. Let's see if you can play the game well, because Eric messed up. So this is the game. You have to give 2 truths and a lie. Then I have to guess. I have to guess which one is true and which one is a lie.
Okay. I've never been out of Freetown.
Mm-hmm.
I do know how to shoot
Shoot
films. And
Okay.
I know how to cook.
You
So
know.
choose one.
You know, doing this day, you've never been out of Freetown. I wanted to pick that, but then I want to give you credit for cooking. But then,
Choose one.
obviously, it's true that you know how to shoot. It's true that you shoot. So that's one true, and you're supposed to give 2 truths and a lie. Can you cook?
I don't know. Answer the question.
But I think you've been out of Freetown though. So that's the lie. That's the lie. So you can't cook and you can shoot and you haven't been out of Freetown.
Of course, I've been to Bo. I've
Yeah.
been to Bumbu now.
I wanted to believe there are some
Been to
people that are
Makere.
seriously haven't been out of Freetown.
Yeah, I know.
But I think it's again our job, because
Yeah.
that's what actually took me around Sierra Leone. I went through all the districts, like just documenting and working with this NGO. So I think the job description also makes us know. Guess the slang. This is how it works.
So you're such.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get you a. Okay, let's do the let it or skip it. So I'm going to mention either some trending topics or celebrity movies. Like, who's your favorite Sierra Leonean artist?
Really?
No way. Everybody has long, the line long. Especially when
Favorite
you
Sierra
when
Leonean
you're
artist as a musician.
musician, yeah.
Oh my god. I do have loads of them, so it's difficult for me to.
So now you're going to rate it or skip it.
So I'm going to name a certain artist. It's a female artist.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been doing very well, and yeah, I think boy.
Boy. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Boy's been doing really good. She's
Yeah.
actually been doing really good. I was watching some of her videos on YouTube one of these days, and yeah, she's doing really good. Her stage presence and all that,
Yeah.
she's actually doing really good. So now, you're going to either rate it or skip it. Boy or Ira Star.
Yeah, that's not even difficult for
Exactly.
me.
Why should it
I'll
be
go for
difficult?
boy.
Why did I even say that?
I'll go for boy.
I wasn't going to say that. Was not what I
Salon
wanted
for
to
salon
say. That was not even what I wanted to say. Oh, okay. This lemonade or Exodus.
Exodus.
Why Exodus over lemonade?
Exodus. I feel like lemonade is just like something like try to go with the trend on Afrobeat, but I feel like Exodus has a story and all of that.
But have you listened to the story behind lemonade?
I'm listening to Lemonade, but I feel like Exodus has a better story than. Although Lemonade also is a very good song, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
So the last game, and then we're done with this session. I'm going to give you a word, and then you're going to make a song out of it. So you're going to sing immediately. You don't have to think about it too much. So money. Hey, money palava. Okay. Another one.
Is that one?
One more. Light.
Like. Turn up the lights in your baby. Extra bright,
Okay. You win. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Guys, this was our last guest for this segment, and we're going for a short break, and we're going to take back the next segment. Probably would do a stretch of 12 interviews or more, depending on how much energy I bring back to you. But just stay tuned, stay put. The cameras are still on. I'm probably going to be sitting here until the next interview session. However, thank you so much for joining in. Please, as though clean, come out in numbers, because I need more. I need all of you for interviews.
Yes, guys,
We need
you
this
guys
place
come
to be full with numbers. We need everybody to be active and involved. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much for leaving your comments. I appreciate you. We appreciate you, and thank you so much for helping to make this a success. Thank you to my sponsors, the new Brookfields Hotel, to King's Empire, to Vult, to One Broadband, to Sierra Food. Thank you to everybody that is making this a success. To Capital Radio. Thank you to Boku Talk TV, to IB Blog, everybody that is here with me tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you, Samuel Ganga. We're done with the first section. This means we can kill this. So now, let's just log out after the 1 minute, and then you can mark the 1 minute time.
Good.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much.
Can you use this occasionally for charge?
Ganga.
Okay.
You want charge?
For you.
Yeah, charge.
For the rest.
Yeah, I need for this. But she's now 30 minutes again. You immediately log in, log out too.
Yeah.
The exact sign there. You can now look at okay?
Yes, 1 hour, 6 hours, 5 minutes.
Some people they don't use exactly. Some man they don't extend like Jerry, like I think it's Eric, Jerry said you don't extend that. You Okay, this was nice.
Time still don't know if we stop now.
No, we forgot. I get. Ganga, how many hours did you do?
6 hours.
6 hours.
Yeah, 5
So that means I have 30 minutes break. Anyway, and still go for
Sure, 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 sure. Sure, sure. 1, 2.
Sure.
Sure, sure. Sure, sure.
Bella. Well, today the Buddha na Sarah. So now go left for the jump people in them like a cara.
Hmm? Why not? Ugh. Yeah. No. No, but I'm playing normally, but it's okay. The mic don't mute, eh? Is it on? Tell Lindsay the sound is on. Hi guys. The sound was mute because I had to wait for them to break down. I was supposed to do a 1 hour break, but unfortunately I had to extend it to 2 hours. Women say I get 20 minutes break more, which means I can do 18 hours stretch. So I'll be doing all day way I done this. I wish I could explain to you now the timing system is a lot of explanation, but yeah. So now I make the mic be mute so I can wait. So yeah. Well, I'll be back soon. In 20 minutes, we'll kickstart the next session and then we'll take that on through the day until 8 to 9 p.m. And I use WhatsApp, delete, never ends. Yes. Good morning, Sierra Leone, and to all we brothers and sisters them with it tuning from all over the world. This is not the moment we all the wait for. The Guinness World Record longest interview in marathon, hosted by me, the Joy Gborie. Right here with me this morning is one of our major sponsors. We sponsor we with venue at the new Brookfields Hotel, which was one of the best things that happened through this event. I want you to help me welcome Mrs. Fatimata Aisata Jallo. Mrs. Fatimata Aisata Jallo is a cashier at the new Brookfields Hotel. She's passionate about entrepreneurship and she loves to read. How are you, my love? Good morning. First of all, would have to say thanks, and we really appreciate the gesture from the hotel. This was, as I said, one of the best sponsorships I had for this event. It was a really kind gesture. So, would you tell me about yourself?
Okay, thanks for hosting me. Once again, my name is Fatimata Aisata Jallo. I'm from the new Brookfields Hotel. I'm a cashier. I work in the hotel. Let me say, presently, living on my own, but I'm a married woman. But just trying to be that kind of entrepreneurship lady with hard work, resilience, and strong motivation to young and old. As for me, I depend on working hard. When you work, you get what you want. For some of my friends out there, I've been motivated by them through my working skills, doing some extra entrepreneurial things, selling, having business lines, doing things with their daily life. For me, I appreciate what I do most by doing the hospitality thing. I started this since 2016 at the Facebook restaurant at Shannon Street, but now I ended the new Brookfields Hotel. I want to say thanks to God and what He has been doing for me.
That's nice. So, we will like for know you. You will describe to we like your typical day in a hotel, like during your work day. What's your typical day like? Or how you day can get busier?
Okay, for today is the 15th, I guess. Today I'm gonna do the stretches, which is very, very sometimes can be hectic. In the morning, try not only the cashier thing, like I do the multitask thing, like the cashier, helping the waitress, helping maybe the steward or the kitchen maybe function, like this kind of things. We have daily bit, like for us in the Brookfields Hotel, we have so many functions where sometimes we have to chip in, help them with these stuff, maybe taking food to their different places where we have the functions. And ending of the day, maybe I do my consolation with the cash, try to check out, try to give guests the good thing, what they want at the restaurant, helping them, you want this, I'm there, so I can manage my time.
Hospitality, you have a lot of work going on here.
Yes,
like you have a very long and busy day.
Yeah, for sure. So for me, I find it interesting because that's what I love.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's interesting.
Yeah, so I've got used to the guests where they normally, some people may say Fatima, some might say FA, but all goes with the same name. So I don't like tell them, this is this. So I normally try to help them with some things that maybe some people are new. Like the very first time, can I ask you, this is your first time in the hotel? Someone say, no, this is my second time. I say, welcome. You give them that kind of gesture for them to say, these people are trying, like they're doing their best to make things right. So far, so good. Like, especially some guests might be so mean, but we try to, talk to them, try to put them there like this is this. When a particular guest is made so mean or sometimes can be hard, can be difficult, you change your tone of talking, the way you do things, you change your body language. Because some people can just see the expression in you, oh, she's mean, she's this.
Yeah.
They start
And
saying,
you have to be calm. You have to be
Yeah.
welcoming.
yeah, the way
Yeah.
with your appearance to them and all. So it's not been easy, but we go along with it.
This is what we call professional. this is what we call professional. Actually, professional. It's like it's a lot of work. You telling me through your day, I'm like, Then I'm thinking about the parts where I don't even think I can be as busy as you are for the day.
Yeah,
I I confess, I don't think I can be as busy as you are for the day. So tell us what is your favorite part about being a cashier.
Oh, when counting my money, when counting my money, and ending of the day when I'm doing my reconciliation.
Okay.
It can be so stressful. It can be so, joyful thing. The joyful thing is
The balance.
Yes, the balance is when you notice you're not like you running into a shortage. And the interesting part when you know you do your counting of the money, it's exact what you get is what you're gonna have at the end of the day. Like for sometimes you have to get like 6,000, maybe 15,000, some hundred.
Okay.
Then you can see you have exact of what you get the sales for the day. Your heart will be like, oh, thank God, no shortage. And that's the best part of me when closing my reconciliation day.
So another thing we want to know, you don't have to but then so have you ever had like a surprising or some unforgettable experience with a customer?
Yes.
You want to tell us about it?
Wow, that one is huge.
It's huge.
Okay.
Well, it could be good surprise actually, just something will blow your mind about a customer basically. But yeah, if the customer was being not nice, then you should shame the customer.
Okay. Some customer might be like, I don't know, some feelings of like one side of it, maybe. Some can be nice, some can be mean, but like I said, for like some can be mean and some can be nice.
Yeah, people are different.
Yeah, from a scale of 0 to 10, I can say, let me say, some have been nice to me, like they will leave money for me in the envelope and say, okay, this is for Fatima. When she comes, you give it to her.
Nice.
Sometimes we do have our day off. Like yesterday I didn't work, so today is my working day again, Tuesday, and gonna be a split shift for me.
Okay.
So normally I will come and say, oh Fatima, someone left something in the front desk for you. Come and pick it up. Like what? When I look into it, maybe it's the money inside. I will say, oh, thank you. Maybe because I've done so well for the guest.
That's actually nice to know.
Yeah.
And that's actually nice to know. Maybe yes, I still don't think I can do your job. I want to say maybe Africa.
It's very anyway.
I want to say maybe I can do your job, but I still don't think. So how do you handle stressful situation during the busy hotel hours?
Okay, for me as a cashier, normally like I said, I normally chip into various things, doing the waitress, doing the kitchen, doing the front desk, helping the guests. Whenever this kind of things happen, especially we having so much functions, I try to put myself, because sometimes my head can be like, wow. I put myself like I breathe like this and calm down. Like telling myself, oh, you need to calm down. Like one of your staff met me just there, like telling me, oh, I want you to do something for me. I was doing something in my laptop and my desktop, like telling me, oh, I want you to do. I was like, wow, just came in. Then you want me to do such things for you? I was putting order for the AMI because normally we have companies that put in for foods in the morning for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah.
So I have to go through my phone, the restaurant phone, to check whatever is an order there.
Okay.
So I was telling one of the waitress like, oh, when they come, please do sign the receipt and give them one, and we're gonna get the one. So sometimes I can be doing it on my desktop. Someone is like, oh, Effie, can you place this order? I say, you know what? You have to calm down. My head is not a machine. I have to concentrate. Because sometimes you go off track. When functions, people are crowded, and the waiters are there telling me, place this order. This, I say, okay, you know what? Can you give me a captain order and leave it on my desktop.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes when you start telling me, oh, can you place blah blah, I was like, okay, calm down first.
So when you say the capital order, how does that look like?
The what?
I thought you said
Captain order,
the
like
captain
the
order.
where you place your order, you write what you want.
Oh, okay.
Maybe main course or dessert
Okay.
or something light or something. That's the main course where you have, okay, can I have drink?
Okay.
Maybe Coke, Fanta, Sprite. That's the captain order.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the slip you're gonna give to me. Maybe if I don't do it multically.
Mm-hmm.
You have to write in the captain order and give it to me. Then I have to enter into the system.
Okay.
So sometimes it can be stressful, but I always tell them, you know what? I'm not a machine. You have to like calm down, and me to have to calm down to relax my brain. So that's how it works.
What is one skill you think every cashier should master?
Your focus. You have to concentrate. You have to be focused.
Okay. Okay.
If not,
That's nice.
after ending of the day, you have to do your settling. Like someone pay me a cash, I have to know whether it's a credit card, if it's a money mobile, or maybe POS. Yeah, something like that. You have to be, because by not doing that, you end up like, oh, if this is POS or Orange Money or EcoBank thing or UBA, you start guessing, like you don't even know what you did. So sometimes you have to focus on whatever thing someone is giving. If this person gonna pay you cash,
Okay.
in the system you have to set it as cash. If not, it's gonna be a mixed up. So you have to focus and concentrate on whatever you do.
Okay.
And sometimes for me, when I'm doing my work, I do smile, but when it comes to when I'm touching my desktop or doing, I can be so serious. Someone will say, start far from above, like, this guy is very serious. You already have, you seems to be so strict. Not because of that, because I just want to focus on what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So it's like that.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Well, if you're still up joining us, don't give up. I am here with Mrs. Fatmata Aissatou Jallo from the new Brookfields Hotel, and we're having a very interesting conversation. I am actually learning a lot right now. We'll be going for the next 41 minutes for this next interview, and then the best part, for the next 17 hours stretch, we'll be doing interviews. So stay glued, stay tuned, do not sleep, because I'm not about to sleep. Mrs. Jallo, I'm about to stay up for a week. Do you know that? I'm about to conduct these interviews for like, how do you feel about being on this interview, on this platform, on this, it's a Guinness World Record. We're doing non-stop, setting history for Sierra Leone. You're now part of the history.
Yeah, because I even saw it like Sunday, because
Okay.
I think Susan, one of the manager of the housekeeping, she's Susan. I think I saw her putting some function sheets on the board. I was like, oh, seeing Guinness World Record from Monday to Friday.
Yeah.
That's a function thing. I was just taking a look about it. So me being here, it's been a great part of it, and I'm so happy, and I'm doing it for myself and for the hotel as well.
I'm actually so happy to have you here. It was a tussle. I'm very sorry that one of me could go and work here, and that it was a tussle to have you here, but I'm enjoying the conversation so far, and I'm learning, and so it's really good to have you. So we want to know more about your customer service and the workplace dynamics. So what is your golden rule when dealing with customers?
Normally, like I said, I'm a cashier. I do chip in, like go to help them and, try to, because sometimes it can be so busy in the day. Sometimes it can be so busy. I have to help the waitress for them not to get it so difficult. Might be someone can be taking order from this guest, and maybe I will sit in my desk, like seeing guests that like I have to help them. I'll go take the menu to them. Oh, welcome. How can I help you? They will say, okay, can you recommend something for me? Then I can say, okay, Barracuda and this and this and this. They say, okay, this for dessert. I can help you with that. I can recommend on whatever thing I recommend for you. I think you're gonna like it for sure.
Yeah.
So So I've got experience over that. Guests are appreciating it, even not me alone. The whole team,
For the entire team,
the
yeah.
whole team we're really trying for the guests, for them to have their satisfaction in the hotel, and they felt so like homecoming when you're coming from your home, you're coming to another home. It's a pleasure. Like they really like New Brookfields Hotel. Some might be coming today, they will say, "Oh, I want to come to Brookfields Hotel." That's a nice thing to hear.
The
The
hospitality.
hospitality,
Yeah.
because we care for them. We love our guests, they love us too. I think so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. They must love you. They must love you. I paid for a room. I paid for a room. Well, in fact, I am to pay for a room here, and yes, your guest loves you very much. So, how do you maintain patience and professionalism when you're dealing with rude people or people that are mean?
Well, for me, like I said, I can be so strict, and because I have my own principles. When some guests are so mean and difficult to, and I rather go with the smiling thing. If you're sitting there and I come close to you and say good afternoon, like I may help you. Since I've seen your expression, I will just be like, oh, I give you that kind of broad smile. Even if you don't want to react, if you don't want to take, I'll make sure that you can smile or something else happen.
Right.
Like smiling to you, like try to be calm myself, my expression. You will notice, oh, this girl, I'm mean, but she wants me to be that kind of thing, to lose things.
So, how would you say entirely before coming to hospitality, and when you can now, how would you say working in hospitality has shaped you internally, like you as a person?
Well, hospitality shaped me very well. This is not my first time working in the hotel. I've been through this journey for a very long time. Like I said, not only hotel, bar, restaurants, nightclubs, various places. So, for me, even though it's not what I studied in the university, but since I started doing this thing, it's become my hobby, the one part of me, my hobby, because hospitality is a very professional thing where it shapes you very, very well, meet with people. For me, this is a marketing place where you market yourself.
Yeah.
Because you meet various personalities, people that you don't know. For me, I've got various places where people know me. When people can they say, okay, it's not that Fatimata working at the code. They mention names. So sometimes I feel so good about it, like you're there. So I'm so happy for that, and it has shaped me very well, and it has made me expose. And I've not traveled out of the country like Europe or America or something else, but out of Ceylon and maybe Ghana and others. But I've known that hospitality is the very best thing in my life. Where I can see with people that I've seen for a very, very long time. When they come to the hotel, you say, oh, this is Takata. My schoolmates, this is one of my colleagues who normally go to school, maybe Methodist Girls High School or Government Technical Secondary School. So I'm so happy about it, me being in the hospitality field.
That's nice. That's good. It shows that you're actually passionate about it. Which is so nice. What have you learned about human behavior from your job?
Human behavior.
So you don't learn what's about this job.
In life, you just have to be patient. You try and try and try. You know you're gonna fall, but at the same time, you're gonna stand up for yourself. Patience is the key for me, because if you're living with your parents, the only thing you're gonna say, you have to be patient, because they are the one that give back to you, and you have to be patient with them. Like even if you're drinking a cup of tea, you know the hot water is so hot, you have to sip it. It's the same thing as you have to manage yourself, whatever thing, whether it's difficult, whether it's tough, you just have to be patient in life.
Yeah.
Even to your colleagues, because sometimes you just have to manage the situation, no matter what it takes.
Yeah.
For me,
Yeah.
so for me, that's what I can express. How you have to be patient with you.
Okay. You said you were into entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
So, what kind of business do you do?
Maybe like 2 years to 3 years ago, I normally go to Guinea Conakry,
Okay.
get some phones charger, power banks.
Oh,
My
okay.
brother is there. He normally, maybe I will go sometimes to send someone in the park to go and
Okay.
collect the items. When I come to them, maybe I will try to extend it maybe to my friends or my friends' sisters or my mom's sisters and uncles and all, telling them if you have a particular thing, like for example the phone pouch, the charger, especially for power bank. I normally do the same for power bank because I even introduced one of them when I was using. It's very, very nice and very, very strong. It can last with charging. So I normally go to various houses and tell them I have this particular product. Can you help me buy and stuff and all? Because some might be saying, oh, can you trust me? I will pay you. Like, oh, sometimes it's difficult, but sometimes when you look at it,
Yeah.
you know what you have in.
Yeah.
So I always stand to get this kind of business for myself, you know. But since started working, going ups and down at the same time, school is there, you have to work. So I said to myself, okay, let me just concentrate on one thing. Because by going to school, you're working, it can be very, you know, it can be very so hard about it. Like you're in the workplace, maybe you have to go to class. And that's very, very stressful.
Yeah.
So for me, being an entrepreneur is much better than
Any other?
any other thing. You having your own small business aside is very, very important for any human.
So, if you had an unlimited fund today, what would you first step take?
So go and see my husband.
The business woman, like man.
Yes.
I feel
Yeah, because
obviously you can say you use as business money.
yeah, because he creates impact in me.
Yeah.
He normally chip in, like putting some interest into
Great.
my business and
Beautiful.
all. So that's why, because he will always say, oh, you should come and take this, take it to your friends, take it to your this, like bags and shoes. So that's why I said I will first go to him because I know there is something there for me waiting.
I go love Mrs. Jalo the snob we early morning. This early morning. So how do you balance your job with planning for your business in the future? How would you balance?
That one is very, very tough. Okay. For me, my business with my job.
They're on the same level, so to balance the weight.
One line. My work, I love my job really. I love my job at the same time. For me, for this peak where I am, I love my job for now because
Okay.
not much in entrepreneur like before. Before to after now,
Okay.
my job is number one because I love what I'm doing in the Brookfields Hotel.
Okay.
Yeah, I say I can choose my job.
Okay. Well, that's beautiful. I mean, it's all still business anyway.
Yeah.
It's all still business. So, since you don't snuggle with Mr. Jalo, what does being married teach you about patience and partnership? You snuggle with Mr. Jalo. Now you tell me, what does being married teach you about patience and partnerships?
The one thing in life, you just have to love your partner, like the way your partner loves you. You have to be patient in life. I think when you're patient, it's a positive thing for you. it helps you a lot. It's not easy, it's very challenging, but you just have to be patient and love your partner, no matter what. You can fight and come back again,
Yeah.
be together.
Yeah.
But for me, that's the only thing. That's the only thing, like being patient with your partner, no matter what it takes, you know.
That sounds lovely. So, how do you balance homework? Or Mr. Jalon on this alone? How do you balance actually the homework, the work and life and home life?
Mr. Jalo is not around, but
The kids.
not yet.
Okay,
Kids.
okay.
Not yet.
So Mr. Jalon is not. So basically, maybe it's not so much work with balancing because.
Yeah, for me, I'm alone,
Okay.
but I do my things as if I'm with
Okay.
my husband, because normally I do my domestic choices at home.
Okay.
I really like I'm preparing myself to being that kind of lady where I have my kids around, try to teach them what to do in the morning, what to do, what not to do. So I'm preparing myself and I'm going forward towards it by God's grace.
So I know you said something about this, but to say again, what's one thing your husband does that supports your dream?
Like I said, in my business area, physically, mentally, socially, in any aspect of it, it helps me a lot. Like sometimes they normally call us, they're like, oh, I'm gonna send someone to you to do this, to do that. You're gonna be like, okay, I have this kind of business. Okay, I said, okay, let me just try to see what he can do. The only way he can help me, like telling me, not by sending money, no. It does, but normally sending the material, selling the product, I think that's the best part of it for me. When he does this kind of things, I feel like, okay, he's been like very supportive husband to me. It cares a lot, like asking me, oh, are you gonna do this? Are you gonna make profit towards it? Because sometimes it can be very, very, very difficult for your goods to be here and you have to pay for them. You know, ending of the day, how much you're gonna take it out for sales? If you're gonna have profit, if you're not gonna have profit. Sometimes I can have profit, sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
So
So, and see you say you love the hotel love you. What does home feel like after a long day? Like we don't get a long day now, how do you feel? What does home feel like?
yeah, it's very, very stressful. Like for me,
It's
Sunday.
stressful when you get home. Oh.
Sunday I even do the third shift thing when I get home. Because normally, when I get home, I'll say, okay, take shower, maybe just get, because when I do my stage shift in the hotel, we get our food, staff food, we eat, we drink, water, this, that. So when I get home, it can be so hard for me. Even to sleep, I'll just take shower first, rest, I would like to sit on the ground, lie down with my back, because sometimes when you sit a lot, get your back so like, oh, very, very stressful.
And I'm sitting for hours.
I'm telling you, very, very stressful. But the good part of it, alhamdulillah, you're doing something.
Yes.
That's the good part of
Yes.
it. You know you're doing something. So we just manage it any of the day. We just say all thanks and praise to God for it. But it's very, very hard. But we can still go right.
So you mentioned that you love to read. What kind of books do you love to read?
Well, for me, because I'm an art student, I normally take my literature books, the ones that we normally do when we are in primary school and secondary school. Yeah, and some in my phone, or in maybe I have one of these apps where I can find such storybooks and read to myself when I'm lonely. So that's it.
Thank you so much. If you could switch jobs today, what would you love to try?
Traveling, like go to a part of a different
books.
Traveling, so you love like traveling, like out of
Adventure,
adventures, landscapes, and
Yeah.
just
I
yeah.
like to experience.
That's so cool. So if you could advise a young lady out there that has seen this interview and has been inspired by you, and you go want to give them an advice, what would you give to her?
Oh, for my ladies out there,
Mm-hmm.
just want to say, love whatever thing you do.
Mm-hmm.
Want to encourage you to put more effort on whatever thing you do. You have to be patient. You have to be resilient in whatever thing you do. Don't take the world in your hands. Try to be passionate on whatever thing you do.
Mm-hmm.
And always remember there is no food for a lazy man. So keep your head high and be focused.
No food for a lazy man. Keep your head high and be focused. This is my best outro ever since the interview started. So I would leave you to go back to your busy schedule.
Right?
Thank you very much. This was an honor to have you. I had a very good time. Thank you very much for the support, and I hope you have a good day at work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Hi everybody. Well, I was a bit worried about that interview because that's why I didn't start early. Anyway, that was Mrs. Jallo, a cashier at the new Brookfields Hotel. A very, very smart and intelligent woman, I would say. I noticed. She gave me a very good session. I'll probably start rating the sessions right now. So next on our list of interviewees is John Cisse. John Cisse is a software engineering student at the Limpopo University, Sierra Leone. He's a graphic designer and he does it as business. He's passionate about singing. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Cisse. Hi, John Cisse. How are you?
I'm good.
How are you?
doing?
I'm fine, I'm good.
Okay.
How do you feel being here? I know somebody forced you to be here. How do you feel being here?
I'm okay.
Are you ready for the session? Do you think you're going to like it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Have you been watching the event? Well now, check on YouTube for Guinness World Record longest interview marathon. It's live on the Joy Gborie's page.
Okay. I will definitely.
Okay. Because now you're on Guinness World Record and we're making history together.
Yeah.
So let's talk about your educational journey and your tech journey. You were a student at Limpopo University.
Yes.
In-
Newly intake.
Oh, okay, a new intake. So what inspired you to study software engineering?
Well, first of all, I went to the principal school.
Forward.
Ever. Yes. So it was not easy at all.
Okay.
Because software engineering was not my main goal when I was a kid. Yeah.
Okay.
So when I was a kid, I was thinking to become a doctor. Yes, a doctor.
That does not even. What was the reason? I thought you would say something easier.
Yeah.
Like-
Because that has been my inspiration so far. I love those people. I love the doctors. Love the work they do.
Mm-hmm.
So from when I was a child, I just love them. So in my head now, just doctor. But as I'm growing up, learning new things, developing new ideas and characters, so that's where the
Okay.
switch
Okay.
takes place.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why Limpopo University?
Yeah. So like I said before, I made up my mind to do IT or software engineering. I cross-checked in Sierra Leone for the best college I can have.
Okay.
Not too much expensive, a little affordable.
And that was Limpopo.
Exactly. It's expensive though, but
What do you mean it's expensive though? But what?
it's expensive,
But it's cheap.
not cheap.
Joseph, I don't think you gave me your entire profile. I don't think you gave me your entire profile.
No, yeah, that's not good for
Okay. So Limco Queen
yeah.
was because it's cheap.
No, just because it's the best.
It was the best.
Yeah,
Okay.
because there are other IT colleges all around.
Okay.
But Lincoln Queen is the best college.
Well, that's your school. University of Makeni is the best college.
No.
Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree.
Yeah.
So, what's the most exciting thing you've learned so far in your program?
Well, for now, like I said, I'm just
Your new intake, yeah.
yes. So, I'm finding programming to be kind
Easy.
of a little easy because I can.
I knew that
Because
was
like
gonna
I said, I'm just an new intake, so I don't want to say it's easy, and then as time goes on, but a little easy.
Well, yeah, for a start, I know
Yeah,
it's
for-
basics.
exactly,
Yeah,
yes.
I know it's basics. Okay. So, how do you balance your coding and your creativity in your daily life? How do you balance your school and the rest of your personal life?
Yeah. So first of all, it's just hard work because you can't. I go to college, do my stuffs. It's just hard work. That's the key. The key word there, because I can't. Yes, I have someone that do pay for my schooling till now, but yet still I strive more to do something for myself at this age now. Don't want to totally depend on my parents or neither extra or neither an outsider to help me.
Yeah.
So I place a demand or a tax on myself that yet still I'm going to college and I have someone paying for me, but yet still I must stood up to be a man to work things for myself. Not everything I will be consulting my elders or other persons. So that's why I choose to be. In fact, the graphic design I learned to be a graphic designer before me entering to the Lincoln Queen University.
Okay.
So that was the small business that I don't know how to say. I was patronizing myself for that business till I finally went to the Lincoln Queen University. So it is for me it's easy because it's the same field. Remember, it's the same IT base. So I'm just improving myself with the graphics. It's a continuation of the program. Yeah.
Okay. Which tech tool or programming languages do you enjoy the most right now? Which one your phone with right now?
Yeah, because there's the one we normally call ICT.
Which one is the ICT?
ICT, that's information to computer. Information. That's kind of quite easy. I'm enjoying it more than the programming. Programming is kind of
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So, you did graphic designing to compensate yourself. Is that what you said? So, how did you get started with graphic designing?
Well, before I made up my mind to do IT or software engineering, I entered to a free course in my area. They call it the Future Leaders Initiative. So with that, I learned the basic computer and Microsoft Word, packaging and all the basics.
Okay.
So with that, that's the first step actually. So after me knowing those little things in computers, I move forward, try to have a computer for myself, a desktop. I have a desktop and that's how I go online, search for courses online that deals with graphic design, study online, and that's how I.
So, what was your first paid job?
My first paid job.
Your first paid job, your first paid design.
Wow. For a wedding, yeah. So a wedding.
I I at this point I don't want to underestimate your professionalism, but your first paid job was for a wedding. How did that look? How did that flyer look?
Yeah, so after me doing that, I think it was a 6 month course for that
Okay.
free
Okay.
Future Leaders Initiative. It's
Okay.
a 6 month course.
Okay.
So after that, like I said, I don't want to be that kind of person that rely on
Mm-hmm.
extra. So I got just a small job, paying me less than
Okay.
500 euros. For it's a cafe, we call it a cafe. So I was in there doing printing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how a woman go to my shop and said, I'll be having this and this and this and this at this time. I don't know, I'm confused. And I said, I can edit for you your pictures, I can do graphic design, do you a flyer, a wedding card, I can do that. And she said, wow, see, I said yes.
That was
So-
a lot of money
No.
for
That's-
for the first.
not a lot of money. Like I said,
Well,
that
that's a
was
lot of
my
work.
first. That was my first paid job, for my own profession back then for the graphic design. So we arranged with the woman, and that I showed her my work first of all. She was quite impressed and said, yeah, yes. So she gave me a tax, do just a basic flyer for the wedding, and I did that. And it was out, and she loved it. Both of them, she and her husband, loved the flyer. And then that's how I was signed in for that.
Job.
Yes.
Did they like the flyer?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Did you like it?
Me? Of course, I'll definitely like my work. Yeah.
Good. So, do you prefer to design logos or flyers or just digital content?
For now, yeah. Because
Which one do you prefer? So,
what I prefer.
yeah, like which one do you prefer most to work on? Whether it's a logo or the flyer? Yeah,
I prefer both of them.
you prefer both.
Yeah.
It's easy peasy, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying I say you say. I'm not saying I say you say. So it's easy.
Because flyer is the first thing I learned to do.
Okay.
After flyer goes to logo.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I've done logos for a church as well. For a church.
Okay.
Yeah.
A church,
Yeah.
and now that's the logo they're using.
Yeah.
So forever you're going to be the one who branded their church. That's big.
Yeah.
That's massive.
I don't know if I have.
I should
can
see it.
really prove
Yeah. That's actually huge. And they think about the fact that the church is going to last forever, and that's a trademark. You've trademarked. That's nice.
Still have it here. Yep. This is it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't want to call this church name, but my dear viewers,
Go on.
this this flyer looks like all hands on deck. Tell me it doesn't look like all hands on deck.
Yeah. It's all hands on deck.
All hands on deck. So, where do you get your design inspirations from?
Like it's from a guy. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first IT specialist I met with.
Mm-hmm.
He is the owner of the Future Leaders Initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Permission to say his name, Mr. Ibrahim. Yeah, he was so inspirative to me. He was the one that gave me all the advice I need,
Okay.
all the motivation I need
Mm-hmm.
for me to go for what I want. Yeah.
Mm. So, how do you deal with difficult clients or tight deadlines? Like if you have a flyer or work to do, how do you deal with difficult clients? The ones that say pull the date, change and so put this, no one time put on it.
No easy. Not
Okay.
easy. It's rough. Especially like you said, difficult clients. That you like if you spent a day, I think I've come across that again. I spent almost a day or two, a day for one design. After me cracking my head and all, and I said no, I don't like this. Remember, that's my best. That's my best. Like, I've go to the internet, find some nice graphics and all.
And you don't like it.
Yeah. I said, what? So he calls me to start afresh again. So it's not easy. Not easy.
I was actually gonna ask you, did you start? So the clients, they don't like the.
Yeah.
Wow. So you have to start all over again.
Yeah. See the color I use kind of odd. The color, the this.
And not give color.
I not be giving color.
Wow.
Precisely. It's just all that, nice. So body man starts all that. Yeah, I don't know what would be.
So what makes your design style unique? What's the uniqueness of your style?
It's just the way I do my things. Yeah.
Okay.
The kind of passion I put into it. The extra mile I go for each design. Try to try not to repeat the last design I've made to the new one. So I think that's what makes it unique here. Because I try my best not to repeat the same flyer or the same pattern. Try to be new and fresh all the time.
Do you face any challenges when running this graphic design business and as a student? So what challenges do you face as a graphic designer and student?
First of all, the first challenge is me not having how to say it, much equipment, like machines or because like I said, the first machine that I bought was the desktop. And it was not an upgraded desktop or I don't know if it's a second hand or third hand.
Probably fourth hand.
Exactly. So there were so lot of issues with the machine, just trying to patch just for me to be up to date, and so it's not easy. It's not easy.
But
Like I said earlier, it's just hard work, but it's not easy.
But you're actually doing a great job. You're actually doing a great job balancing your studies and especially the professions you choose. And even with your study, it takes brain, it takes creativity, lots of thinking. You have to think a lot with your graphic designing and with even your software engineering. So how do you manage being good at both? Because I know you're a good engineering student. I trust that. So how do you balance school and that?
Well, it's just me creating time for everything.
Okay.
Because like our forefathers always say, two things can't go on at the same time. You just have to set your things right, do one thing at a time, be strict about what you're doing.
And you sing.
Yeah.
I had a guest earlier.
Okay.
What's that?
It's my church. I attend.
So you sing it at your church?
Yeah.
You're a chorus
I'm
at
chorus,
church.
exactly.
Are you like a lead vocalist?
Yeah.
Or you're just a backup singer?
I'm a lead vocalist.
Okay. So when did you discover that you love singing?
Since I was a kid.
Love singing in church.
Yeah.
Church kids, we love to sing.
Yeah.
So what kind of music do you enjoy performing?
Worship.
Okay.
I'm a worshiper, to be precise.
Okay. So do you write your own song or you do covers?
I wrote song.
You wrote songs?
Yeah.
Have you recorded or you just write right now? Okay.
I've not ever
but you can write and sing.
Yeah.
Why haven't you gone to the studio?
It's a long story.
So, who are the top musical influences you have?
One is Judas Zubairo.
Okay.
I guess you know Judas Zubairo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Judas Zubairo. I have so many of them. Judas Zubairo, Minister Tengbe, and Minister Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Minister Moses. Minister Tengbe and Moses are in my same church, same place that I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Judas Zubairo, Arnold. These are people that I highly recommended so much in terms of music in my country.
So, what's your favorite genre of music to listen to when you're like studying or coding?
Like I said,
So worship. I would guess that. I would guess that. I would guess that. So how do you manage your time with so much on your plate? You have so much on your plate. You work, you study, you work.
Yeah.
How do you manage?
Not easy. It's just time. It's just just setting my time. This after this, this after this, this after this. So now, like, I always have classes in the morning. Like I said, I'm a new intake in Concrete University. So my classes are always in the morning at 11 to 2. So in the morning, first of all, I do my, because I still do house shows. So I do my house shows in the morning, try to make everywhere perfect. Although I skip sometimes. So go to college, after college, home back, you know. So I always have the night to do my work. Yeah.
Do you ever see yourself combining IT and music? Like combining it as in doing both together as a career at the same time?
Yeah. I love that question. I love that. So IT is that's one of the in a religious aspect. Yeah. I will be using IT as because I believe God has given me the grace to be a minister, but although I'm not yet, but that's one of my aim in a religious work. So my plan is to be a good IT expert after me finish with my coding, be a sound engineer, have a studio on my own. So at that time I'll be having all the time to record songs and do everything. Yeah. So music is something I'm really preparing for the future.
So what motivates you to keep pushing forward to your goals? What's your biggest motivation to keep pushing for your goals?
My family.
Okay. You have a doctor in your family?
No.
I thought it was my brother is a doctor for me too.
No.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So my family, in fact, they are the only reason why I'm pushing hard. Yeah, my family, my father, my mother, cause they are always up there to keep me moving. So my greatest fear is why am I going to let them down? Because they are always there for me. So it's like they normally say if the returns water on your back, you help for crop. I would hope like you say. So they have been my motivation, always encouraging me, pushing me to do things that I think I'm not capable of, but at the end I see myself doing them.
Yeah.
So they are the only people I'm moving for right now.
Okay. You're a family man.
Yeah.
A very passionate family man who is loved at home. Amazing.
I'm a mommy's boy.
Oh, answered all the questions. Keep it up. Keep it up. Wonderful. So, what does success look like to you? Can I turn the AC off, please? success look like to you? Sorry.
Success is everything to me.
Okay.
Every
So what would you
All
describe
my-
everything to be like when you say I'm successful? This is success. What would you describe success to be?
I'm quite confused with that question, but
So honestly, well, yeah, I do actually have what I term as successful. Like I feel like I am successful, or this is what I want to achieve, or this is the height I want to reach to count myself successful. But I think it's different from every other person actually,
yeah.
because what other people can count success is not really what I do. So, what does success look like to you?
Yeah, so
What is success like to you?
so is by me achieving my goal to become a success, to become a software engineer, a how to say it, a masterpiece.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to have just degree in what I'm doing. I want to go beyond the degree level. Yeah, have masters, double masters. So that by me reaching that goal, I think that's a success for me.
Good. So, let's say if you had to pick one and kill one between music and coding, which one would you pick and which one would you kill?
Well,
That's a tough question.
that's a very tough question.
Tough question. But I have to kill one. Choose one. Music. Now let's see the weight of your passion in this.
Okay. So if I have to pick one, I'll pick music.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pick music.
So, another question. Morning or night, when are you most productive? Like at the early mornings or at night? When do you think you're early? When do you think you're more active? Yes. At night. Me too.
I'm very active.
Me too. I don't sleep at night. Like I don't sleep at night. I just want the day to break and yeah. So Mac or PC?
What's that?
MacBook or
Oh, of course the PC is preferred.
why?
Because MacBook is in the PC. So I would just be in my PC, and I know I can have things that MacBook can give me as well. So I prefer my PC.
Shades. All shades seen. So do you prefer working in silent or with music in the background? What do you prefer?
Music at the background.
The music. Of course you want your worship music. Who's your favorite worship singer?
Sierra Leone.
Well, okay, so give me one in Sierra Leone and another outside Sierra Leone.
So one is Judas Barrow. Best for me.
Okay.
Best and best and the best.
Shout out to Zuda. What is his name again?
Judas
Barrow.
Barrow. Yes. And the other in the world is Minister Theophilus.
Okay.
Theophilus' son.
What nationality is he?
He's a Nigerian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Theophilus' son. So there are more out there, but it's just two for now.
So now, let's say you have a deal. You have a multi-million-dollar deal, and your job is to design any global brand. Which one would you choose? The Colin brand and MBB brand. You're now given a deal
Yeah.
to design it. Which one would you choose to design?
Like, what's the other option?
So let's say, let me give you options. Do you like cars?
Yeah.
You like cars? You like motorcading? Sabi motorcading? You know people that sabi motorcading in there, because I don't.
Me, I don't.
So, for example, you're to redesign Benz,
Okay.
or you for redesign Coca-Cola, or you for redesign this? Like which big brand you would choose for design? Like you're not gonna dream brand you even for work for.
Yeah.
So which one would you be?
Good price. So I prefer to redesign the car, the Benz, yeah.
The Benz.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's nice. Why would you want to redesign Benz?
Why?
What would you turn the logo into? Just make it look like zero.
Exactly.
Make it
Yeah.
look like zero, so
Yeah.
nothing, and they will stop telling our faces.
Yeah.
So where do you see yourself after university? What do you want to see yourself doing after university?
I want to be a big businessman.
Lots of money.
Yeah.
Take care of mama
Exactly.
and home.
Add my own group.
Mm.
I want to be a very big business. One big IT specialist businessman. Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice. Would you ever want to teach designing or coding?
Yeah.
You love to teach it. Is it easy to teach? But do you can you teach it now?
Now? No.
Do you think it would be easy to teach more than how easy it is to learn? Because you said it was easy to learn.
Yeah. So, everything I went, every subject or lectures or module that I do, as long as I'm confident I can teach it. Yeah.
Okay.
So like I said, coding is quite easy for now. So let's see as gradual process. It should not be a problem for me to teach.
Okay.
And also I love giving out.
Knowledge.
So, yeah, I love giving out knowledge.
Okay. So, as a creative and a technician, what legacy would you want to leave? Like, what would you want people to remember you by? When they call your name and they say, "Oh, Minjon," they say, "That's what legacy do you want to leave behind? What do you want to be remembered as?"
Okay, so that's for my so like I said, coding is one. So by me knowing coding to the fingertip, to the extreme end. In the next 10 years and above, so when they will be reminding me for my apps, my softwares that I've built, very essential. No, I want to even this TikTok and all. I just want to go
To
beyond
start
these things.
doing already. You don't want to get to be working, you're doing parts, right?
Yeah.
So let's get to the final segment. What projects are you currently working on? What projects are you currently working on?
Myself.
Like the designs. What's currently is that church the side?
It's like the police station.
I did you attend?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Nice.
it's closer to my college as well. Same place, but
So you changed this one to this one?
like the
I thought this one is the Zion logo.
This
And the one you showed me from your phone. The logo you showed me on your phone.
it's quite different. 'Cause
Exactly. So I'm asking, are they
It's-
both
it's just-
Zion?
no.
Oh.
Yeah. This is Mount Zion and this is Zion Praise Tabernacle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you
Yeah.
changed the whole Zion. I thought you changed the whole Zion logo from this to the one on your phone. Like,
No. This is a yes. So the only similarity they have is just the
this
circle.
circle.
Yes.
Yeah.
And everything inside is just different.
Yeah, I can see that the globe and all.
Yeah.
I can see that.
This is Zion Praise Tabernacle and Zion Harvesters Ministry.
Okay. So.
So you're asking me about my project that I'm in presently. So like I said, I don't like to depend on people because I like to work and have my having a little shop of mine
Mm-hmm.
that I'll be doing my graphics
Okay.
and having small business like selling IT-based materials like you know drives, memory sticks, and all. That's what I'm working on presently. Presently, as I'm speaking right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. It's really good to have you again, I should mention. And if you're watching us from home, which camera should I look at? Anyway, if you're watching us from home, I am the Joy Gborie with the article THE, attempting to break and set a Guinness World Record for the longest interview in marathon. We're 158 hours from 168 hours. How you think I don't do? So I started at 168 hours, and now I am at 158.
That's quite massive. I believe you definitely reached your record.
Hopefully. So thank you very much. It was really, really, really good to have you. One more question though.
Okay.
One more question though. What message would you give to young men like you, young creative Sierra Leoneans, somebody that's seen you doing this interview and that is motivated and would want an advice from you? What would you say to them?
Yeah. So the meaning is never stop learning.
Mm-hmm.
Always keep pushing for what you think is best
Mm-hmm.
for you. Just never stop learning. Never stop learning. Never stop learning.
Never stop learning, guys, and keep doing what you think is best for you. This was my very nice guest, Mr. John Cisse.
Yeah.
Yes, John Cisse is a young Sierra Leonean software engineering student studying at the Limpopo University, Sierra Leone. Yeah, he's also a graphic designer. He does it as business, and he's also passionate about singing. He started singing since he was young. I told you we have potentials in this country.
Video and auto point.
Please do. Please do. And please, anybody who can just interview you can sing, please give me a cappella so I can stay up. Please give me an acapella. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this song is since this morning. In fact, this is my favorite song. Yeah, that's what I want to give you guys.
Okay.
I just hope you guys will be blessed.
I hope I will be blessed.
Yeah. So it says, "We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord."
I sing me a cappella.
Wonderful.
Amazing.
Yes,
See?
okay.
I have surprises. I sing me a cappella. You want to tell me about don't count on the worship song? Don't count on the worship song. I will also. Thank you very much for joining us. It was really good to have you, and I hope to see you around again. I wish you all the best, and I wish engineering continue to be as easy as it is for you, and the graphic designing continue to be as easy as it is. I pray you be everything you want to be. It was really nice to have you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our next guest, and yes, thank you. Are you still watching? Don't sleep. Wake up. Don't sleep. Wake up. Our next guest is one I'm also excited about. She has names I don't know how to call, but luckily we have the same name. She's Sia. I'm also Sia. Sia is going to introduce herself to us. Sia is a reporter, a producer, and a podcaster. She's a co-founder of Smart Girl Initiatives. she's interested in mental health and how it affects one's well-being and social behavior. Please help me welcome Sia. Hi, Sia. Hi, my namesake. Did we wake you up this morning?
No.
Are you happy to be here?
Of course, I'm excited.
Ooh, I feel like we're about to have a good session. I feel like we're about to have a good session. So yeah, tell me about yourself. First of all, the name. I'm very bad at names.
Okay.
I can read it forever. I never know what I'm reading.
But a lot of people struggle with my name.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I'm saved.
My dad is the only one who doesn't struggle with it.
Okay, I'm saved. I felt it was too bad.
And my first name means a lot to me.
Okay, so what's the name?
Deneja Siatumoy.
Deneja.
Siatumoy.
What's the meaning of Deneja?
My child is beautiful.
Ooh. That's why it means a lot to you.
Yeah, my dad was intentional. My dad was quite
You,
intentional.
yeah, so you two were intentional with telling me that you're beautiful and that's your name, beautiful,
Well,
or
check it
period,
out.
or period, and that's on period also, and that's on period also. So you're also into media and storytelling. What inspired you to become like a storyteller in media?
First off, the desire to be heard.
Okay.
Because I feel like as a child, not for my dad, but
Mhm.
for my mom's side, I wasn't being heard enough.
Okay.
So I felt like media would be the platform for me
Mhm.
to tell my story, not directly, but I can write it.
Okay.
And also write what's happening around me.
Mhm.
Because the problem with people is that they find it hard to speak up. So if people can't speak up for themselves, I want to be their voice.
Okay.
That was why we started the Smart Girls Initiative,
Okay.
which is a female advocacy
Mhm.
forum.
Okay.
So that's it about me. I want to be heard. My desire to be heard is at 100.
So you use the pen.
I use the pen.
Yeah.
I use my voice.
Yes. Yes. So how did you get your first break into journalism?
Well, I started off on my own,
Okay.
wherein I started the Digi's magazine,
Okay.
wherein we went to places, underdeveloped places, interviewed people on how they are coping,
Okay.
their health, and what they want the government to do for them.
Mhm.
But it was quite unofficial. So I'm a second year student at Fabric College. I'm
Okay.
in sociology.
Okay.
So I decided to volunteer at Sleep TV.
Okay.
So I'm in depth into the Me Too You celebration, like shout outs to people, and somehow tech news.
Okay. That's great. You said one thing that I didn't want to stop you from the starting of the sentence. You started off with a magazine. Who starts off with a magazine?
Me.
Who starts off with a magazine?
Me.
You didn't start with graphic designing. You didn't start with photography. You started off with a magazine. The whole magazine, from graphic designing to gathering your content to a magazine.
That's the thing about me.
That's amazing. That's actually very amazing. So, what kind of stories are you most passionate about telling?
Life stories, emotional stories,
Okay.
stories that have to do with one's well-being, especially when it comes to their mental health.
Okay.
Because I feel like a lot of people get traumatized by what's happening around them.
Mhm.
But our main focus on people these days are
Mhm.
how they are doing physically. But what's happening in your head, it's what's
Mhm.
going to affect your well-being or how you coexist with people
Mhm.
around you. So it's mostly about what people go through in their head and how it affects their social life.
Mhm. So, what's the most passionate story you've reported about?
Self-esteem.
So, can you like dive more into self-esteem?
So,
Like your view.
like women in this generation
Mhm.
ought to know better.
Mhm.
So I think, because most people leave their self-worth in the hands of a man or in the hands of another person,
Mhm.
which is a no-no for me. Because I feel like as a woman, we have to stand out. You don't need someone to tell you are great for you to know you are great. That's how I am. That's why I do big things. When I start, I don't start small because I have a high self-esteem. My dad has raised the standard so high, so as to every other woman. Every other woman is special out there. So if you have a man in your life, it's not a bad thing. But if you allow that man to define you, it's a bad thing because at the end of the day, your self-esteem is down, your self-worth is nothing, and this man will determine your outcome in life. So that's the thing.
So, what would you say makes a good producer, in your opinion?
Well, a good producer first needs to understand what he or she is producing. As in, you need to have knowledge on what's happening around what you're producing. Because sometimes we don't get everything we need as per the story, as per the content. We just know what's happening. So most times we get to improvise other things that makes it look perfect. So a producer needs to be creative, needs to be ready to improvise at any time, at any given moment. So most times try to understand what's happening first.
That's very lovely. You won't believe that's what I'm doing right now.
Oh.
No, I don't want to take I don't want to take credit of being a good producer, but yeah, calculating
And you're
this
a
morning.
natural at it.
So, how do you prefer to podcast an episode? How do you do your
Well, currently I'm working on a show called The Way I Left My Ex Show. Well, it's actually a private show.
Why don't we start already?
Why?
We start here right now.
Because I feel like going back to mental health, I feel like people need to get things off their chest. Everybody needs someone to talk to.
You know what? The more you talk, the more I'm thinking about how the show is going to sound. The podcast is that you should already sign me up. I have like
immediately.
I'll give you 10 bombastic stories of.
That'll be wonderful.
No.
People will learn.
Yeah.
People will learn.
But yeah, we should definitely. Yeah, but sorry, you were saying that was just.
So, yes, The Way I Left My Ex Show is all about you having a space where you can pour your heart out.
Okay.
You teaching life lessons to people out there. At least they will learn from your story. And also, we advising you on what you should do on your next level. Because most times people will be like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. But I know that love is a beautiful thing. It's how you carry yourself in it that makes you valuable or not valuable. So The Way I Left My Ex Show is that space for you.
You know what? Let's just turn everything off and start the podcast on Why I Left My Ex. We really need to start the podcast on Why I Left My Ex. So, what topics draw you most? Like, what topic are you most creative about when creating an audio content?
Life lessons. Like, I
Like
feel
giving life lessons.
Yeah,
on
life is the
audio.
best teacher. Experience is the best teacher. So I don't want to go far from what's not happening. Like me, I like hitting the reality. I want you to know that this is reality and this is what's gonna happen. This is what's happening around you. So like, just learn from it. I feel like people need to learn from stories. You don't just have to hear the stories and be like, oh, it's beautiful. What did you learn? What are you implementing in your life from the story you just learned? That's the thing.
That's great. That's great. I am learning. I am definitely learning. So, what is one challenge you face in balancing reporting and podcasting?
I don't think that's much of a challenge.
Okay.
Just that time.
Okay.
Time is the biggest challenge.
You know, time is actually one of the challenges.
Because I'm balancing reporting, podcasting, and school.
School, yeah.
But at the end of the day, I just get this. I don't know. I think God wants me to be here. God wants me to be on that path.
Yeah.
It just happens.
I keep saying that God always knows what He's doing. Like, someone was asking me, how did you why this idea? I'm like, God just gave it to me.
It just happens.
Like, you're not even overwhelmed. It's like, it seems like a lot of work. I'm like, well, God is going to take care of it. So yeah, He does obviously knows what He's doing. So how do you build trust with the people you interview?
Social trust.
I need to learn from you. Moving on.
Well, first off, I just stay positive. Me, I am August Comte, one of the founding fathers of sociology. I'm focused on positivism. When we are together, I just expect everything positive, unless you prove otherwise.
Right.
But first off, building trust is me making them comfortable, me making them know that I'm not here to judge you. I'm here for you to tell me your experience. I want to learn from you. Like, your perspective is important. That's where the trust is. Like, you making them know that whatever they're going to say, it's important.
It's valid.
Because yes, a lot of people lack that because they find themselves in places with people who don't respect their perspective, who don't think what they're saying is important. So that's the first thing I do. I make you understand and know your value. What you're saying is going to be impactful in my life and others that are going to be watching.
So, from that, can you please tell us what inspired you to co-found the Smart Girls? Is it the Smart Girls Initiative? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was first of all founded by my cousin Michaela.
Okay.
She's in Germany right now. So I am focused on girls and their well-being, and we are found in a continent where, not in the world, where girls are being deprived, they're being raped, and Sierra Leone is a country that has suffered a brutal civil war. So looking at all what has happened and all what is still happening, looking at the law and its effectiveness, I feel like we need a set of people that will speak up for these girls. We need a platform wherein these girls will exhibit their talents. We need something where we need to show the world something. Let them be comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm always pressed on the word comfortable because everybody needs comfort. Nobody wants to suffer for the rest of their life. So we need these girls to come with their experience. We need to make a change in their life, and we let them know that everybody has a talent. So we are there to expose that talent.
Okay. So that is the main mission.
That's the mission.
Okay. So can you share a success story from Smart Girls that really moved you?
Oh yeah. So there was this time we had a documentary where we were supposed to have a documentary and a festival night. So we called a cross session of the girls and told them, you know what, we want to write poems, but me, I believe in creativity. I want to know your story. So tell me your story and let's bring it to life. Most of these, like some of the girls were raped. Some of these girls were forced into the female genital mutilation. Most of these girls are going through parental trauma. Like our parents are putting us through a lot of trauma. So these documentary helped them because after the documentary they cried a lot.
Yeah.
But they told me, Gigi, like we finally gotten this off our chest. And finally our parents will know how we feel. These people that did this to us, we know how we feel generally. And it was a success because at the end of the day we had a talent show where they actually got exposed to a lot of people, and today they are working in these places at which these people are, and they're doing fine.
Okay. So what does Smart Girl mean to you and your cousin? What does Smart Girl mean to you personally?
Smart girl means to me a woman with self-esteem, a go-getter, a woman that knows what she wants and works towards it.
So in the area of girl child advocacy and storytelling and reporting, how do you integrate storytelling into advocacy work?
I think it's quite easy.
Because
like I said, you write what's happening.
Okay, yeah.
You let people learn from what's happening. You make them aware, and you leave room for opinion. That's the most important thing, leaving room for opinion, because everybody's opinion matters.
And what are the challenges you face as a female leading organization, or a female lead organization?
Oh, it was a lot, because at first we wrote a lot of letters, and we couldn't get any response, because we are calling. Who would want to partner? Who would want to invest? And this is shout out to Nakutet, because she tried a lot, and she invested in the models, and she didn't want anything in return. That's So we faced a lot of financial challenges, and my cousin and I were like, you know what, let's give our all to this. So I remember the time my dad sent me money to buy iPhone, and I was like, no, we use this money for our event. We use this money for the girls. We use this money to lay a platform for these girls to expose themselves. And one thing about intentions, when your intentions are pure, things just fall in place. When you go to Toma Resort to book the venue, it was very expensive, and we had next to nothing for it. At the end of the day, the manager was like, you know what, I'll give you 5 hours, you don't have to pay anything. That's grace.
That's grace. That's so graceful. Yeah.
So I advise
That's so
people to
graceful.
pray. Pray and have pure intentions. Everything will fall in place. Financial struggles are a must. It happens everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. So what do you keep your audience engaged with in your campaigns?
We don't do much like of huge campaigns. We just let the documentaries out.
Okay.
Let them watch. Let them understand what's happening.
You just tell the stories.
We tell the story.
Okay.
It's more about telling the story.
So what advice would you give to young girls trying to find their voices?
Keep your head up. Don't let anybody marginalize you. Do what you think is right, and don't just say what you want to be.
Mhm.
Act according to what you want to be. Like, go get it. If you want to start small, start small. If you want to go big, go big. You will finally arrive at your destination.
Definitely. And I also noticed you're very passionate about mental health, and so I wanted to ask, why are you passionate about mental health? What's the passion about? What's the drive?
I'm a victim, so it's like my mom's mental health affected me
Okay.
in a way wherein when my dad left, she was depressed. So her actions towards me were really, really bad. Although I still love her, she's my mom, but what she did to me at that time was really, really terrifying. Imagine I was 6 when my dad left. Like, she put me out on the street to be hawking. I'll be out till 10, 11 at night. And when I get back, if I don't sell everything, I will get beaten up. And when she's beating me up, she would be insulting my dad over
And
and
that's
over and over again.
that's when you know that it's me do this
What's
woman.
her to this woman? Like, yeah, that's not how she's supposed to act. But again, when we look at what she's struggling with, I can't blame her. Because every other woman in her place would do something like that. Although other women know how to manage their emotions,
Well,
this was deep.
well, really, I think, like you started saying, it was emotional because when you started explaining, I did not hawk, but my mom, my mom also trained me and my sisters as a single mom, as a single parent, and if my dad comes to visit and he leaves, and I do something, Mama, he beats me too. Like, so when she'll be beating me up, she'll be saying things like, "Oh, because you saw the one today." That has nothing to do with that one coming here. And then so everything she says just shows that she's really hot and provoked. That was actually how I understood how to. I pray she doesn't kill me, but I understand.
Yeah.
So that was how I forgave her and grew up with her and just moved past that. Because I really, she would beat the heaven and hell out of me, and she'll be talking about how I'm ungrateful.
Yeah, your dad is, and you're like your dad.
Yeah.
And at this point, my mom said, I'm a mistake. That
Oh no,
really
I
struck
don't
me really
think
bad.
I don't think
So growing up, when I relocated, because I was born in the Gambia,
Okay.
so when I relocated to Sierra Leone in 2014, and I approached my teenage, and before turning to when I started dating people till now, like it stopped affecting me like a year ago. I always found people who make me feel wanted. That's the trauma. When I'm with people, I feel so insecure that they will put another person above me, because that was what my mom was doing. She was putting my elder brother above me, thinking that I won't come out successful, I won't come out as something good because of my dad. So like I had this trauma bond with people. When I'm with people, I want to be the center of their life. I want them to be everything to me. I want to be everything to them. So I was finding peace in other people. I was destroying them and destroying myself at the same time.
Right. That's how when you're explaining it, I see the destruction that comes after it. But yeah. So how do you think mental health impacts relationship in African society?
Among people or people who are dating?
Well, let's say in general, so including among people that are dating, how does mental health affect relationships?
So when people are going through a lot in their head, and they tend to be wild with people, like you talk about normal things you normally converse about, and they'll get angry within a twinkle of an eye. Most people tend to isolate themselves because they don't want to be in the midst of people that will judge them.
Yeah.
But when other people decide to go out there, they tend to rub off badly on people. They might say things you won't like, but that's not because of who you are or what you're doing to them. It's because of how they are feeling. And some people don't just say what's happening with them; they just act, and that's how you know this person is dealing with something. So the misunderstanding here is, oh, this person has a bad attitude. Do you know what this person is going through?
Right.
Do you know what's happening in this person's head? Do you know the demons the person is fighting in there? Like, mental health is affecting social cohesion, it's affecting your well-being as a person, because most people, when they're going through a lot of mental problems, they tend to be unkept. They don't care about what's happening. They don't care about their health. They don't care about tidiness. They're just there. That's when they start saying, "Me, I'm a Rasta."
What? Who says that?
That's what they say. I'm a Rasta.
like, I want to find, I want to find the word, the carefree Rasta.
Yeah, that's me, I'm a Rasta. And some will be like, "Oh, me, I don't want to be emotional with anybody." Like when you're going through something, they be like, "I don't care about what you're going through. I've gone through worse."
Mm-hmm.
They tend to lack empathy.
Yeah.
And that's really, really bad.
When you say that, I've actually had experience like that. It's with somebody, a friend I really love. When that friend feels like not seen, or by the time I'm going to explain everything that happened to me, like, "Oh man, it's happened to you." I'm like, "What's something that happened to me?" It's not like I don't love you. Like I mentioned as I start to talk, a friend that I love. It's not like I don't love you, but I have. But then again, it's just about the heart. They feel safe at the end of the day, so they end up feeling safe, even though I think when the guards are let down, when they let the guards down, they feel like, okay, this is my person. This is
so they can only protect themselves when the guard is up. So that's why they find it hard to let people in.
So, have you ever experienced burnout? Do you experience burnout, like from getting exhaustion from all your daily affairs or your very busy schedule?
Yes, like during my exams last week, it was crazy for me because I had to battle podcasting, I had to battle reporting, and I had to battle my lecturers. Imagine, like, we have lecturers that are very wicked. Like, they will tell you, when I bring my questions, you can't answer them. So I'm thinking of my dad. My dad is my hero, by the way. I have two dads. So they're my heroes. So these people have high expectations of me. Like, I'm here trying to define my life, and I don't have to do bad with school either. Like, me, I always have this thing, I want to be top of my class. Anywhere I go, I want to be top, and I work to it. So there was this time my best friend, she was like, "D, you have to calm down. Like, I know you have it all, you have it in you, but the rest, you die one day." I'm like, "I won't die." So there was this day, like, I slept 12 hours straight. I couldn't wake up. Like, you know that thing when you wake up and then you fall? You wake up and then you fall. I didn't even know what was happening around me. So for that 12 hours, I gave it all up.
Just passed out.
I passed out.
You just passed out, basically.
It was too much for me.
What is one mental health myth that is most common in our community? Like, what is this mental health myth we just common in our community that make people have about mental health? I don't know why I have an answer to your question.
You have? Well,
I was gonna call that drug the always.
Like it's all everywhere. But how about people who just aim courses of people for nothing? Don't you think that has an effect on your sexual well-being? As in, words are seed you sow. They come back to you, yes, but these words have a sharp edge. Imagine I meet someone and this person, like people who have low self-esteem, because a lot of people have low self-esteem in this country or this part of the world, and they start telling you things like, they rain questions on you, be like, you won't be anything good, you won't make anything good out of yourself. I don't know for other people, but these things they're in my head. I start thinking of them. It's either I do more or I underperform. It's led to how I feel about myself. Looking at drug, yes, drug is affecting a lot of people, especially Kush. It's affecting a wide range of youth in this country. But what led them to drug? Is the question. Frustration.
Mental health frustration.
Yeah, what led them? Because something must have led you. You don't just wake up one morning and start taking drugs. No. Something must have led you.
So some people just wake up one morning and start taking drugs.
I don't think so. Aside from peer group influence,
Yeah.
That's one key thing. But for you to be influenced by your peer,
Mm-hmm.
why do you have such low self-esteem?
Mhm.
Why? That's the question. Why? How were you raised? What's happening in your life that you're getting pressured by your peer? That's another question. So things like as a sociologist, an upcoming sociologist,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think things just don't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Things have reasons. There are reasons why things happen, and these reasons need to be discussed. These reasons need to be exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to find a solution ever on what's happening around us, we need to know what led to that. Preach.
Preach. So, do you think the media talks enough about mental well-being?
No, I don't think so.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Right.
Like that's the thing, they're missing it. And if there's one thing I want to bring, it's mental health support group program. Because looking at women who give birth and they lose the children, how do you think they feel?
Right.
Who do they talk to?
Right.
Aside their husband, family member, who do they talk to? Where is the platform for them to express how they're feeling? Where do they get the frustration out? Who talks to them? When you look at kids who are going through some challenges in school, who do they talk to? Because we have some parents who don't pay attention to their kids' emotional well-being. They're just there, okay, I give you financial support and that's it. Who do they talk to? Like the media needs to put more pressure on that, because if everything that's happening around is happening today, it's being pushed, it's being driven by one's mental state, one's mental well-being. So the media isn't putting enough, because I won't say any, because probably some medias are, but I haven't seen them. Isn't putting enough pressure on mental health and people's well-being in society.
So how do you personally take care of your mental health?
First, I tell myself I'm enough. I don't judge things, I don't judge people, I want things to be proven. And of course, I take responsibility for whatever is happening around me. Like I know if this thing goes bad, it's my fault. I don't put it on anybody. So that's when I get driven, or that's when I push myself to do more. So I think doing more and being a better version of myself every day is how I take care of my mental health, because at the end of the day, I don't get staged, I don't get a low self-esteem, I don't start thinking of what people will think about me. I don't think about that. I think about me, I do me. And I have my dad to thank for that.
Thank you, Daddy. So what does your typical work day look like?
6 to 11:30 p.m. Okay, I'm an early person. I'm just not a night person. I wake up really early and I'm out working, looking for ideas. Whilst I'm working, anytime I work, I develop another idea. Whilst I'm working, I'm developing ideas, looking at what to post on my podcasting and looking at what I would impact on people. So my typical work day is crazy. Like I hardly have time to go on social media.
And how do you stay organized with so much roles?
I pre-plan. I plan ahead. I structure myself. When I know I'm going to do this, I structure myself and I prepare my head. Like mentally, I know this is what I'm going to be doing, and nothing is going to change it. So there's going to be pressure. I tell myself pressure is normal. It's okay to make it in life. You have to sacrifice yourself. So that's what I do. I don't tend to make it look like a big deal.
Okay.
I try to normalize it.
Okay.
And it has been so far.
Okay. So do you work better solo or as a team?
I'm an advocate of teamwork, but I can't lie. Solo, like I've been doing better solo, because when you start bringing ideas, like other people's ideas are very important, but the mindset of people that you believe in their opinion, they want to undermine you at the end of the day. That's the problem. I believe in you. You believe in yourself. Why do you want to undermine me? Like, what's happening? Are you depressed or something? Is something happening? Let's talk about it. Because I understand. So I do teamwork like once in a while, but most times solo. Solo works for me. It works for me a lot.
Okay, so you'd rather solo, right? Rather solo. think I rather solo because I
Solo.
feel like people are going to sabotage.
Sabotage, like no matter how much you want to invest in them, like you believe in, like me believing in you is enough.
But then again, I think I also make excuses for them thinking it's because we just don't have the same interest. Like it's not really. Sometimes I don't allow it to bother me. We just don't have the same interest. And sometimes what's my interest may not interest you. So, however, let me just do my stuff because I don't want you to come and if I want to do times 5, maybe you just want to work times 2.
Exactly.
So yeah, doesn't work. But we should try teaming up, especially for why I broke up with my ex.
The way I left my ex show.
The way I left my ex show. The way I left my ex show, definitely. So what app or tool do you rely on every day? What's your favorite app?
TikTok.
What's on TikTok?
Everything is on TikTok. Everything is on TikTok. I think TikTok is taking over
Have
the
you seen
world.
Facebook?
What do I do on Facebook? I just post.
Everything is on Facebook too.
Everything is on TikTok. The saga.
I
The
think
juice,
I
the
think
juice
the amount
thing.
of things that is on Facebook though. I don't go to Facebook regularly. I was just scrolling one of these. I'm like, no wonder these memes talk about Facebook. I read
Have
some
you tried
articles.
TikTok?
Oh, but yeah.
TikTok
I
is
used
the
to be.
world,
I used
like
to be a
the
TikTok.
world is in
person.
TikTok has everything.
But Instagram is my favorite though.
To the business, yes.
I feel like you can also do the same business on Instagram. Is just the
To
same
do
thing.
business.
You can also do business on TikTok now.
You can do everything on TikTok.
You can do everything
That's
on
the
Instagram.
difference.
You can make videos and post now. And dance to trending songs.
But the availability of everything is on TikTok. TikTok makes it easy for you.
I mean, TikTok, that is the point for it anyway.
Yeah. So and it's working because having its effect on me, I'm glued to it.
I was, but I think I'm too lazy for that.
Work.
I think,
Mm-hmm.
no, it's not even work. I think I'm just too lazy. I'd rather scroll through TikTok than actually be an active TikTok user.
Okay.
Even the school self, I might not even open for like 2 days because when I go, it does. It's like, how do I say it? It's contagious. So when you go there, maybe just to watch 1-2 video and you get contact with it. Like I said, it's contagious. You just stopped on it. So obviously it gets to that point, but once in a while. When I go there, but when I leave there, I'm not there for a while. So who is a woman in media or advocacy who inspires you?
Vivian Swale.
I think I've had a lot of Phoebians.
I love
Phoebians, you should
Phoebian.
come for the interview. Your session is soon.
Vivian Swale. Like I've loved Vivian. So when I was in secondary school, I love Vivian's energy. She has energy. She has passion for this. And I don't care what any other person is saying, but I love Vivian Swale.
I don't care what any other person is saying too. I love Phoebians too. I don't care what any other person is saying. So what's your creative process when you're producing a content?
When producing the content, let's say I first apply it to myself. I first apply what I'm producing to myself and be like, oh, if it were me, like the story, because most times I produce stories of the story. Like, should I hit the reality in this aspect? Like, how would it have affected me? So that's where I put, either it comes in the middle or it goes down to the end. So that's the thing. I bring it down to myself and people around me.
That's beautiful. That's good. So what keeps you going on tough days? Like what do you think about that keeps you going on tough days?
My dad.
I think I knew the answer.
My dad.
I think I knew the answer.
My dad.
I think I already knew the answer before you even say my dad. So what's one life lesson that has changed you forever?
Should I tell the story or should I just state it?
Please tell me the story. I want to hear lots of stories today. Stories are going to keep me up. Stories. Yeah, I do want to know. I know you're going to say my dad taught me this. So do I make the question more concealed and say, what did your dad?
Yes, do it like that.
Okay, so let me ask it again. What's one life lesson that your dad taught you that changed you forever?
So again, my dad is my superhero, and he has taught me a lot of things. But one thing I want to press on is him teaching me that I shouldn't depend on people for emotional support, and I should know who I am. And he also taught me that being nice to people doesn't mean they will pay you back, but in the long run, you get the blessings. So for anything that's happening to me, for any struggle I'm going through, I'll be like, for my father has paid the price. Like my dad has laid the foundation. So I am grace, I am light, I shine bright.
Who's your father?
My father is Moses Kolokotumoy.
Okay.
He used to play
Because
football.
at this point I thought you were talking about Jesus.
Yes, but my father.
Your father is playing some really God role.
He's
like
raised the
he
standard
showed.
so high.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need. He has made me know that I don't need people to push. He told me that. He said, Deneja, you don't even need me. I'm just here to play my role. Like you are you, be you, and you do great. Like he's always pushing me. He's always putting ideas in my head. And for every time I talk to him about something, he has never disregarded it. Since I was a baby, and I told him something. I said I was having the boy when I was 6, and he started making it happen. And I'm gonna make it happen. He laid the foundation already. When I told him I wanted to travel the world, he started buying me tickets, started flying me out, started flying me to places for me to get experience. So going forward, I'll start funding it, and I'll see the world by the grace of God. So my dad is my hero. I have 2 dads, by the way. I have Moses Konokotumoy and I have ASQ Emmanuel Alicious Macpherson Sam.
Kudos to daddies. Hello, daddies. Hello, kudos to daddies. How do you handle criticism online?
So there was this time I went to a podcast. I think it was like 2 weeks ago, where we were talking about how people's past relationship affect what's happening like with their person's relationship and all that. So he asked me about body counts, like if it matter. I'm like, it doesn't. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's what's in your heart and how good you take care of yourself that matters. So if somebody loves you, it doesn't matter on your body count. And when he posted the video, a lot of people were saying, as a woman, you shouldn't say that. Oh, my generation is cursed. Like, I just smiled and be like, that's good. It's fine. It's okay. Like, at the end of the day, everybody won't align with your ideas. Your ideas are meant to make a difference. Doesn't mean everybody should align with it. Just go for the few or the many that are okay with it. But make sure you create the impact.
I'm having a time. So where do you see smart girls in the next 5 years?
I see Smart Girls International. I see Smart Girls holding support group programs for every young woman and young girl out there battling with depression, and anybody who wants to find a meaning in life will be running to Smart Girls, because we're there to help you expand your knowledge. We're there to help you identify what you want to be. We're there to push you, and we're here to make you feel that you know that your opinion matters, and whatever you have to say will be heard. The world needs to hear you. That's what Smart Girls will be. Everybody will run into Smart Girls to be heard.
So, what is something you've learned from a guest during your podcast? Do you feature guests during your podcast?
Yes, I do.
So, what's one thing you learned from a guest?
I think my guest have taught me that mistakes are a normal thing, because most times when they explain, when they try to tell me about things they have done, especially on the wireless my ex show, and how they eventually found it normal, I tend to know, oh, because I was a perfectionist before this time, like everything should be perfect. But there was this particular guest, I think that was my first guest on the wireless my ex show. He made me understand that mistakes are a normal thing. But when you make a mistake, you pick yourself right up and continue with your daily activities. Like, do you be more?
So, I'm so sorry, my love. So, would you ever write a book, by the way?
I would love to. I'm working on it.
Okay. I want to hear more body. So, what's a drama project that you want to start but you haven't started?
Well, I wasn't actually thinking of a drama project. I was thinking of writing my story. Because I feel like I've allowed every other person to tell their story and I haven't told mine.
Okay.
Mine is full of controversy, but
Okay.
I want to tell it and write everything I've learned. So people following that path will know what to do.
Okay.
Will know where to start, will know the next move. I think I want to create that impact on people. And my book will mainly be on picking up your pieces